Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What I'm going to tell you now will all be in the test, class. White Rabbit waved the tongs like she was waving a teacher pointer. Different types of talents require different rune circuits to level up. White Rabbit patted Qing Ling on the shoulder. Like this girl's metal belongs to the element type. Then she would need element rune circuit to level up. Unfortunately, our organization doesn't have it. Where can I get it? Qing Ling asked. There are a total of 12 rune circuits in this city, and each of them is one of a kind. They aren't one-use things, of course, but there's a cooldown of a few days until they can be used again. Wouldn't that make the rune circuits hot commodities? Officer Huang got to the crux of the matter. That doesn't even begin to cover it, White Rabbit said seriously. People literally die for them. Awakeners are all fighting to get their hands on one. Rune circuits are the top reason for conflicts between awakeners, and 80 to 90% of awakeners' death can be attributed to them. Teacher White Rabbit. Gao Yang raised his hand. I have a question. Ask away. White Rabbit gave each of them a look. And eat. Come on. The meat's gonna go cold. Everyone started moving their chopsticks except for Wang Zikai. He was never one for lectures and had fallen asleep at some point, even starting to snore. The fight at Gu family's village had taken a toll on him. Gao Yang asked, you said that there are only 12 rune circuits in this city. What about the other cities? I almost forgot to tell you the most important thing. You should prepare yourselves, White Rabbit said cryptically, and everyone pricked up their ears. Then Wu Dehai stole the spotlight by interjecting, there are no other cities. A stunned silence permeated the table. Gao Yang broke the silence by asking, what do you mean? There are no other cities. Haha, idiot. Wu Dehai was enjoying Gao Yang's shock. I meant it literally. You all grew up in Li City, didn't you? White Rabbit smiled. Have you ever left? The suburbs and the rural areas of the city don't count. I meant if you've ever truly left. No one gave a positive answer. Officer Huang put down the chopsticks he had eaten meat with and said, I started working at a station right after I graduated from the academy, and I had 2 chances to leave the province for further study. However, both times I wasn't able to make it for one reason or another. Gao Yang sucked in a breath, remembering a well-known movie, The Truman Show. The others gasped in realization. Fat June was the only one still wondering what Gao Yang meant. He quickly took out his phone and looked the movie up. He exclaimed, holy shit. No way, that's insane. Unfortunately, it's all true. White Rabbit cocked her head and smiled with resignation. The 4 million monsters and the less than 400 humans are all that make up our world. But that doesn't make sense. Gao Yang tried his best to dredge up the memories in his head. My dad went overseas with a client before. They even visited the beach and took a lot of pictures. If there were only one city, how could the world operate in such a realistic way? White Rabbit didn't immediately respond. Instead, she asked, back when you were in the underground version of the Gu family's village, you saw the barriers around it, didn't you? Yes. Officer Wang's memory of the village was still fresh. No matter how we tried to walk out of the village, we couldn't. It was unbelievable, like there was a magical barrier of sorts. Li City was surrounded by barriers like that too. Awakeners have been trying to look for an exit, but so far we haven't had any luck. White Rabbit's words took a sudden turn. However, the city does have official channels. Official channels. Yes. Airplanes, high-speed rails, and highways. They take you to other places, but those destinations are nothing but big bubbles with barriers as well. Don't even think about getting out of the train or car on the way. Many awakeners have tried. Some even attempted to jump off the plane halfway. White Rabbit crossed her arms. They all failed. It's impossible. White Rabbit turned to Gao Yang. When your dad went abroad, he took a plane, didn't he? Yeah. Gao Yang tried to rationalize everything. You mean we cannot walk out of the city, but we can go to Maldives one on a plane, and on the way, we cannot get off the plane. Not even if I were Superman and could fly. That's it. White Rabbit nodded. There's nothing in the middle. What seems to exist is nothing but an illusion. Of course, it's also possible that there is something in the middle, but it's not open to any humans or monsters. Wu Dehai interjected again. He had something to share about this. I've been to Maldives many times, Gao Yang, and I took the time to explore it. I found the border quickly. The place is much smaller than Li City. White Rabbit leisurely enjoyed her food, giving everyone some time to digest all the information. A minute later, she cleared her throat. Listen to me carefully and do your best to understand it. First, forget everything you learn in geography class. Now close your eyes and imagine the world as a vast ocean. On the ocean are many isolated islands. Some are big, like our Li City. There is a population of 4 million with only 400 humans. Everyone else is a cutie. Cutie. Fat June cut in. That's what those in our field call monsters, Wu Dehai explained. White Rabbit raised her chopsticks and said, some islands are particularly small, like Maldives. All islands can only be reached through the official channels, while no creatures can enter the ocean. We can at most walk on the beach and look around. However, what we're seeing is only the mist on the ocean. No one knows what's inside the mist. As for how the world came into being, it's a mystery like its past, present, and future. Crazy. Officer Huang took a big drag of his cigarette. Absolutely crazy. Gao Yang was reeling with shock as well. His perception of the world broke down entirely. What kind of world had he transmigrated into? Fat June pulled at his hair, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Qing Ling was the only one completely unfazed by the revelation. She only cared about leveling up. I know it's hard to wrap your heads around, but it's the reality we're facing. White Rabbit was just about to explain further when her attention was drawn by the spicy rabbit heads the waiter brought to the table. All thoughts other than digging into her favorite dish evaporated from her head. Take over, Wu Dahai. There were 2 rabbit heads on the white plate. They had been roasted to a golden color and glistened red with all the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns coating them. There was a grotesqueness to the presentation. Eyes glinting, White Rabbit forewent chopsticks and grabbed a rabbit head with both hands, quickly taking a bite. Red sauces streaked down from the corner of her mouth, and there was a cracking sound of bones breaking every time she chewed. The way she wolfed down the food was in stark contrast with her usual self. They all spent some time watching White Rabbit devour the rabbit head before Wu Dahai took over the conversation. Where were we? The 12 rune circuits are very precious, said Gao Yang. Ah, that's right. All awakeners are fighting over them. Our organization has found the life rune circuit. That was why Cute Little Lamb and Dead Pig were able to reach level 4 with their talents. Wu Dahai sounded proud. He lowered his voice and said, now that we've gotten another, we'll study it and find out its type. Wu Dahai gave Qing Ling a look. I don't think it'll be element type though. Doesn't feel like it. It won't help you push your metal to level 4. Disappointment flashed through Qing Ling's eyes. She lost interest in what else he had to say and began to eat her plate of spicy rabbit heads. Have all 12 rune circuits been found? Asked Gao Yang. Of course not. This one included. Only 6 have been found so far, Wu Dahai said. The other 4 are with the other organizations. Everyone hides them like the greatest treasure. Where are the other rune circuits? Asked Gao Yang. We don't know. White Rabbit had finished about half of the rabbit head. Her lips were red from the stimulus of the spice like she had put on lipstick. She sucked on her thumbs and forefingers to savor the taste. If the first rune circuit hadn't been found by an awakener by chance 20 years ago, no one would even know they existed. Anyhow, rune circuits are all hidden. Some may be found in special domains, some may be with a monster, and others may be accumulating dust in some hidden corner of an antique shop. Basically, awakeners have been looking for treasures all over the city with obsession since the first rune circuit was found, and that was when conflicts and deaths started growing in intensity and frequency. Finally, having finished her plate of rabbit heads, White Rabbit wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Alright, I've told you the basics. Now let's go over the operation at Gu family's village. 1. The Ra is actually a wordplay of Maldives by replacing the first word ma, which means horse, with new, which means ox. White Rabbit cleaned her hands with a wet wipe and picked up the tongs again to continue roasting meat for everyone. First thing first, the Gu family's village you visited was surrounded by a barrier, but rather than an isolated island, it was a small subspace under Li City. What's the difference? Gao Yang asked. The difference is that while the isolated islands can only be reached via official channels such as highways, airplanes, and high-speed rails, the subspace can be reached with other means. Heavenly Dog is an awakener with a spacetime talent, allowing him to cut the space open momentarily so that we could enter the underground Gu family's village. Ah, Gao Yang thought for a moment. But why are there 2 Gu family's villages? An underground one in addition to the one above ground? Good question. White Rabbit gave him a thumbs up. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Let me start from the beginning. 3 years ago, our organization found the first rune circuit, the Life Type 1. It was the 4th rune circuit awakeners had ever found, and it was inside an underground space. I won't go into the details. Just know that it was a similar situation with Gu family's village. Last spring, White Rabbit threw Wu Dahai a rare appreciative glance. I lured Wu Dahai into the organization with my feminine wiles. Ha, you said it. Wu Dahai slammed his chopsticks on the table. Don't you feel a pang of consciousness for leading on a pure-hearted boy like me? Don't interrupt me. White Rabbit couldn't care less. Anyhow, Wu Dahai told me about the tragic happening at Gu family's village and said that it could be related to rune circuits. I looked it up and found out it was indeed a strange case. A family of 5 was killed, followed by the disappearance of all villagers. We sent our people to investigate the ruin of Gu family's village. The first time, we encountered the hair monster like you did, and we were brought to the underground Gu family's village. However, our people were stronger than you lot, and the hair monster fled once it realized it couldn't win. Then we stayed for another 2 days and found out all the information you've found, but the hair monster never showed up again. White Rabbit glanced at Wu Dahai. We visited the place a few more times to no avail. The hair monster was cunning. Knowing how much of a threat we were to it, it refused to show up. We concluded that the hair monster must have mutated after devouring a rune circuit. So you used us. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's hard to find the right people. White Rabbit batted her eyelashes. First, it had to be awakeners, but not those belonging to the other organizations since we couldn't trust them. Our best bet were free agents who didn't even know about rune circuits. That's what we call awakeners who haven't yet joined any organization, Wu Dahai added. White Rabbit continued, couldn't be too strong, or the hair monster wouldn't show up. Couldn't be too weak, or the hair monster would kill everyone swiftly or notice it was a trap. Finally, there was one important thing. White Rabbit turned to Qingling and stroked her long, silky black hair. It'd be best if the target had nice black hair. With its obsession with hair, the hair monster would be more likely to bite the bait. So you picked the three of us. Officer Huang raised an eyebrow. Yep. White Rabbit grinned. You were free agents and weren't too weak, making you the perfect bait. On top of that, you didn't know about rune circuits. What a devilish scheme, Officer Huang said, disgruntled. Speaking of this, I'd have to compliment Mr. Wu Dahai again. White Rabbit gave him a thumbs up. He was quite worried about you and told you specifically to bring more help. If you hadn't brought Fat Jun and Wang Zikai, things would have turned out differently. You're an evil woman, Officer Huang said with begrudging respect. I'm staying away from you from now on. Haha, I only ever throw outsiders under the bus, never my teammates. White Rabbit picked up a piece of potato for Officer Huang. And teammates are what we are now. Please take care of me. Go back to the Gu family's village, Gao Yang urged. All right. White Rabbit nodded. According to what I know, what happened in Gu family's village wasn't complicated. Simply put, Hua's daughter-in-law, the woman who married into his family, had been devoured by an overtaker. What's an overtaker? Gao Yang zeroed in on the key point. White Rabbit sighed. Dear Lord, you really know nothing. You're lucky to have survived for this long. Overtakers are a type of greed monsters, Wu Dahai said. There are two known types of greed monsters at the moment, freeriders and overtakers. White Rabbit continued, as the name would suggest, freeriders entered and hitchhiked in the human body as parasites at the price of their deaths. They coexist with the human, maintaining some sentience and capabilities. But all in all, the human remains the owner of the body. Fat Jun spat out the meat he was chewing on and pointed at his own face. That's me. Wu Dahai told me about your condition. That's right. Your right hand is now a freerider. Bodhisattva blesses me. Fat Jun felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. I'm still human? Hooray. It's a shame that you aren't able to control the form and ability of your right hand yet. Please work hard on that. White Rabbit winked at Fat Jun with a smile. You'll become an official member once you gain control of your right hand. Yeah, I'll prove that the organization is right to trust me, Fat Jun declared with renewed determination. Wake up, loser. Wu Dahai rained on his parade. Once you become a valuable tool and sign your body to the organization, she won't ever give you the time of day. I've been there myself. Fat Jun chuckled while touching his head. Haha, that's fine. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Gao Yang had been listening intently, and he realized something. If the white cat were a freerider, it should have died after biting Fat Jun. Yet the white cat showed up again later. Could those be two different cats? He filed that in his head and pushed the question aside for now. At least Fat Jun seemed fine at the moment. I'll continue. White Rabbit went back to her original topic. Another type of greed monsters are the overtakers. Basically, they enter and overtake the host bodies completely at the price of abandoning their own, turning into a brand new creature with the body of an awakener but the soul of a monster. Everyone quietly listened with rapt attention. The bride was an awakener who had been replaced by an overtaker, said White Rabbit. Biologically speaking, these overtaken awakeners are humans through and through. They can either choose to keep playing a monster, or abandon their past and live on as a human. We call someone like that a half-human. Half-human. Gao Yang pondered the name. There seemed to be something profound about it. The half-human bride married into Hua's family in Gu family's village. White Rabbit sighed. And that night, she controlled everyone in the village to kill the entire family. You should know how she did it. Why kill them though? Officer Huang asked. Gao Yang came to a realization on his own. Are Hua's family all humans? Bingo. That can't be. Officer Huang found that hard to believe. The possibility is incredibly slim. Gao Yang was shocked as well, but he couldn't help being happy to learn that. Perhaps his family were all humans too. At least, it seemed more likely to be true now. But then something nagged at him. But it doesn't add up. What? White Rabbit asked, knowing full well what he was going to say. If Hua's family were all awakeners, why would they lose to the half-human? Yeah. White Rabbit nodded. In theory, 4 awakeners should be able to defeat a half-human even when the half-human was empowered by a rune circuit. Worst comes to worst, they shouldn't have ended up slaughtered so easily and terribly. Moreover, why would 4 awakeners welcome a monster into the family? It didn't make sense. Stop being cryptic. Wu Dahai crossed his legs. Just tell them. White Rabbit lowered her voice and said, it was because the 4 men of Hua's family were no awakeners. They were regular humans. The meat sizzled on the grill, and a strange silence overtook the table for a moment as white smoke rose. Fat Jun was the first to speak up. He gulped and asked the question everyone was thinking about. Isn't it the case that monsters never attack regular humans? Yeah. White Rabbit had been waiting for the question. The rule is universally applicable, but somehow, the bride was an exception. Why? Gao Yang didn't understand. Who knows? Perhaps her psyche underwent some changes after becoming a half-human, or maybe it was the influence of the rune circuit. White Rabbit shrugged. After all, we don't know a lot about rune circuits. But basically, she became something like a bug and awakened all the monsters in the village through her mental manipulation power to have Huse's family torn apart. Interestingly, she had the monsters cut herself up as well. It could be seen as a suicide. That's strange. Officer Huang shook his head. She had finally become human, yet she got herself killed. How is that strange? Wu Dehai snorted. Maybe she regretted it. Maybe she thought it was better to be a monster than a human and wanted to start over. That is a possibility. White Rabbit propped her head up with a hand on her chin. In the end, her suicide attempt failed. The rune circuit kept her head alive and retained the powerful will of her living self as well as a certain degree of intelligence. After many years of mutation, she became the hair monster we encountered. As for the monsters of the Gu family's village, they all reverted back to their human forms with traces of the crime completely wiped out, all in the service of a consistent story. They forgot everything. To the police, Hua's family had been killed and cut up, while the bride's head was missing. Then the villagers organized a funeral for the family, and they all disappeared overnight. White Rabbit stopped suddenly. A few seconds later, the owner of the restaurant sauntered over with a tray, her body moving in an alluring way, and she also brought with her a pronounced, captivating fragrance. She put 7 glasses of drink on the table. Our specialty plum drink. It cools the body down and quenches the thirst. Would you fancy a taste? Thanks. White Rabbit was the first to grab a glass. The others followed her lead. Gao Yang took a sip. Taste good. Glad to hear that. The restaurant owner smiled faintly. Even the curves of the brow seemed refined and sensuous. The men at the table couldn't help but stare. For a moment, they forgot about the truth of the awakener. Enjoy. The restaurant owner turned to leave. Only after the awakener was out of earshot did Officer Huang comment, "What a terrifying talent." White Rabbit snapped her fingers. All right. Attention, class. Just stay awake for a little longer. Then we'll end the class for today. Please go on, teacher. Everyone drank their plum drink while playing the part of attentive students. A half-human broke the rule and dragged the monsters of the entire village with her. Even though the police failed to solve the case, they couldn't escape the punishment of the heavenly way. Gao Yang was just about to open his mouth when White Rabbit raised a hand to stop him. I know what you want to ask. Heavenly way is just a name we agree on. White Rabbit thought for a moment. It's basically an umbrella term for the rules, patterns, and order the world operates under. A good portion of awakeners believe there to be a tremendous intangible power governing the world, the relationship between humans and monsters, and the rules that have come into being. The power resembles the heavens. And Dao the ancient people had written about impartial, unemotional, unknowable, irresistible. Of course, there are also a smaller number of awakeners who think of it as something more similar to an advanced AI operating solely on cold reason, an artifact from an advanced civilization we cannot begin to wrap our minds around. And the rune circuits are of the same origin. These are the two major schools of thoughts. Anyhow, be it the heavenly way or an advanced AI, there are a set of stringent rules in place, and the most important one is, unawakened humans are not to be attacked. Otherwise, there will be punishment. We call punishments like this heavenly punishment. So those at the Gu family's village were subject to heavenly punishment, Gao Yang said in understanding. Correct. White Rabbit nodded. Our hypothesis is that due to the half-human bride killing unawakened humans, the heavenly way brought the entire Gu family's village 1,000 meters underground, forcing all monsters to endlessly repeat the particular period of time. Don't ask me why that was the punishment the heavenly way deemed appropriate. I don't have an answer. As it is, the monsters were essentially being put in life imprisonment, and the hair monster was stuck with them without a way out. As for the Gu family's village above ground, think of it as a replica made through 3D printing. Heavenly way put it there in place of the original Gu family's village. White Rabbit clapped. All right, that's the end of it. Ask away if you have any questions. No one did. They were all trying their best to digest the revelations. Heh. Wu Dehai patted Fat June on the shoulder like a senior would a newcomer. I was stunned out of my mind like you when I first heard the truth, but this is just the beginning? Do you know what the gates of closure are? Or the Crimson Tide? You have much to learn, young Padawans. All right. Let's end things here. Take some time to think about it. White Rabbit stood up and stretched her arms. Enjoy the food. I'm off. Wait, Gao Yang called out to her. Last question. Go on. Gao Yang felt lost. What should we do now? Well, White Rabbit's eyes twirled. On an individual level, you have to get stronger. That's the one thing all awakeners must do. The stronger you are, the less likely you'll get killed by monsters, humans, half-humans, mutated creatures, or whatever enemies coming your way, and the more likely you'll survive the next Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide? It sounded terrifying, but it must be information they had the right to access since White Rabbit brought it up herself. He would ask about it later. On a macro level, all awakeners must find all 12 of the rune circuits as soon as possible. It's theorized that we'll be able to unlock the gates of closure then, and most awakeners including our organization believe that's the first step to dispersing the mist surrounding the world. Perhaps it's even the most important step. White Rabbit's shoulders slumped suddenly, her eyes dimming. But it's too difficult. Are rune circuits difficult to find? Officer Huang asked. Yeah, there's no pattern to it. It's all blind luck. That's not even the most difficult part, however. Given time, we will collect all the rune circuits. White Rabbit's voice grew an icy edge. The greatest challenge is deciding who we are giving the rune circuits to once we've collected all of them. Among the awakeners, aren't there? Gao Yang tried to find the right word. A leader. Leader my ass. Wu Dahai's legs were still crossed. The flock of dragons has no leader. The land is divided by different warlords. The three kingdoms are locked in a power struggle. 1. That's a bit much, but you get the drill. White Rabbit snorted. By then, the awakeners are likely going to break into a total civil war. A mathematician among the awakeners built a risk assessment model and concluded that the day the war ends, 94% of all awakeners will have died, while one awakener reigns supreme. The awakener will then lead the survivors to open the gates of closure and move forward. To be honest, I don't really look forward to that future. White Rabbit's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Who knows if I'll be among the surviving 6% rather than the other 94%. Gao Yang didn't say anything, while Officer Huang frowned. Qing Ling's expression didn't even change. And Fat Jun gulped. Why the hell are you scared? Then shouted a booming, boisterous voice. Wang Zikai had woken up at some point, and he stepped on the table, swinging his arm as he hollered, in a year, I'll kill all lizard people, topple the other organizations, and break down those damn gates, leading you all to victory. The lively atmosphere in the restaurant turned instantly icy. Dozens of customers put down their chopsticks and turned to stare at Wang Zikai, who had stood up high with a foot on the table, and the companions around him. One Wu Dahai used 3 Chinjiao, 4-character Chinese idioms, here. Fat Jun hurriedly dragged Wang Zikai back to the seat, while Officer Huang reached out to cover his mouth. White Rabbit shot to her feet and put on a lovely smile, bowing and apologizing, sorry, he's a white face. White Rabbit pointed at her own head. Have a few loose screws here. White face was their jargon for wanderers. There were a few awakeners among the customers, and they seemed to have realized what Wang Zikai was on their own. They chuckled in understanding and went back to eating and chatting among themselves. The lively atmosphere returned to the restaurant. White Rabbit sat back down and gave Wang Zikai a serious look. You may have the top talent, buddy, but you can't get ahead of yourself. You need to lay low and grow stronger for the time being. An open gunshot is easy to dodge, while a hidden arrow is difficult to avoid. What if you die prematurely in an ambush? Who's gonna lead us to the glorious future? Oh, you're right. Wang Zikai was convinced. He waved a hand and said, I got a little excited when I woke up and heard you going so hard about everything. I'll be more careful next time. Promise. Remember? White Rabbit emphasized again, keep a low profile. Low profile, got it. Wang Zikai swore. All right. White Rabbit stood up. Let's end things here. Take good care of them, Wu Dahai. I've got to return to HQ. She lowered her voice and added, after all, I've got something precious with me. I can't relax here. Leave it to me and take care, said Wu Dahai. Why don't we all go with you? Gao Yang suggested. On one hand, he was worried that White Rabbit might get mugged while carrying something so important on her own. On the other hand, he wanted to take a look at their headquarters. Thanks for your concern. White Rabbit saw through him and gave him a confident smile. I'll be fine. Wu Dahai laughed. She's nothing if not the champion of running away. That put an end to any further protest. They had all witnessed White Rabbit's formidable leap. White Rabbit walked up to the window or the big hole that did nothing to stop the chilly wind of the night. She put her baseball cap and mask back on, keeping her hair from flying all over the place. See you? With a graceful leap, she vanished into the night. Wu Dahai stayed with Gao Yang and the others for another half an hour, talking about awakeners and other related topics. Wu Dahai was quite open to them, but what he knew was but the tip of an iceberg. Once the conversation shifted to the more concrete details, his knowledge in the field turned out to be only surface level. It might be because his rank in the organization wasn't high enough, or it could be that awakeners in general didn't know much more about monsters. Late at night, the 6 of them departed from the walled city of 10 dragons. Officer Huang offered to drive Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Fat Jun home, while Wu Dahai told Wang Zikai to give him a lift back, then he would be free to take the car and drive it to his heart's content. Wang Zikai was so overjoyed that he hugged Wu Dahai and called him his good brother at the end of every sentence. He couldn't have expressed his gratitude more passionately outside of giving the man a kiss. Gao Yang was relieved to see their interaction. Finally, he was able to take a breath. In the small hours, the patrol car moved through the almost empty road and soon reached the Qingyang Bridge. Qing Ling was in the back seat with him, her head rested against the car window. Against the backdrop of the late-night view filtered through the translucent glass, Qing Ling's fair face, cool eyes, and the shadows flicking through her face combined to paint quite an atmospheric image. Movie directors would have loved her. She had the kind of face that invited a look into her personal story. But in truth, what are you thinking? Gao Yang asked. Leveling up. In truth, the girl had no story to tell. All she ever thought about was leveling up. What do you think of the 12 zodiac signs? Officer Huang, their driver, suddenly asked. Do you mean? Gao Yang looked for the right words. Are they worth trusting? Trust is too much of a luxury. Officer Wang's gaze was sharp and experienced. Think of them as a band of mercenaries. Do you think it'd be worth it for us to risk our lives for them? Do we have a better option? Gao Yang responded with a question. Touché. Officer Huang sighed. It's the natural order of things for bigger fish to eat smaller fish. We're in no place to negotiate. In my opinion, Gao Yang thought for a moment. I don't think the 12 zodiac signs is a bad organization, but they aren't exactly the good guys either. Yeah, Officer Huang agreed. White Rabbit is a good example. She may look harmless, but in actuality, she has no qualms using people and discarding them afterwards. To be honest, we wouldn't have survived till the hair monster showed up if not for Fat June and Wang Zikai. But did you notice it? She was determined to only step in after the hair monster made its appearance. Gao Yang concluded, in her eyes, the survival of the 5 of us isn't as important as one rune circuit. Correct. Officer Wang's gaze was fixed on the road ahead. The car had reached the middle part of the bridge, and the vast expanse of the Li River ran far on both sides. She was honest about one thing: in this world, awakeners may be more dangerous than monsters. But we hadn't joined the organization at that point. Fat June spoke up quietly from the passenger seat. We're now part of the organization. She said she's only ruthless to outsiders. She's nice to their own. And you took her words for it? Asked Officer Huang. Fat June was at a loss for words. You're already swaying after meeting her for the first time. Officer Huang shot him a glare with feigned anger. I shouldn't have let you live back in Wang Zikai's garage. I didn't mean it that way. Fat June blanched. Please stop scaring him. Gao Yang realized what Officer Huang was doing and interjected as the good cop. He leaned over to pat Fat June on the shoulder. I'll tell you a way to read people, Fat June. It may not work, but consider it a frame of reference. Okay, please go on, Brother Yang. After what they had been through, Gao Yang was the one Fat June trusted the most. For one, Gao Yang was smart, and he had never once given up on Fat June. Moreover, Gao Yang had acquired talent, fire and managed to exchange a few proper blows with the hair monster. In Fat Jun's mind, Gao Yang had already become a leader to follow. It's about the outside rather than the inside, said Gao Yang. Huh. Fat June didn't get it. Qing Ling explained with her usual icy voice, doesn't matter what someone's thinking or saying. What matters is what they do. After a moment, Fat June shouted, I got it, sister-in-law. Qing Ling frowned slightly. She had grown tired of saying, I'm not your sister-in-law. Officer Huang? Brother Yang? Sister-in-law. Fat Jun's eyes grew misty. There have been many chances for you to give up on me, but you've never done that. Although you teased me sometimes, you still keep me around all this time. You are the ones who have been treating me well. Good. Officer Huang patted him on the shoulder, pleased. Fate brought us together as companions, and we should cherish the bond. As for the 12 zodiac signs, Gao Yang continued for him, the organization is our support, but they aren't necessarily our companions. That's right. They can be our support, but they may sell us out at any time. That would all depend on the organization's true goal. If their goal requires the sacrifice of our lives, they are unlikely to hesitate, and from their perspective, they will merely be doing the right thing. Officer Huang fished out a pack of cigarettes and pulled one out with his teeth. From our perspective, however, we never want to become cannon fodder for them. Survival is our absolute bottom line. It will not and must not be crossed. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Gao Yang reached out a hand. But survival is my bottom line as well. Same for me. Fat June turned around to put his hand on Gao Yang's. Then Officer Huang took a hand off the driving wheel and joined in. Qing Ling did the same after a moment of silence. The 4 hands pressed together for a few seconds before pulling back. Fat June was suddenly overcome with emotions. He rubbed his eyes and choked out, you may tease me for this, but that was the first time in my life that I've ever felt like I have a home. All right. Let's not get too cheesy. Officer Huang pointed at the glove compartment. Open that. There are 3 sheets of A4 paper. Take them out. Oh, sure. Fat June did as Officer Huang said. On each sheet was a dense table. Gao Yang leaned in to take a look. The talent list. Yeah, that's all the talents from serial number 10 to the last, and that's all I know about talents. I was going to give it to you as a thank you gift after passing the 3rd test. Officer Huang chuckled. Now that we've joined the 12 zodiac signs, the list may not be all too useful to you. Still, you should take it. From now on, we're comrades in arms running from the same starting line. Let's support each other and overcome difficulties together. Fat Jun's hand trembled as it clutched on the A4 sheet. He was reminded again of what Gao Yang said, it's about the outside rather than the inside. Unable to hold it in any longer, he broke into tears and sobbed. On his way back home, Gao Yang called his mother. He was going to visit the hospital, but his mother told him to go home. She said she would be keeping watch with his sister, and Gao Yang should take over came tomorrow morning. Gao Yang agreed. When he got home, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Exhausted, he took a shower and threw himself onto his bed, forgetting about the talent list altogether. When he was just about to slip into unconsciousness, he heard a staccato of dull sounds. Gao Yang sat up immediately, alerted. The sounds were coming from his bedroom door. Someone was knocking. Gao Yang's sleep-addled brain kicked into overdrive, making him feel a pain in the back of his head like he was free-falling, and his heart thumped faster and faster because of the rush of his blood. Both his mother and sister were in the hospital. This late at night, the one knocking on his door could only be his grandmother. Wait, no. Mom sent Granny to Uncle's house in the rural area because no one can stay at home to take care of her. She won't be back until half a month later. Gao Yang got off the bed and focused his energy on his hands, readying himself to activate fire at any moment. He called out to the door, who is it? It's me. It was Gao Xingxin. Gao Yang sighed in relief, but the relief was immediately replaced by alertness. His sister shouldn't be home now, and she never knocked. She always kicked the door open and barged in. "You're really my sister?" asked Gao Yang. "Who else can it be?" Her prideful tone was familiar to him. "I don't buy it," said Gao Yang. "Tell me a secret only the two of us know." His sister raised her voice and shouted, "You peed in 2 streams until 10. There are 3 moles on the soles of your feet? You're a moron? Is that enough for you?" Yeah. Gao Yang opened his locked door. Dressed in white pajamas made of light and airy silk, Gao Xingxin stood outside barefooted, her hair messy and her mouth pouty. She looked unhappy. "Aren't you at the hospital?" asked Gao Yang. "You returned home, and Mom told me to come back too." His sister walked in and plopped herself on his bed. "I can't sleep at the hospital. Mom was just worried that I wouldn't be safe staying in the house on my own." Gao Yang sat down beside her. "How's Dad?" His sister lowered her head, her shoulders drooping. "The doctor said that he's recovering better than expected, but that's not good enough for me at all." "Why? Dad will be bound to a wheelchair the rest of his life." His sister tucked her legs in and hugged her knees close, resting her chin on them as she looked out of the window. "Uncle Qing visited today and talked about the factory. He said the revenue isn't looking good, and there's a great debt he wasn't able to collect. One of their clients, the owner of a supermarket chain, declared bankruptcy and fled. There's a lack of liquidity, and the workers haven't been paid for 2 months." Gao Yang sighed as well. Their father's food processing factory hadn't been doing well the past 2 years. That was why he had been rushing around with more and more social functions to attend. And then he got into a car accident. Uncle Qing was his business partner. The man must be burning on both ends too. Dad said that worst comes to worst, we'll sell the house and move back to the countryside. His sister's voice broke a little. "I don't want to go back." Gao Yang was conflicted. His sister was at an age when kids were most vain. After enjoying the convenience of the city, it was only natural that she couldn't go back to the rural lifestyle. Even if they disregarded everything else, the pit toilet alone was a nightmare to her. Whenever they visited their maternal grandmother's home, she always tried her best to avoid using the toilet. Gao Yang was wondering how he should comfort his sister when she said, "I want to stay here. Once I graduate from middle school, I'll start doing part-time jobs. Jobs in the city pay better." Gao Yang paused, feeling both moved and ashamed. He had thought his sister was reluctant to go back to the countryside because of material reasons, but she simply wanted to start working earlier to help shoulder the financial burden on the family. "No," Gao Yang said vehemently. "You should be studying, not doing part-time. I can do photo shoots." Gao Yang jumped. "What photo shoots?" 1. Fashion bloggers, basically. You know I like Lolita dresses, and I often upload pictures of my looks to my social media. I already have more than 6,000 followers. A few sellers have contacted me and sent me their dresses, paying me to advertise their products. That's the job I'm talking about." His sister sounded proud. "I made the calculations. If I get 3 offers every month, and each seller pays me 300 yuan, I'll get 900 yuan. Then I can sell the dresses the sellers give me for free and earn another 1,000 or so yuan. That's about 2,000 yuan in total every month. Once I get even more followers, more sellers will seek me out, and I'll get even more money. However, it'll be difficult to continue this job if we return to the countryside." Gao Yang stroked her hair and said gently, "You have my full support if you love Lolita dresses and want to be an online model, but that can only be a hobby of yours. You must not give up on your study. Understand?" "But." "No but? Dad won't have to sell the house. Don't worry about money. Your brother will find a way." "What can you do?" Gao Xingxin didn't sound convinced. What else could he do? Wang Zikai was rich, and Wu Dahai even more so. He would have to borrow some money from them, or perhaps they would be willing to invest in his father's factory as shareholders. Gao Yang would just have to pay them back through labor. "You don't have to worry about that," Gao Yang said with a smile. "Yeah." Relieved, his sister shifted closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder. "Can I sleep here tonight, brother?" "No." Gao Yang rejected her without hesitation. His sister pouted. "Why? We used to sleep on the same bed when we were little. Like you said, we were little. But not now. But I'm scared." His sister grew quiet. "I have been getting a strange feeling lately. I even had a nightmare last night that you were dead. Why would I die for no reason?" Gao Yang chuckled. "Dad got into an accident for no reason. That's not something that happens every day. Misfortune has found our family once already. We'll be fine going forward." Gao Yang assured her. "Come on, go back to your room and sleep." "Okay, I'll leave after a bit." His sister was still a little reluctant. Gao Yang didn't kick her out. Instead, he stayed with his sister for a little longer. He had thought it was strange for his sister to actually knock before coming in, but perhaps she had simply grown more mature. With what had happened to the family, it made sense that she found it necessary to grow up. Kids did that. Growing up overnight. Gao Yang was suddenly hit with a feeling of dissonance. 2 hours ago, he was in a barbecue place in the walled city of 10 dragons, talking about rune circuits, the mist world, the gates of closure, and the crimson tides, yet he was just talking to his sister about ordinary issues like his father's accident, their potential move back to the countryside, and dropping out of school to work part-time jobs. Sometimes, Gao Yang found himself wondering which was the real world. The brother and sister stayed together for a few minutes, steeping in their own thoughts. Then Gao Xingxin let out a sigh like she had made up her mind and got to her feet. All right, I'll go to bed. Go on. Then his sister suddenly stopped walking. Her gaze zeroed in on the A4 document on his computer desk. Although the light was off in the room, the moonlight streaming through the window hit the desk just so, illuminating a part of the paper. Shit, it's the talent list. Gao Yang jumped to his feet and pushed his sister out of the room. Come on. You should have been in bed yesterday. Yeah. His sister slowly walked out of his room. Before Gao Yang could close the door, however, his sister suddenly turned around like she had just realized something. Anything else? Gao Yang tightened his grip around the doorknob and tried his best to play nonchalant. Brother. His sister stared right at him with her big, clear eyes. There was a strange fleeting glint in them, as if a hidden source of light was cut off and quickly reconnected. When did you awaken? Gao Yang's heart contorted. No, not her. No, 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 no. Beep. Warning, you are in extremely great danger. Luck acquisition rate increases to 3,000 times. 1 in the original, Gao Xingxin said that she could be Zhong Caog, which literally means girls who make you want to buy something, usually for Lolita, Japanese high school uniform, or other less mainstream attires. The word, however, is pronounced the same as chicken, which is a euphemism for sex worker in China. That's why Gao Yang was so shocked. What are you talking about, sis? Gao Yang's palm was sweating, and his heart pounding. He hoped against hope that he could get this under control, but his rational mind told him that no, he was not talking his way out of this. Was he scared? Of course he was. What did an acquisition rate of 3,000 times mean? He and his 4 companions had failed to defeat the hair monster before. Now, his sister, if the girl before him could still be considered his sister, was 3 times more dangerous than it. To conclude, he was doomed. Strangely, compared to his fear, the more overpowering emotions filling his chest was actually a mix of regret, self-resentment, and sorrow. Why wasn't I more careful? Why did I let her see the talent list? Why oh why didn't I memorize the list and destroy it? Don't be scared, brother, Gao Xingxin said gently, sounding even a little resigned and sad. I'll be quick with it. Bam! Gao Yang didn't even see what happened before his throat was constricted. His back slammed into the wall with a heavy thud. His sister was strangling and pinning him with a fair, delicate hand around his neck. Gao Yang did his best to pry her fingers off him, yet the soft hand he had held countless times as they grew up were now more unyielding than any metal. She could have easily broken Gao Yang's neck, yet she didn't. She was confident and demanded obedience. Sis, Tur. Gao Yang struggled to speak, his eyes welling with tears he could not stop. After a pause, his sister laughed like she was amused. Come on, don't look so sad. Look scared. Otherwise, how am I going to enjoy killing you? Why? Gao Yang's voice grew a little pleading. Why must we go for each other's throat? We can continue to be family. You got it wrong, brother. His sister clicked her tongue. First, we and you humans aren't enemies going after each other. We are the hunters, and you humans the prey. And you are my brother. His sister sounded almost gentle. And I, your sister. Even though you've awakened and I must kill you, that will never change. Tomorrow morning, I'll forget about all this and shed tears for your death. I'll miss you forever. And it'll be real. Even now, I can hear myself crying at the bottom of my heart. I love my big brother so very much. I don't get it. Gao Yang was lost. You don't have to get it. You awakeners die because you can never leave well enough alone. His sister's eyes grew cold. Goodbye, brother. Wait. Before death, I have one last question. Gao Yang struggled to breathe against the pressure. What kind of monster are you? Wordlessly, his sister gave him a once-over with an unreadable expression. Under the silver moonlight, her lovely face seemed as pure as ever, and her body showed no trace of transformation. Do you want to see my true form? To his shock, his sister smiled with what could be embarrassment. But I think it's better that you remember me as I am now before you go, brother. The grip around his neck tightened. Delusion monster. Gao Yang listed off. Wrath monster, greed monster, pride monster. The fingers around his neck stilled for a moment. Pride monster it was. He knew nothing about them, but he couldn't die here, not yet. Sister, warm tears streaked down Gao Yang's flushed face. I'm sorry. He suddenly grabbed onto Gao Xingxin's head. Fire. Swoosh. A burst of flames shot out of his palms, enveloping Gao Xingxin's head in an instant, and the grip on his neck went slack for a moment. Ah! Gao Yang shouted, pushing all his energy into his hands and crossed the 2 torrents of blazing fire in close distance, burning Gao Xingxin's head with mad abandon. The firelight illuminated the whole room and heated the air, creating powerful heat currents that rampaged around in the limited space. The heat almost burned Gao Yang's eyes, and he had to close them. Gao Yang kept shouting, both with a desperate want to survive and a heart-rending sorrow. His fire burned at the highest intensity he could manage for close to a minute, draining him completely. His arms dropped, and he opened his tear-filled eyes. His heart stopped. Gao Xingxin's shirt was almost completely burned, exposing her collarbones and young body. Her hair was a mess, but not even a little charred. It was as if Gao Yang had merely ruffled her hair with his hands. Her face was also entirely free of burn marks. She considered Gao Yang with a bemused expression. I'm your little sister, brother. How could you hurt me like that? What manner of monster are you? Gao Yang felt himself plunged into a bottomless fear. Then he screamed as the grip around his neck tightened, taking away his breath and inflicting him with great pain. He was lifted off the floor and slammed into the wall again. Monster? That's what you call us, isn't it? Gao Yang stared at him. Aren't you the monsters? Our adorable kittens transform overnight into cunning, repulsive vipers seeking to kill their masters with a bite. What would you do if you were us? Would you tell yourself that it's still your kitten? No, you would kill the vipers and mourn the kittens who would never come back again. You are not my sister. Gao Yang glared at her. You're not my Gao Yang? Give her back to me. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Gao Yang laughed like that was the funniest joke in the world. She even had tears in her eyes from laughing too hard. When she finally had enough, she extended her left hand and penetrated Gao Yang's chest easily. This time, there was no miraculous escape. Gao Yang threw up a mouthful of blood, feeling like his heart and lungs had just been torn apart by tens of thousands of arrows. And he screamed. Oh, he screamed. Tremendous pain blurred the line between consciousness and unconsciousness. He felt himself melting, disintegrating, changing until he was no longer himself, but an insignificant, inanimate part of the vast world. He was the energy-saving light on the ceiling, the pool of blood on the floor below his feet, the burned, yellowed A4 document on the computer desk, the messed-up blanket on the bed, her sister's eyelashes, the metallic, charred smell in the air. He was everything in the world, everything but himself. Then his soul returned to his body after a fraction of a second. In his blurry vision, he saw a bloody, still pounding human heart, and it was in Gao Yang's grasp. It was his heart. Gao Yang looked at his heart with big eyes, innocent yet so very eerie. She seemed awestruck. After a few seconds, she looked up with a bashful smile like a little sister acting cute to her big brother. Can I eat this, brother? Gao Yang jerked up to a sitting position on his bed, instinctively reaching toward his chest. It was intact, and his heart was still beating. It was all a dream. But, it felt all too real. Gao Yang had never had a dream with such details and such realistic pain. And it was his worst nightmare. He found his body covered in cold sweat, drenching the tank top he was wearing. After calming himself down, he made to get off his bed when he felt a sudden chill. He caught a figure at the corner of his eye. There was someone else in the room? Silver moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains at a 45-degree angle, illuminating a corner of the room like a spotlight highlighting an actor on stage. And there sat a woman. She was dressed in well-fitted kipao, her silver hair glowing like white snow under moonlight. She sat on the chair with a natural gracefulness and sensuality. It was the swivel chair Gao Yang usually sat on when he played games, but the gas spring was no longer airtight, and the height of the seat couldn't be adjusted. It thus sank a little too low for comfort. With her voluptuous figure and the way she crossed her long, jade-like legs, she seemed at odds with the broken chair, yet it only served to make her even more enthralling. Restaurant owner. Gao Yang recognized the uninvited visitor immediately. The name's Lu Qingying. The awakener smiled. Don't be a stranger. You can call me Sister Lu. Sister Lu, what's going on? Gao Yang put on a calm expression, while his hands were tense and ready to activate fire anytime. Relax. I meant you no harm. Gao Yang was silent. All that was merely a dream. Lu Qingying's voice was leisurely and gentle, free of the sharpness and coyness of a stereotypical seductress. And this, Lu Qingying's eyes flickered, this is also a dream. Gao Yang suppressed a gasp. He didn't expect that to be a dream within a dream, and both felt so very real. Lu Qingying gazed at him with spellbinding upcurved eyes. I can move the conversation elsewhere, but I thought you'd be more at ease in a familiar environment. It's fine. Gao Yang didn't immediately ask what Lu Qingying wanted. That would make it seem like he lacked composure. Thus he brought up something else. This is another talent of yours. Talent, sweet dream, serial number 50, psyche type. Lu Qingying admitted it easily. Of course, it only works when the target is asleep. As he thought. Lu Qingying was more than what met the eyes. Gao Yang said with careful choice of words. How did you activate the talent? How did you enter my dream? I mean, that's rude of you. Lu Qingying gave him a mischievous smile. You shouldn't just ask for my secret like that. You're right. Gao Yang turned away so that his thinking wouldn't be compromised. It seemed that Lu Qingying's could still use seduction even in a dream. But I did visit without notice to ask something of you. To show you my goodwill, I can tell you the truth. Lu Qingying's eyes were all smiles. Why don't you make a guess first? Gao Yang thought back to their brief interaction. Eye contact? No. That would make the talent too powerful, and its serial number wouldn't be 50. He came to a conclusion quickly. Plum drinks. Smart boy. I've chosen the right one. Lu Qingying nodded appreciatively. I need a medium to connect to a target's dream. So, you drugged me. Oh my, let's not make it sound so sinister. Lu Qingying blinked, gliding a long forefinger from the chin to the lips before lifting it. I simply did this and put my finger in the drink, doing a little twirl. This method is a little less effective, however, and it'll last for at most 24 hours. That means I must visit you tonight. If I'd added my blood, the connection would last for more than a week. That was a genuine offer of goodwill. At least Lu Qingying was willing to reveal substantial information to him. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yang asked, did you create the dream within the dream? No, that's a side effect of being subject to sweet dream for the first time. The next time, if there is a next time, that is, you won't get another nightmare. Lu Qingying's lips parted slightly, a strange desire flashing through their eyes. I have to say, your dream is truly a delicacy. Gao Yang was offended, but he didn't voice it. Please don't take it the wrong way. I'm not mocking you. Lu Qingying tilted their head, lips still curved in a smile. Dreams are fake, yet they are an extension of the mind, a mix of one's imagination, calculation, speculation based on factors like the dreamer's memories, common sense, knowledge, emotions, and soul. Although dreams are often random and absurd, there is a logic to it. In some sense, dreams can reveal the truth or serve as a warning. They can even be premonitions that will one day become reality. Gao Yang's heart sank. Lu Qingying continued, see, the talent list is on your desk, and it's possible that your sister may barge into your room to seek you out. Although you've locked the door and could hide the list before letting her in, what if you forget about it? Your dream can become reality, and it's more likely for your sister to be a monster. Stop, Gao Yang said with furrowed brows. Lu Qingying gave him an approving look. Through one's dream, I can tell if they're a boring thickhead who warrants none of my attention, or someone whose IQ and EQ are both high with a rich range of emotions. It's because of your rich emotions, great deductive skill, active imagination, and consistent logic that your nightmare is one of my top 3. Lu Qingying's eyes glossed over while savoring their memories of his dream. Pride monsters. Heh, I've never encountered one before. Perhaps they are exactly as you dreamed them to be. I even observed complex emotions in the monster and a certain logic to its behavior. It's true that awakeners don't know a lot about monsters even though we live among them. Most awakeners aren't willing to learn about them to start with. They know nothing but violence, the most boring dreamers of all. You, however, are different. You came up with so many possibilities in your dream. That's impressive. Thanks. Gao Yang didn't mean it. He simply didn't know what to say. You're welcome. Lu Qingying leaned forward and rested their hands on their knees, fingers interlocked. We've gone off topic long enough. Let's get to business. After all, I can't predict when you'll wake up. Go on. Gao Yang focused his mind and body, making sure he could respond properly should the negotiation turn out for the worst. I'm here to make friends with you. Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong. After a pause, he said, you go through all these troubles to befriend me. Haha, there's more to it, of course. Lu Qingying stopped beating around the bush. I have a proposal for you. Gao Yang didn't respond. He was thinking. I'm not going to force you, of course. You're free to reject me. If that's your decision, I hope you'll keep what happened tonight a secret. Telling others will do neither of us any good. It'll be best for us to pretend that nothing happened. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. But why me? Because you caught my eyes in the crowd. Lu Qingying winked at him. Strangely, it made him feel all warm and fuzzy inside, but he didn't allow himself to get lost. He knew Lu Qingying was full of shit. Lu Qingying had 4 options: Qing Ling, Officer Huang, Wang Zikai, and Fat Jun. Qing Ling would be the first to be excluded. She was strong, and she was a girl. Lu Qingying's seduction wouldn't be that effective on her, and the negotiation wouldn't be that fruitful. Officer Huang wasn't a good choice either. He was also strong, and he was a police officer. With all his experience and his devotion to his wife, Lu Qingying wouldn't have much sway on him. Then there was Fat Jun. He was obviously timid and far from strong-willed. That would make it easier to steer him away from his companions, but he wouldn't necessarily be the best mole. And Wang Zikai was a monster, a not very intelligent one at that. Lu Qingying wouldn't even take him into consideration. Yeah, it's as you thought. Lu Qingying smiled. Can she read minds? I can't. I can only sense the signals going through your brain while you're dreaming and infer your thoughts based on that. I can't do the same in reality. Lu Qingying sighed. I wish I were a mind reader. That would make things easier. Mind reading? It seemed that Lu Qingying wasn't looking for anything tangible, but information. The corners of Lu Qingying's tightened slightly. You're too smart. I regret picking you a little. Gao Yang smiled. So, you want an exchange of intel? Yes. On 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang knew that he himself held no value. Lu Qingying must be after the organization behind him. Correct. What's the offer? Gao Yang crossed his legs, giving Lu Qingying his full attention. It's simple. Let's go into how things will work first. You'll visit my restaurant once every month, and I'll give you a complimentary drink. A sip, and we'll be able to meet each other in dreams like we are now without leaving any trace. And rest assured, I cannot do you any actual harm even though I can invade your dream, and the duration of the dream will depend on how long you are asleep. Compared to other talents, Sweet Dream is a harmless one. Gao Yang nodded, indicating Lu Qingying to continue. Every time we meet, I'll ask you something about the 12 zodiac signs. You may tell me what you know, and you may also withhold information from me. I'm not going to force you. Lu Qingying extended a finger for emphasis. However, I have one condition: you must not give me false information. If you do and I find out about it, that'll be the end of our arrangement, and I can't promise you that I won't retaliate. Got it. Now let's talk payment. I can give you information you seek in return. The rules will be the same. I can choose to tell or not tell you. You won't force me to talk. An intel for an intel. Lu Qingying's lips curved upwards into a knowing and crafty smile. If you give me a piece of information while I don't have any intel you want, I'll give you 5 Jinryu to show my gratitude. Jinryu? The golden crow in mythology. No, it's a currency awakeners use among ourselves. It's made of an extremely rare metal, and at the moment, less than 100,000 coins are circulating in the market. We usually refer to the metal as wujin, black gold, but over time, the wujin currency somehow turns into jinryu. Lu Qingying smiled. You may not be able to actually understand the value of it. Let me put it this way. 5 jinryu is equivalent to about 2 million yuan. Of course, no awakeners would be stupid enough to exchange the coins for regular money. Considering the state your father's in, however. Enough. What a terrifying person he was dealing with. What does black gold do? Why are coins made of it used as currency between awakeners? Asked Gao Yang. Oh, it's very useful. First, although we cannot create rune circuits ourselves, we know for certain that they are made of black gold. And weapons and items made of black gold contain a special energy that resonates with certain talents, resulting in all sorts of amazing synergies. Gao Yang was reminded of Qingling's Tangdao. Perhaps it was made of black gold. He pushed aside the thought as soon as it flashed through his head. Lu Qingying was able to read minds to a certain extent in dreams. He didn't want to unintentionally reveal his companion's secret. Anyway, the coins are very useful. Even if you don't make them into special weapons, you can trade with other awakeners with the coins. I'm not going to go into the details. I'm sure you'll get to know the world of awakeners soon with you joining the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang nodded. Lu Qingying put their hands back on their knees. That's the deal. Fair. Gao Yang couldn't identify any problems with it. Moreover, Lu Qingying stood up from the chair. Under the moonlight, they looked seductive with the crimson kipao wrapping around their body. Their silver hair gave them an air of mysteriousness and gracefulness, arousing the instinctual desires in men. You're a man. Perhaps, in the dreams, Lu Qingying didn't spell it out, but instead made the suggestion with an alluring look. Don't worry. It's not part of the deal. The night we spent together will be long, and I can't leave before you wake up. We might as well do something to kill time while solidifying our bond and partnership. That won't be necessary. What the heck? You're a man? I knew White Rabbit would tell you that. Lu Qingying didn't seem surprised by his reaction. Are you not a man? To be precise, I'm both. You're intersex. Gao Yang was surprised. Intersex people were those with the sex characteristics of both male and female. Only 1 out of 7,500 people were intersex 1, and there were only a little more than 400 humans in Li City. Yet there was an intersex person right before him? That further cemented Gao Yang's belief that it was possible for his family to turn out to be humans. Although I'm intersex, I identify as a woman 100%, and I can remove my male characteristics here. There's nothing for you to worry about. Besides, this is just a dream. So, Lu Qingying walked up to him and reached out a hand gently. Won't you consider it? 1. The percentage usually cited is 0.05% to 1.7%, so at the lowest it's 1 out of 2,000. While there's debates about the definition of intersex, I'm not entirely sure where the author gets the figure from. Perhaps it's a fictional ratio in the fictional world. Kind of you to offer, Gao Yang rejected with a smile. But no thanks. All right. Lu Qingying didn't seem surprised. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the chair. Tell me whenever you change your mind. She smiled. I am quite confident in my talent. Sweet dream and seduction combined would give you the time of your life without any risk. True, said Gao Yang. You may not believe me, but someone once offered 50 jinryu for a chance to sleep with me, and I turned them down. I believe you. You are very attractive. And Gao Yang was only telling the truth rather than trying to butter her up. However, he lived by his principles and was wary by nature. As an orphan who had transmigrated into this world, he came to realize after experiencing what a family was that in many cases, love was more dangerous than raw power. Although they were merely business partners, and every interaction would be taking place in dreams, there was no telling if he would develop feelings for her after getting intimate. Then he would be a slave to his feelings for her. Given he had 0 experience in relationships, he knew very well that he could end up losing everything to a beautiful, experienced woman with a cunning mind and a long list of past conquests and one with seduction as a talent at that. Knowing that's how you see me makes me a little hurt. Lu Qingying read his mind again. Gao Yang wasn't concerned about that, though. He was making it clear that she should give up on seducing him. So, do we have a deal? Lu Qingying asked. Deal. But don't get your hopes up, said Gao Yang. It's possible that I won't sell you any intel in the end. That's fine with me. Even if our deal ends up not working, our relationship remains. Lu Qingying smiled. Still, we'll have to stay like this the rest of the night. It's going to put you at a disadvantage since I can decipher parts of the thoughts going through your mind, albeit not an accurate reading. Thank you for the reminder, but it's okay. I have a way to deal with it. Gao Yang closed his eyes and accessed the system. Beep. Access granted? I don't need anything. Just stay running. Understood. Lu Qingying was stunned. What did he do? Suddenly, his brain seemed completely empty. How did he do it? Even the most experienced meditation master wouldn't be able to clear their heads of all thoughts. It was as if he had reached the greatest heights of Zen Samadhi, and he entered the state in but a second. The young man was full of surprises. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was screaming in his head. Shit, shit, shit. This woman is cunning. I almost fell for her trap. And the nightmare? She saw everything? Fuck me. How humiliating. Just kill me. Your emotions are running too wild. Wait, isn't this a dream? Does the system exist in dreams as well? The system is not limited to specific time, space, or state of energy. Ah, so when you warned me that my luck points acquisition rate had jumped to 3,000 times in the nightmare, the points I got are real too? The time flows at the same speed in the dream as in the real world. The bonus applies. Show me. You have a total of 160 luck points. That much? Still, it makes sense. I fought my sister for at least 3 minutes in the dream, which is 0.05 hours. Times 3,000, and I get 150 luck points. Added to that the 10 hours I've survived in a normal situation, I got 160 in total. What seems like bad luck sure can be a blessing in disguise. Would it be possible to get more luck points by exploiting the loophole? No. The bonus stemming from artificial danger created by psyche-type talent, be it dreams or illusions, is only applicable on the first instance. You sure are particular with rules. Duty demands. Keep the 160 luck points. I'll save up more to comprehend new talents. Lu Qingying was far from a newbie, and she didn't lose her calm when facing the unexpected situation. Instead, she waited quietly for even a little crack to show in Gao Yang's defense. However, he really ended up giving her nothing, not even a useless stray thought. She was suddenly feeling regretful. She shouldn't have told someone this impressive about her ability to read minds when they were in a dream. Still, he would probably have guessed it on his own given how clever he was. Then he would realize she was hiding things from him and opted out of their deal. That made her think that she had perhaps done the right thing by being honest. The young man didn't seem like a bad person. He lived by principles and seemed to have a hidden depth. There was no telling how far he would go. She had offered the right person partnership. 4 hours later, Gao Yang opened his eyes. You're waking up? Lu Qingying asked. Yeah, almost. Gao Yang had stayed in the system for 4 hours until he was hit by a strange feeling. It was as if there was another body under his current, incorporeal one, and he could sense its heavy breathing and thumping heartbeat. If his current existence was floating in an ocean, then his actual body was deep underwater. Now, it was moving to the surface gradually, ready to merge with the self floating on the surface. In an instant, everything seemed to freeze around him. All the furniture and items in his room, the air, the moonlight coming from outside the window, and Lu Qingying dissipated into countless particles before dispersing. His vision plunged into a thick darkness. Right before darkness enveloped him fully, he heard Lu Qingying say in a lilting voice, "Pleasure doing business with you. See you next time." Gao Yang opened his eyes. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and he was in a familiar bedroom staring at a familiar yellowed ceiling. From outside the window came the hubbub of early traffic, and the pleasant smell of detergent coming from his blanket wrapped around him as his heart beat in his chest, strong and steady. He was finally awake. It had been a long, long dream. After taking care of himself, Gao Yang had breakfast and visited the hospital, getting soybean milk, yushao, and congee with century eggs and minced pork for his mother and sister. His father could finally talk. The 4 of them had a pleasant breakfast together in the ward for the first time since forever. Feeling guilty, his father kept saying, "I'll get better soon and go home. Then I'll make egg drop soup for you." Gao Yang and his mother and sister smiled in response, changing the subject under silent agreement. They hadn't told his father that he could never walk again the rest of his life. He had thought that he was merely suffering from the after effects of the surgery, and that he would soon regain senses in his lower limbs as well as his mobility. After breakfast, Gao Yang's mother and sister went back home. He walked them to the entrance of the hospital. His mother hailed a taxi while his sister stood by him. Gao Yang couldn't help but ruffle her hair. What? His sister shot him a glare, still angry at him for disappearing for 2 days. Nothing. Weirdo. Yeah, I'm a weirdo. Gao Yang chuckled, quietly swearing to himself that he would be even more careful from now on to prevent his sister from finding out what he was. The question of whether she was a monster be damned. After seeing his mother and sister get into a taxi, Gao Yang returned to his father's ward. He saw an old doctor in white coat observing his father from the foot of the bed. His father had fallen asleep again, and the old man left after jotting something on the medical record and folding it. Gao Yang followed and called out to him, "Where's Dr. Bailey?" Gao Yang had officially entered the world of awakeners, and he had a lot to ask Bailey Yi. "Dr. Bailey." The old doctor gave him a strange look. "The attending physician in charge of my dad. That'll be me." The old man seemed bothered. "What's wrong with you, kid?" Gao Yang was surprised. "But I remember the doctor was named Bailey Yi. I did the surgery, and I remembered it clearly. Your father almost didn't make it, while your mother, your sister, and you were waiting outside the operating room. When I got out, your mother and sister were still in pajamas. I don't remember what you were wearing, but there was blood on your hair. I thought you were with your father in the car and told you to get a CT scan in case you had a concussion. Don't you remember?" Gao Yang was stunned. Now that he thought about it, the doctor was right. That night, he had just finished his fight with Old Man Zhang. With his bloodied uniform burned, he changed into the casual clothes Officer Huang had in the patrol car. However, he neglected to take care of his hair and almost got exposed. Humph. The old man seemed pleased with himself. "You may have forgotten about it, but not me. I have a great memory. But Bailey, during the 30 more years I worked as a doctor here, I've never known someone with the surname Bailey at this hospital." 8 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang stayed by his father's bedside chatting with him after they had dinner together. It was mostly his father doing the talking, and Gao Yang doing the listening. His father had been bored out of his mind since his surgery, and Talk Tick 1 videos could only keep someone entertained for so long. He had always been the sociable kind, and he could spend half a day catching up with an acquaintance after running into them on the street. At first, his father was still assuring him and telling him about the bright future ahead. He said that once he could get off the bed and walk on his own again, he would go back to work to support the family, and he would take them on a trip to Maldives after Gao Yang got into a good college. As the conversation continued, however, his father couldn't help but reveal his true thoughts. He wasn't so dense that he wouldn't notice his physical condition. He knew it would be unlikely for him to walk again. And the food processing factory in the countryside wasn't doing well. Old Ching, his business partner, called and told him that they were unable to get payment for many of their orders, and their workers had started a strike after missing 2 months of wages. And over the past 2 years, the large-scale food companies had been purposefully lowering prices even at the cost of revenue to drive smaller companies out of business. In the end, his father said with a troubled look on his face, "Things may get a little difficult from now on, son, but Dad will send you and Xingxin to college one way or another. Your dad has suffered enough for being uneducated." "That's not true, Dad. You're amazing," Gao Yang assured him. "Don't worry about your cash flow. I've talked to Wang Zikai." Little Kai. His father's eyes lit up. "His family has the money and willingness to invest in our factory," Gao Yang said without actually consulting Wang Zikai first. If Wang Zikai said no, well, he had to say yes. Really? His father couldn't be happier. "Haha, I told you. I told you that every friend will prove valuable down the road. And your mom said I was being a bad influence on you. Yeah, so just take care of yourself." Gao Yang's words were interrupted by a ring of his cell phone. He glanced at the screen and stood up. "I'll take this outside, Dad." He walked out of the ward and stopped at the end of the hallway. It was quiet and free of unwanted ears. Officer Huang called. "I checked for you. There's no such person." The person Gao Yang was looking into was none other than Bailey Yi. "You sure?" "I'm sure. Not only is there no Bailey Yi in Li City, there's no one with the name in the national database." Officer Huang sounded certain. After a pause, he asked, "You're looking for him? It's not a conversation to be had through calls. Talk to you later. I'm hanging up." Gao Yang quickly put away his phone, seeing his mother and sister walking out of the elevator not far from him. They had come to take his place. Gao Yang walked up to them, and his mother immediately said, "You and Xingxin don't have to come to the hospital from tomorrow on. Yang. Focus on school. You especially shouldn't let anything distract you from studying when the entrance exams are on the horizon." "Okay, I got it." Gao Yang nodded. "Go home and rest. Xingxin will stay with your dad with me for the last time before his discharge." With that, his mother entered the ward. On the other hand, his sister stayed behind and approached him with her phone, a mysterious look on her face. "Take a look at this, brother." Gao Yang leaned in and saw the social network page with an ID of Xingxin laughing while the guillotine blade falls too, and the profile picture was her dressed in the Lilithal dress Gao Yang recently bought her. She was wearing a blonde wig and a mask to cover her face. "Can't you change your ID into something better?" Gao Yang rolled his eyes. "That's not the point." Gao Xingxin said proudly. "Check out my followers. Pretty good. Over 6,000. And it's still rising. 2 stores shared my pictures recently and gave me a good boost. Everyone in the comments section calls me a little fairy and urges me to show my face. I'm not gonna, of course. Right? Awesome." Gao Yang had been following her for quite a while, actually, mainly because he was worried that some perverts would go after his sister. "Hey, brother, I've decided. You want to be a fashion blogger," said Gao Yang. "Go ahead, but only as a hobby. If you dare drop out of school to become a full-time online model, I'll beat your ass." Gao Xingxin paused, impressed. "Whoa, how did you know? And fashion bloggers? Look at you, speaking like a real pro. Brat, the moment you turn around, I know the kind of fart." 3. "Shut it? Fairies don't fart." Gao Xingxin broke into a peal of laughter, entertained by her own response. Gao Yang was laughing as well, but inside, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Part of his nightmare turned out to be accurate. At least he had read over the talent list in the morning and burned it. Although he couldn't commit everything to memory, his system was able to record and store the information for him. "When you were little, you loved having roasted sweet potatoes in winter. Don't you remember how much you fart back then?" Gao Yang teased her on purpose. Not listening at all. "I'm gonna kill you." His sister fumed and chased after him to hit him. While they were busy with their friendly sibling fight, a voice interrupted them. "Gao Yang." Gao Yang turned to see a girl with short ponytail. She was dressed in a beige jumper, a pair of whitish, cropped jeans, and white sneakers. On her back was a bare backpack. With a pure smile on her face, she looked like the fantasy of a college girl. It took quite a while for Gao Yang to realize that it was White Rabbit. "Whoa," he thought with surprise. "She looks totally different in this style." "Ah, here you are." White Rabbit walked up to him. "I heard that your dad was hospitalized. I just finished my part-time job in the neighborhood and decided to swing by." "Ah, right," Gao Yang grumbled. White Rabbit tilted her head to look at Gao Xingxin. "And this is?" "I'm his sister," Gao Xingxin said, disgruntled. She didn't like girls who seemed way too close to her brother. "Who are you?" "I was your brother's senior at high school. I'm now a freshman in college." White Rabbit offered a hand. "I'm White Rabbit. You can call me Sister Rabbit." Strange name. Gao Xingxin glanced at her. "Do you know my brother well? I've never heard him talk about you." Really? White Rabbit threw Gao Yang a glance before putting on a hurt expression and said with a sigh, I suppose there are too many girls around your brother. I thought I was different, but it seems to be wishful thinking. Gao Yang was stunned. Wait, when did I ever? Gao Yang. His sister got mad enough to call him by name. How many more girlfriends do you have? There was the Busta one you went to a love hotel with. Now your senior showed up. What? Busta? Love hotel. White Rabbit committed to the part of a heartbroken girl and put on a look of shock and disgust. Gao Yang? You told me you didn't like Busta girls. You said you liked someone like me, with a moderate. Gao Yang. Go to hell, bastard. Help? Women are scary. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang walked out of the hospital with White Rabbit, his eye swollen with a bruise. White Rabbit hadn't stopped laughing the whole time. Ha ha ha, that's fun. Would you please call me on the phone like a normal person? Gao Yang pleaded, and not mess with me like that. Your sister's cute. White Rabbit walked before him with her hands held behind her back. Is she a human or a cutie? I don't know. We have a member who can differentiate between humans and monsters. Why don't I introduce you? No need. Gao Yang gave her a serious look. And don't tell me even if you find out the answer. I don't care. Sympathy flicked through White Rabbit's eyes. It's not that you don't care, but you care too much. She shrugged and sighed. As your senior, I'd like to give you another piece of advice. No matter what it is you care about, don't let it show. Otherwise, your weakness will end up killing you one day. Got it. Got it. Gao Yang changed the subject. Why are you here? I'm here to take you to the company. There's a welcoming party for you newbies. 1. The author uses a word with similar meaning to avoid mentioning the actual ep. 2. The original line was written by the Qing reformist Tan Sitong when facing his own execution. 3. The expression, I know the kind of fart you're gonna let out the moment you turn around, and other variations of the saying basically means you know everything about someone. Parked by the road was a black Benz. White Rabbit pulled Gao Yang into the back seat. The middle-aged man driving the car was dressed in a suit, his expression composed. He looked like the typical private chauffeur working for important or rich people. White Rabbit kicked off her shoes as soon as she got in and started painting her toenails again. This time, she picked purple. You really love doing this, Gao Yang said just to fill the quiet. Yeah, I redo it 7 to 8 times a day. People browse TalkTick when they are bored. I paint my toenails. Careful not to destroy your nails. It won't happen. Not sparing him another glance, White Rabbit focused on painting her toenails like an artist immersed in her creation. She had steady hands, and as she moved the brush vertically along the curve of her toenails back and forth, each stroke parallel to the previous stroke, she gradually covered her nail with a consistent layer of just the right amount of nail polish. Gao Yang watched her do the work for a while. The process was oddly therapeutic and aesthetically satisfying. It was about 10 minutes later that White Rabbit finished the toenails of one foot. Pleased, she blew on her toes and looked up at Gao Yang. Good. It's all right. I think so too. White Rabbit put the nail polish away. But after a bit I'll think it doesn't look good. Then I'll want to redo my nails in a different color again. That's what people call OCD. Nah, I just have a foot fetish. Gao Yang didn't want to waste his breath arguing. After some deliberation, he asked in the most natural tone he could manage, the owner of the barbecue place from yesterday. What? You're still thinking about her? No, I just want to know how strong she is. I don't know. I've never fought her, but she's no pushover, I'm sure. Before asking more questions, Gao Yang gave the driver a wary look. White Rabbit said, don't worry. He's a white face. Then I'll be frank. Why hasn't the organization recruited her? Gao Yang didn't expect to get much from the question, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. After all, he knew nothing about Lu Qingying, which would put him at a disadvantage in their deal going forward. Well, how should I put it? She's a bit of a lone wolf and not interested in joining the organization. We aren't interested in her either though. Why? White Rabbit straightened up and put a hand on Gao Yang's shoulder like an adult talking to a kid. I told you that if your weakness is ever exposed, your death would follow soon, didn't I? How is that related to my question? I'm getting to it. Well, some people don't have a weakness. Like her. That's right, and there's more to it. White Rabbit smacked her lips. Even if there's someone who doesn't have a weakness, they should have an ambition. However, the restaurant owner not only appears to have no weakness, but also keeps her ambition well hidden. Someone like her is too dangerous and unpredictable. She'll only be a risk to us if she joins us. Makes sense, Gao Yang agreed. Right? I didn't say all that myself, but heard it from Captain. Whenever she talked about their captain, her eyes always glinted with admiration like an avid Idol fan. The one who could have been my long-lost brother. Gao Yang snorted. Yep. Would I get to meet him at the party? No. He's a bit busy lately. But everyone other than him and the vice-captain will be there. White Rabbit glanced out of the window. Here we are. Gao Yang got out of the car after White Rabbit and was stunned to see their destination. The Millennium Tower. That's right. The Millennium Tower was built 5 years ago. It was also known as the Li City International Financial Center, located in the most developed district of the city, Daegu District. Found at the intersection of Furong Road and a walking street, the towering skyscraper was an amalgamation of a massive shopping mall, high-end office building, serviced apartment, and 5-star hotel. standing 430 meters in height with 90 floors and accompanied by a 60-floor, 305-meter-tall side building. The Millennium Tower occupied a land of 74.4 thousand square meters with a total building area of more than 1 million square meters. It was the tallest building in Lee City. At the very top of the tower was a small Ferris wheel flickering light 24/7, like a Technicolor gear hovering above the Lee City. The Ferris wheel had never been opened to anyone. Rumors had it that the owner of the building was a mysterious young businessman who didn't like attention, someone straight out of a CEO drama. The man had never made a public appearance, but he had said that in the future, he would like to hold a wedding at the top of the tower, riding on the Ferris wheel with his bride-to-be. Gao Yang sucked in a deep breath. Don't tell me this building is. Yeah. White Rabbit smiled. This is Wu Dahai's property. Gao Yang lost his voice. White Rabbit put on a finely made employee ID and strode past the grandiose revolving door. Two staff members immediately came up to them and led them to a private doorway in the restricted area. They entered the private elevator that would take them straight to Wu Dahai. The elevator climbed along the spine of the tower, the outside wall a piece of sturdy one-way mirror. From inside the elevator, Gao Yang could see himself moving higher and higher still, and the crowds, cars, streets, and houses growing farther and smaller. It was as if they were ascending to the heavens along with the cultivator that was Wu Dahai. Gao Yang couldn't help but ask, how rich is Wu Dahai's family? Not terribly rich. His parents' monthly salary is 6 to 7,000 yuan, and the yearly bonus is tens of thousands, I think, White Rabbit said coolly as she watched the bustling city at night on the other side of the glass. His dad's a high school math teacher, and his mother a full-time housewife. Gao Yang was caught off guard once again. So Wu Dahai's the first generation that made it big. Yeah, he majored in electric engineering in college. After graduating, he didn't want to work at a company, so he did his own thing and developed a great material with extremely high power capacity. The material has been applied in many fields, and he holds the patent for it. You know how smartphones can last 3 days after a full charge now? In the past, one full charge would only last half a day. Can you imagine that? Impressive. His second uncle is a businessman in new energy, and he started a company with Wu Dahai. They hit it big. It took only 7 to 8 years for Wu Dahai to become one of the richest people in this city. He never really manages the company though. His uncle is in charge of the operation. Wu Dahai doesn't need to do anything but count the money falling onto his lap. I envy him. Yeah, money can buy a lot of convenience. That was why I recruited him as soon as I learned that he was an awakener. White Rabbit seemed proud of her achievement. Who would have known he would act more like a horny old man? Gao Yang didn't deem that a response. Soon, the elevator stopped, and the two of them walked into the hallway. At the end of the hallway was a bright silver metal door. White Rabbit leaned closer to have her eye scanned by the embedded camera before speaking a code for voice print verification. Only then did the door open for them slowly. Inside was a large, luxurious room renovated in the style of a Western palace, but the design also incorporated many Eastern elements such as sculpted rosewood screen, ink paintings, blue and white porcelain, and all kinds of antiques, calligraphies, and art pieces. In addition, there were also a plethora of figurines, blind boxes, and even Gundam mechas that could actually fit a person. His taste left something to be desired, but there was a clear common theme: everything looked expensive. Before the door was a blindingly red carpet leading all the way to the desk at the center of the room, behind which was a replica of the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones. Made by melting hundreds of iron swords, the seat seemed hard, cold, and sharp. Gao Yang felt his hip bone throbbing just by looking at it. Dressed in a shit yellow pajamas, Wu Dahai was signing documents on his Iron Throne while biting into a cucumber, hair floppy, legs crossed, and expression bored. Qing Ling and Officer Huang were there as well. They had just arrived and were looking over Wu Dahai's obscenely luxurious office. Now that everyone's here, let's get the party started. Wu Dahai finished signing all the documents and stood up, casting his fountain pen aside and taking one last bite of the cucumber. Let's go. One about 800 to 900 USD. The first thing Wu Dahai did, which surprised no one, was sweep his hands through his floppy hair. He didn't even have to put on hairspray to set his hair into the usual broom shape. As expected of a man with digital perms for hands, Wu Dahai walked to the left side of his office. There was a circular 2-meter wide pattern on the floor. Gao Yang could make out the drawings of the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac signs, only in more abstract forms. Wu Dahai waved them over. Come on. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, and White Rabbit walked up to him, standing inside the circular pattern. Click. Wu Dahai snapped his fingers, and a second later, the circular pattern under their feet revealed itself to be a moving platform, descending slowly while rotating, coming to a steady halt the moment it finished a full circle. They found themselves in an enclosed chamber. They got off the platform and looked around. The room was in the shape of a polygon. At a glance, it seemed to be about 200 square meters in size, and the walls and ceilings were built with fine ivory white rock. Gao Yang counted. There were 12 walls in total, each etched with an abstract, solemn-looking relief. Starting from his 1 o'clock, there was a mouse, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, lamb, chicken, monkey, dog, and pig on each wall in the order of the zodiac signs. Under every relief was a metal table that looked both archaic and advanced, and different numbers of animal masks could be found on them. The masks varied in types, styles, and degree of wear and tear, and they were all kept in airtight glass cabinets like antiques being put on display. Gao Yang walked up to the relief sculpture of a mouse. On the metal table were 3 airtight glass cabinets, each housing a mouse mask and marked with years. The first was a cheap plastic one that looked like it would be sold on the street for a few yuan, marked 1965 to 1980. The second was a punk-style rubber head mask. However, only the upper half remained, while the lower half seemed to have been cut off by something sharp, and there were large blotches of dark crimson. The years were 1983 to 1984. The third mask was in the worst state. All that remained were pieces of metal shards that couldn't be pieced back together, and they seemed to have been burned at a high temperature. It had likely been a metal mask. The years were 1993 to 2010. Like Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang were also curious about the masks. They walked around the different sculptures and browsed the masks like they were visiting a museum. After a quick tour, Gao Yang realized that all relief sculptures were displayed with at least 1 and at most 6 masks except for the dragon one. There was no mask there. Are you curious about why there isn't a dragon mask? White Rabbit moved up to him from behind and looked up at the dragon relief with him. A little. The organization was founded 57 years ago. Over the next 3 years, the 12 zodiac signs came into being, and the organization only ever sought out the right recruits when there were vacancies to fill. That's why the 12 zodiac signs rarely have more than 12 members. You can consider each spot a legacy. White Rabbit's expression turned serious. This wasn't something to take lightly for her. Every member may customize their own mask. To differentiate the different generations, the code names are appended with a descriptor starting from the second generation. For example, the first gen mouse was simply known as mouse, while the second was year mouse, the third was shadow mouse, and the fourth Wu Dahai picked electric mouse for himself based on his talent, lightning. Gao Yang said without missing a beat, so all these masks belong to your predecessors who have died. Yeah, Wu Dahai's the 4th gen mouse. White Rabbit's gaze was filled with respect. I'm the 3rd gen, while Lovely Lamb is the 7th general. Things have been difficult for her predecessors. That's why she's our most precious member, and we'll all rather sacrifice ourselves than let her die. But well, with her talent, it would take a lot to kill her. Gao Yang was surprised. Then the current dragon. Yeah, the first dragon still lives, so he's simply known as Dragon. That's our captain and the founder of the 12 zodiac signs. White Rabbit adopted the tone she usually talked about their captain with again. Life hasn't been treating him well. He's lost all his original teammates, leaving only him and us useless newbies. Gao Yang wasn't sure what to think. You said we might as well be long-lost brothers. I assumed that he would be young. He is young, and really handsome. White Rabbit smiled with adoration. You'll understand in the near future. All right. Gao Yang didn't press. Instead, he asked after thinking for a moment, is your vice captain Tiger? White Rabbit was surprised. Whoa, how did you know? Did Wu Dahai tell you? He didn't. It's just that there's only one tiger mask here, the least among all zodiac signs outside of dragon. That means they must have been around for a long time. White Rabbit gave him a thumbs up. You're clever, and I like clever people. Vice Captain is called War Tiger. He won't be joining us at the welcoming party since he's away for a mission. Then from behind them came the sound of the platform descending. White Rabbit looked over Gao Yang's shoulders, her eyes lighting up. Ah, the others are here. Gao Yang turned to see a small group getting off the platform. Heavenly Dog took the lead. He was still wearing the same mask, and sitting on his shoulders was Lovely Lamb. She was dressed in a light green traditional dress, her hair tied into a cute single braid rather than a pair of buns like the last time they met. She raised the hand holding a skewer of candied fruit and waved at him. Nice to see you again, brother Gao Yang. Nice to see you, cute little lamb. Gao Yang was happy to see her as well. Not only had the little girl saved him before, she also felt like a little sister to him. You've all arrived. Dead Pig chuckled. When he got off the platform, everyone could feel the floor tremor slightly. Behind him were 2 men and 1 woman. They wore a mask of horse, monkey, and chicken respectively. I'll introduce you. These 3 are our new recruits, Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang Qi. White Rabbit walked up to her teammates. And these are Ghost Horse, Mischievous Monkey, and Songstress Chicken. The man called Ghost Horse didn't quite look the part. The cynical and tired look of his horse mask made it seem like the horse had depression. He took off the mask, revealing himself as a middle-aged man with pronounced brows and wide chin. Deep creases lined the sides of his nose to the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were rimmed with large shadows. Dressed in a typical dark blue suit and holding a black suitcase, he looked like an office worker who had been doing overtime for 3 whole days. Ghost Horse offered a hand politely and said in a gloomy voice, "Hello, hello." Gao Yang shook his hand. His palm was so cold it felt like the hand of a dead body. Then Ghost Horse went on to shake hands with Qingling and Officer Huang. After that, he took out 3 name cards from the pocket of his suit jacket. Please. The 3 of them exchanged a look before taking the name cards, feeling awkward. Gao Yang took a look. He was surprised to find that Ghost Horse was a lawyer at a law firm. The man backed away. Then Mischievous Monkey stepped forward. He was wearing a mask of the Monkey King, the kind that one would see in a traditional play, and it seemed from his silver hair and white Tai Chi clothes that he was an elderly man. He took off his mask, and Gao Yang was stunned when he saw the man's face. It's him, Old Man Lu. Officer Huang was the first to call out to him. Mischievous monkey was the old man selling malatang near the station, Old Man Lu or someone who looked just like him. You know me? The man asked in surprise. You? Officer Huang stumbled on his words in astonishment. Aren't you a wanderer? The old man chuckled in realization. That's my older brother. Older brother. Officer Huang frowned. You're old man Liu's twin brother. Mischievous monkey nodded with a smile. You may call me old second Liu. Gao Yang observed the old man. True to his words, while the man looked similar to Old Man Liu, he seemed younger, more spirited, and in better physical condition, and his gaze was bright and clear rather than muddled with age like his twin brothers. He also held himself with a serene and zen air that belonged to the reclusive masters, unlike the worldly man his brother was. Old second Liu, Officer Huang was both shocked and befuddled. Your twin brother is a monster, yet you're human. How is that possible? Officer Huang took the question right out of Gao Yang's mouth. I joined the 12 zodiac signs for that exact question. Old second Liu's lips were still curved into a slight smile. I may be old, but I'm actually new in the organization in terms of tenure. Gao Yang thought to himself. The longer he spent in this world, the more he felt like he was still in the tutorial phase. There were still so many unsolved mysteries. Old second Liu. Officer Huang walked up to him and gripped his hand. To be honest, seeing you today is a highlight for me. How so? Officer Huang smiled bitterly. Among all the awakeners I've encountered, you are the only one who has lived so long. Old second Liu belly laughed. A senior is a treasure to the family. White Rabbit walked up to them with a smile. Old second Liu is the only elderly member the organization has ever recruited. Everyone treats him like a source of good fortune. I hope you will get to become an old man like me, Old second Liu said as he put his mask back on. Then every pair of eyes in the room shifted to the last member to introduce themselves. Songstress Chicken was a young woman. She was a brunette with long, curly hair, and the top half of her face was covered by a finely crafted mask, decorated with a lifelike feather on one side. She was dressed in a patterned overall dress that was colorful but in a natural sense. Her legs curved in an aesthetically pleasing way, and on her fair, delicate wrists were a variety of bracelets of contrasting colors. The way she held herself had a gracefulness and lightness to it, and as she walked, her accessories clinked pleasantly. She was like a beautiful peacock. Even though she hadn't taken off her mask, it was clear from the lower half of her face that she was stunning. Petite nose, sensuous red lips, and chin that was tapered without giving off an unkind impression. She offered a hand and said in a gentle voice, "Please call me Songstress." Well met, Songstress. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang shook her hand in turn. While Songstress seemed friendly and amicable in the way she acted, she didn't say anything else after the brief introduction. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. White Rabbit quickly explained, "Please don't take it the wrong way. Sister Songstress isn't the aloof kind. She simply tries not to speak too much, or we may fall asleep." Is it her talent? Gao Yang said in realization. That's right. White Rabbit explained on Songstress' behalf. Sister Songstress' talent is Requiem, serial number 66. Her voice itself is hypnotic, and when she sings, very few people are able to stay awake for more than 30 seconds. It's a little better when she's only talking, but it still takes less than 5 minutes for her to put everyone to sleep. If you ever have a sleepless night, you can seek her out. Since she usually has to hold back, she loves an opportunity to chat freely. Songstress nodded with a smile. Okay. White Rabbit clapped. That's everyone. Let's start the onboarding ceremony then. Gao Yang went through his mental list. There were currently 10 official members in the organization: Electric Mouse, War Tiger, White Rabbit, Dragon, Ghost Horse, Lovely Lamb, Mischievous Monkey, Songstress Chicken, Heavenly Dog, and Dead Pig. Dragon and War Tiger were the captain and vice captain respectively, and they weren't in attendance. That meant there were only 2 vacancies, Ox and Snake. Then Heavenly Dog came up to them with 2 ordinary plastic masks. One of an ox, and the other of a snake. These are only temporary. You may get your own masks according to your liking going forward. White Rabbit added, we always mask up when we go on a mission. It's our work culture, for one. And for another, it's to hide our identities. Do we pick our own zodiac sign? Gao Yang asked. And our own code name? Yeah. However, there are only 2 vacancies at the moment. That means only 2 of you will get a code name. The other one is considered an official member as well, but won't get a name until one of us dies and leaves the spot to you. White Rabbit shrugged. Let's hope the day doesn't come too soon. You haven't been doing your job right, head of HR, Officer Huang ribbed her. Why did you recruit one person too many? That's a bad omen. Haha, I'm sorry. White Rabbit put her hands together and gave an apology she didn't mean. I thought one of you would have died back in Gu family's village. Didn't expect all of you to make it. Did you hear yourself? Officer Huang almost popped a vein. Officer Huang, Qingling, you should take the code names. Gao Yang smiled. I'll wait. You sure? Officer Huang turned to him. Like the case with Kong Rong giving his pair to his younger siblings, I should be the one to take a step back since I'm the oldest. It's fine. I'll wait to get a code name. Gao Yang insisted for 2 reasons. First, neither ox nor snake caught his fancy, and he didn't have a reason to fight for the spots. Second, being careful was the key to survival. It was never wrong to keep a low profile. All right. Officer Huang didn't drag things out. I'll pick Ox. I've even gotten a name in mind already. I'll be Yellow Ox 1. Have you decided for real? White Rabbit asked. You won't have a chance to change your name. Yeah, Officer Huang said proudly. I'll be the old yellow ox that serves the people. It's a perfect fit for my job. Green Snake too, Qing Ling said without hesitation as well. Whoa, that's quick. White Rabbit said approvingly before giving Wu Dahai a derisive look. See how decisive they are? You, on the other hand, spent 3 days thinking of a name. And Electric Mouse is what you settled on? You've got bad taste. Wu Dahai swept his hands through his hair. You're too young to understand my charm, White Rabbit. I don't blame you. Thanks for the daily dose of vomit-inducing lines. White Rabbit put on a show of retching. Heavenly Dog came up to Gao Yang to hand him a mask of no face from Spirited Away. Gao Yang put it on. It made him feel quite cool. All right, we're done, said White Rabbit. Officer Huang interjected. Wait, aren't we going to take an oath or something? Nope, that's too edgy. We don't do things like that. White Rabbit snapped her fingers. That reminds me though. Group photo time, peeps. Otherwise we won't even have a picture of ourselves at our funerals. White Rabbit had everyone put on their masks and stand in a line. She set up a SLR camera on a tripod and picked up the remote shutter control. For their absent captain and vice captain, they were added into the picture via White Rabbit and Wu Dahai holding up their masks. White Rabbit raised her voice and declared, I hereby announce that the 12 zodiac signs are complete again. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. 1 Huang, his surname, means yellow. 2 Qing, her surname, means green. After the group photo, Wu Dahai created credentials for Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang in his company's internal security system and gave them each an employee ID with a false identity. From now on, the 3 of them were official employees of his company and would be able to come and go freely in the Millennium Tower. Gao Yang took a look at his ID. It said Marketing Manager. Do I get paid? He asked. No. Wu Dahai gave him a bemused look. You need money. Yeah, Gao Yang admitted. My dad got into a car accident, and his factory is close to bankruptcy. I want to help him. Ah, that's rough. Wu Dahai sounded understanding, but he didn't hesitate to turn him down. I don't have money for you. Gao Yang was surprised. Aren't you a billionaire? Can't you offer me some help? Wu Dahai patted him on the shoulder, but didn't sway at all. If you are the one who needs money, you only have to say the word, buddy. But we don't help monsters. My family may not be monsters, Gao Yang insisted. All non-awakeners are to be treated as monsters, Heavenly Dog said lazily. It's best to let them be. Awakeners must not interfere with a monster's life. He realized everyone was looking at him when he finished, so he hurriedly explained. Ah, that's what Captain said. Wang Zikai is a monster too, Gao Yang argued. And you lent him a sports car. Wang Zikai's a special case. Given how different he is as a wanderer, the organization would like to observe him. And he's rich to start with. Wu Dahai wasn't gonna change the trajectory of his life by lending him a car. White Rabbit approached Gao Yang and winked at him. Why don't you turn to Wang Zikai to help your dad? It's fine for a monster to interfere with another monster's life. All right. Gao Yang nodded. By the way, it's best that you don't visit this place for no reason even though you 3 now have your own employee ID. White Rabbit stepped onto the moving platform. Don't think that things will be okay just because you have the organization as support. Monsters are still cunning and dangerous. Lay low while you aren't doing a mission and maintain a good act. Gao Yang didn't need to be told that. One by one, they got onto the platform. Then they returned to Wu Dahai's extravagant office. Mischievous Monkey, Songstress Chicken, Dead Pig, and Heavenly Dog had missions to take care of and departed, leaving Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, Wu Dahai, White Rabbit, and Lovely Lamb behind. White Rabbit threw Wu Dahai a glance. Is the renovation of the underground 6th floor complete? Yeah, done last week. Wu Dahai crowed. It'll blow your mind. Come on, I'll give you a tour. What's that? Asked Gao Yang. One of the organization's secret bases, White Rabbit explained. Something like a bat cave, if you will. That gave Gao Yang a mental image, but then he got worried. Did Wu Dahai design it? Of course not. I'd rather die than let him design our base with his atrocious taste. White Rabbit said with obvious disgust. Heavenly Dog made the blueprint. He's an interior designer. Wu Dahai only paid for the construction. Ho ho ha he. Quick, use the nunchucks. Ho ho ha he. Keep in mind, martial artist. Kindness makes the unrivaled master. One Wu Dahai took the lead and danced around rapping as he walked, ignoring White Rabbit's comments like it was a routine of theirs. Just when the 6 of them were going to enter the private elevator, Gao Yang came to a halt. Wait. White Rabbit turned around. What's wrong? Heart pounding, Gao Yang felt an overpowering sense of violent, chilling murderous intent. Beep. Warning, you are in extremely great danger. Luck acquisition rate increases to 2,500 times. Something's coming. Something dangerous. The smile on White Rabbit's face froze as she looked at Gao Yang, and she blanched. She shouted at Wu Dahai, get them out of. Bam! Following the explosive impact, the large bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window shattered, the glass particles flying in the air like ice crystals. In the split second, Gao Yang saw the figure moving amid the splattering glass pieces. A man? Wearing a stealth suit and a balaclava, the man tucked both hands and legs to his torso to curl himself into something like a black cannonball, shattering the bulletproof window wall with the momentum he built up from high-velocity free fall. But this is hundreds of meters high up? Did he jump off a helicopter? It all happened too fast for Gao Yang to think properly. The moment he landed, the man in black unfurled his body and landed on his feet. With a roll, he leapt and lunged at a stunned lovely lamb, pulling out a short sword from his waist at the same time. Just when the short sword was going to bury into lovely lamb's vulnerable chest, someone flew over and tackled her away from the blade like a fastball. It was White Rabbit. She rolled on the floor with lovely lamb in her arms, and it took her several rotations to break up the momentum. Without hesitation, White Rabbit dropped lovely lamb and made a leap by pushing both feet hard against the floor, rushing toward the man in black at impressive speed. The man in black reacted just as quickly. He dodged a powerful kick from White Rabbit by arching backward at a seemingly impossible angle. And seizing the moment when White Rabbit flew over him, he lifted his leg at lightning speed and kicked White Rabbit in the abdomen. The kick was quick and incredibly powerful. Like a billiard ball getting hit mid-roll, her trajectory took a sharp, right angle turn toward the ceiling above. Bam! White Rabbit slammed into the ceiling and bounced, falling down toward the floor. The man in black stayed where he was and held up his short sword with a reverse grip, lifting his hand to stab her in her vitals. Clink! His short sword was parried by a tangdao. The man in black paused, surprised that Qingling would close the 8 meters between them so quickly. He lowered the tip of his short sword, forcing Qingling to shift the center of her gravity forward. Then he straightened his left arm and tensed up the muscles to stab at Qingling's throat. He struck quickly and from an unexpected angle like a rattlesnake hunting its prey. Mid-strike, he quickly pulled back his left hand to block the dagger that was a hair away from stabbing him in the right eye. It was the hidden weapon Qingling had manipulated with metal. Then sensing another source of danger, the man in black whirled around and threw his short sword. About 10 meters away, Officer Huang had just pulled out his gun when the short sword suddenly hit him in the right arm. Officer Huang grimaced, his gun falling from his right hand. But his god of firearms made all guns an extension of his body. With a quick crouch, he caught the gun with his left hand before it hit the ground and turned around quickly, his ring finger already on the trigger. Bang! 3 bullets were shot in quick succession. Every one of his movement flowed to the next seamlessly like water. The bullets hit, but instead of hitting the man in the head, the bullets hit the left arm the man had raised to shield himself. Blood gushed out of his forearm, yet it seemed as if he couldn't feel pain, and not only didn't he slow down, he sped up. Officer Huang didn't expect their attacker to be someone so monstrous. He was going to pull the trigger again. But the blade was quicker. Bang! The gun fired a shot, but the bullet hit the ceiling. When Officer Huang realized what was happening, his arm holding the gun was already flying in the air, splattering blood everywhere. His left arm was cut off. He belatedly registered the information in his brain. Pupils dilating, his fearful eyes reflected the image of a man in black moving like a ghost. Splash! The bloodied short sword thrust into Officer Huang's chest. 1 Jaichu Song Nung Cox. The man in black quickly pulled out the short sword and turned around to rush at Qingling. Officer Huang's eyes lost focus, and the fear on his face morphed into confusion. His body gave out and he dropped to his knees. The few seconds it took for Officer Huang to get killed, Gao Yang stood rooted to the spot, feeling his breath catch in his throat while shock and despair strangled him like a physical thing. Think. What should I do? Access the system and comprehend a talent. No, we don't have time. I may not succeed in the comprehension, and even if I do, the talent I get may not be useful in a fight. When every second can mean another death, I must do something now. Fight with fire? No, the man's too quick. I'll be doomed if I get into melee range. Is Officer Huang dead? Can he still be saved? If I leave the fight to others and replicate Lovely Lamb's injury transfer to help Officer Huang. But now, replicate is only level 2, and the replicated talent will only last 10 seconds. That's not enough to take on Officer Huang's injury. Besides, for how long can I keep it stored, and to whom should I transfer the injury? How about Qingling's God of Blades? That's an even more impossible option. She's fighting the man in close range. I'm as good as dead if I get too close. Besides, I don't have a sword and won't be able to do much with God of Blades. All that thinking took only 3 seconds. The quick reasoning he went through was more instinct and experience than conscious strategizing. Gao Yang's gaze shifted to White Rabbit. The man's kick had hurt her quite badly, and she was still crouching on the floor, holding onto her abdomen with a pale face. Shing! Clank clink! Swinging her tangdao while manipulating 2 rotating daggers at the same time, Qingling attacked the man in black from both sides, laser-focused since she couldn't afford to get distracted for even a moment. The man's left arm had been crippled by Officer Huang's gunshots, and it dangled without strength. All the while, he held his short sword with his right hand and moved with the agility and unpredictability of a ghost, parrying every one of Qingling's aggressive attacks. He moved backward as he exchanged blows with Qingling. While level 3 God of Blades was a threat, it was far from enough to beat him. The one he was wary of was Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai had activated lightning not far from them, and he was surrounded by crackling currents that flew about like bugs. He was waiting for the right moment to attack. No human could move faster than lightning. The man in black was keeping an eye on Wu Dahai's hands to predict when lightning would strike from above so that he could move out of the way. A true master never dodged a bullet as it came. They observed the way their opponent made a shot. Wu Dahai knew his limit. Level 3 lightning might be powerful, but he couldn't control high-voltage lighting freely yet, and his accuracy was lacking. Even when he manipulated his lighting with both hands, there would be a latency of 1 second. The man in black was constantly moving, making it hard for Wu Dehai to target him, and Wu Dehai might end up hitting Qingling instead. Although he was all charged up, he didn't dare make the attack. At most, he was only able to support Qingling in her all-out offense by making the man wary. They got into a strange standstill. Suddenly, the man in black caught movement, his gaze sharpening. Gao Yang had snuck to White Rabbit's side to help her up. His heart sank when he looked down at her. Her abdomen was covered in red. The man had kicked into her flesh. Her organs were unlikely to have survived the abuse. "You okay? Leave me, take lovely lamb," White Rabbit said with blood streaking down from the corners of her mouth, her voice pained. She could no longer walk on her own. Gao Yang saw the resignation in her eyes. There was no winning this fight. Clenching his teeth, he put her on his back. White Rabbit was confused. "What are you?" Gao Yang closed his eyes. Detected one replaceable talent, level 4 jump. Do you wish to replicate it? Replicate, talent, jump. Serial number, 60. Rune type, buff. Stats bonuses, temporary, of level 4 jump, constitution plus 180, endurance plus 150, agility plus 400, charisma plus 40. Gao Yang opened his eyes, feeling power rush through him, imbuing every muscle in his lower limbs. And countless experiences and techniques regarding jump and how it could be incorporated into fights surfaced his mind. Jump. With White Rabbit on his back, Gao Yang leapt with both legs and landed beside Lovely Lamb, traveling 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The girl was sitting prone on the floor, sobbing in fear. "Save her." Gao Yang pulled Lovely Lamb into his arms. Lovely Lamb blinked with her big teary eyes and immediately reached over Gao Yang's shoulder to touch White Rabbit's face, her voice cracking as she sobbed out, "In injury transfer. Warning, luck acquisition rate increases to 3,500 times." The system's voice rang in his head, making Gao Yang's hair stand on end. He didn't even have the time to look up as a shadow flicked across the floor, and a grim reaper descended upon him from above. "Jump!" Gao Yang jumped as hard as he could. In that split second, he heard the sound of blade cutting through air. It brushed past the back of his head. The next second, Gao Yang reached Officer Huang with White Rabbit on his back and Lovely Lamb in his arms. He quickly dropped them and shouted, "Save them both." "Okay," Lovely Lamb sobbed, reaching out to grab both White Rabbit and Officer Huang by hand. Meanwhile, the man in black's sneak attack against Gao Yang failed. He was just a little too slow, and the short sword in his hand missed the target. Gao Yang managed to flee at the last moment. Crackle! Violet lightning came out of nowhere and struck the man in black from above, each strand as thick as a man's thigh. Having predicted the attack, the man jumped to the side as soon as he missed Gao Yang. Wu Dehai wasn't a fool either. He knew the man would have moved out of the way, and he scattered the lightning apart. Luckily, one strike managed to catch the man in black on the heel, the 1000-volt lightning ensnaring the man. He staggered, his right calf losing its sensation, and a numbness spread through all his muscles as the current shot through his body. Qingling didn't miss the hard-earned chance. She rushed to the man at lightning speed with her weapon. A second later, the man in black regained control over himself, but his calf was still numb. It was too late for him to dodge Qingling's thrust. He shook his left shoulder to swing his crippled forearm toward her blade. Qingling's Tang Dao ended up hitting his left forearm before penetrating into his left shoulder. She had aimed for his heart, but he managed to knock her attack awry. He didn't even make a muffled sound, as if he didn't feel any pain. Before Qingling could pull her blade out, he turned to the left and pushed, the blade tearing a big gash into his shoulder, forcing Qingling to shift forward along with her weapon. At the same time, the blood splattering from the gash in the man's shoulder hit Qingling in the face, obscuring her vision in crimson red. Qingling was caught completely off guard. It was all part of the man's plan. He utilized his crippled arm and even the blood he shed. He might not be the strongest fighter, but he was for certain the most terrifying and composed killer. It was already too late when Qingling caught on to his plan. She felt a chill in her chest, and it spread to the rest of her body. She looked down. The short sword in the man's right hand had penetrated her chest without mercy, and her blood flowed along the blade. The man's right calf recovered. Splash! He quickly pulled out the short sword and kicked Qingling away as he stood up, sending her flying a few meters in the air before she landed and stopped moving. The man smirked. The slaughter had just begun. Qingling. Wu Dehai stared. The goddess he had dreamed about and pined after was no more. And it was his fault. If he had been decisive enough to strike with lightning the moment Qingling stabbed the man in black with her Tang Dao, he would be able to kill the man at the price of critically injuring Qingling. But he didn't do it. He thought they were winning, and he didn't want to hurt Qingling. Yet the man killed her without hesitation. How could he do that to someone so beautiful, without even blinking? Wu Dehai's shock lasted only a second, but that 1 second was enough for the man in black to strike. Before Wu Dehai could manipulate his lightning again, the man threw the short sword at him. Wu Dehai's attack was stopped short, and he dodged out of the way. Wu Dehai was quick for a spellcaster, but he was fighting a professional killer. When he regained his balance, the man in black had already gotten close to him. Qingling's Tang Dao was still in the man's left shoulder, and the cut was at least 10 centimeters deep. His arm would fall off at any second. He'd been splattering blood everywhere as he ran at full speed. It was no exaggeration to say that he was like a frenzied zombie. No, it would be more accurate to compare him to the berserking Eva 01 from his favorite anime, Evangelion. Shockingly, the man in black was moving even faster than before despite his serious injury. The moment the man got into Wu Dahai's space, he pulled out the Tangdao in his left shoulder without pause. Wu Dahai felt a great pain in his right thigh before he could move his hands. He didn't have to look down to know that the man had thrown the Tangdao at him and hit the artery there. Bracing against the pain, Wu Dahai conjured his power, lightning. But he was half a second too slow. The man in black broke Wu Dahai's jaw with an upper hook thrown with his right arm, sending Wu Dahai flying in a parabolic trajectory before he slammed into the 2-meter-tall display cabinets for figurines. Wu Dahai lost consciousness amid the broken figurines and shattered glass. It was unbelievable that it had been less than 10 seconds from the moment the man in black went after Gao Yang, got hit by a lucky errant lightning from Wu Dahai, killed Qing Ling, and finally to the moment he took out Wu Dahai. The man knew exactly how long it had been. He had been counting throughout his killing spree. To be in control of time was to be in control of the pace of the battle and the information one could miss. 10 seconds. The man tensed up. If his memory served him right, level 2 replicate lasted 10 seconds. The cunning boy had replicated White Rabbit's jump. He still had 1 second. The moment the thought flashed through the man's mind, he felt a great force slamming into the side of his back. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Yang had witnessed the fall of Qing Ling and then Wu Dahai. He didn't have time to be angry or sad. Seizing the last 1 second, the brief pause to the man's movement after he dealt with Wu Dahai, Gao Yang jumped and lunged at the man with all the power he could muster. The man in black didn't even attempt to resist the force that slammed into him, or his spine would have broken under the impact. Instead, he relaxed completely and allowed Gao Yang's momentum to send both of them flying 5 to 6 meters in the air. They fell and rolled, grappling on the floor in a twist of limbs. The man in black had lost his weapon, and his left arm was as good as useless. Not to mention the great impact that had just hit him. Gao Yang clearly had the upper hand. He opened his arms and grabbed onto the man tightly. Fire. Fire as hot as 580 degrees Celsius surged and burned the man's back, quickly spreading to the rest of his body. Gao Yang knew that he would be under the mercy of his own fire, but with his fire resistance, he could endure it until the man got burned to death. It was common knowledge that being burned was excruciating. The average men would lose their rationality because of the unbearable pain and in turns lose their focus, unable to retaliate effectively. Normally, they would be at the mercy of increasing pain until they died. Yet the man in black seemed to feel nothing. Even with the fire blazing on his back, he never stopped moving. He reached for his burning back with his still mobile right hand, and ignoring the blazing pain shooting from his fingers to his heart, he grabbed Gao Yang's left thumb. Crack! Gao Yang screamed as his left thumb got broken, and the fire shooting out of his left palm vanished. That was half of the fire that could have devoured the man whole. The man in black then made a side flip, twisting his waist with impressive agility and breaking free of Gao Yang's other hand with a quick judo move. When Gao Yang recovered from the pain, his right arm was already caught in the vice-like grip of the man's thighs. Shit! His premonition was right. Half a second later, Gao Yang heard the crack of his arm popping out of his shoulder, and as he cried out in pain, the fire shooting out of his right palm vanished as well. The man in black kicked Gao Yang away and quickly rolled on the floor a few times to put out the fire. Then he got to his feet and marched up to Gao Yang with a bleeding, dangling left arm. Gao Yang curled into himself on the floor. His dislocated right shoulder, his broken left thumb, and the heavy kick to his chest overwhelmed him with so much pain that he could no longer fight. But he must not give up. He closed his eyes. Access granted. However, the man in black didn't give him the time to do anything. He strode up to him and kicked him in his lower abdomen. Feeling his organs being rearranged into a mess, Gao Yang rolled 5 meters away before the back of his head slammed into Wu Dahai's desk. He saw stars as his vision went dark, and his brain stopped working. The man in black didn't leave anything to chance. He stepped on Gao Yang's neck and pushed down, taking away his breath by applying more and more pressure. Gao Yang wasn't sure if he would die of suffocation or a broken neck first. Despair. That was all he could feel. Why didn't the man show any sign of pain or exhaustion even though he was badly injured as well? Was he a mutant? Was he invincible? Was he a monster or an awakener? Was he an archenemy of the 12 zodiac signs? Gao Yang had thought that the organization could be his support, yet he was facing his death the very day he joined. What an irony! He was suddenly reminded of the masks displayed in the glass cabinets in the hidden chamber like antiques. All those different masks. What were their owners thinking before their deaths? Did they ever regret joining the organization? Let brother Gao Yang go. Before his consciousness slipped from him, Gao Yang heard a young voice speak up in a defiant, hurt tone. It was, Lovely Lamb. Face covered in tears, Lovely Lamb balled her little hands into fists, her pretty dress drenched in blood from White Rabbit and Officer Huang. The man in black turned around, staring coldly at the girl who had no way of putting up a fight. Let him go, you villain. Lovely Lamb yelled. The pressure the man in black applied on Gao Yang's neck subsided a little, and the moment Gao Yang was able to take a breath, he clung onto the man's leg and shouted, Run. Lovely Lamb. The man shook his hands off and strode up to Lovely Lamb. Don't kill her. Gao Yang trailed off, his eyes widening in disbelief. The man drenched in blood reached out with his right hand and lifted Lovely Lamb into a one-arm embrace. He rubbed his uncovered chin against Lovely Lamb's chubby face. Come on, cute little lamb. Let uncle give you a kiss. Go away, I hate you. Why you are the worst. Lovely Lamb struggled and flailed around to hit the man in the face. Come on, just a kiss. Then uncle will put you down. No, then I'll kill him. The man in black was still smiling as he turned around to glance at Gao Yang. Didn't you say he's your second favorite big brother in the world? Go to hell. Then a girl flew over, kicking the man in the head with both feet and sending him flying. White Rabbit landed and gracefully caught Lovely Lamb, who had just flown out of the man's arm. She put the little girl down and held onto her still injured abdomen, her face pale. Patting Lovely Lamb on the head, she instructed, go save Sister Qingling. She's in the worst condition. Yeah, Lovely Lamb wiped off her tears and ran toward the girl lying in her own pool of blood. Enduring the pain in her abdomen, White Rabbit strode toward the man lying prone on the floor and stomped on him repeatedly. Are you fucking nuts? Who would welcome newbies like this? I'd been avoiding you on purpose exactly because I was worried about you getting another crazy idea. You truly never disappoint, you psycho. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The man in black broke into laughter, never resisting White Rabbit's kicks. Finally, White Rabbit grew too tired to continue, and she slumped down on the floor. The man in black slowly sat up, holding onto his bleeding left shoulder and calling out to Lovely Lamb, hey, cute little lamb, hurry, or Uncle Tiger is gonna die. Serve you right, you fuckhead. White Rabbit kicked him again, still fuming with rage. Come on, little rabbit. Don't be so angry. The man in black took off his balaclava and chuckled. Gao Yang finally took a good look at him. The man seemed to be in his 40s. With natural curls to his hair, his face was thin and sculpted, covered in messy stubble. His deep-set eyes were bright and blazing with fiery spirit. On his left temple, Gao Yang could faintly make out a green tattoo of the character tiger. Noticing Gao Yang's gaze, the man lifted his right hand as a greeting. War Tiger of the 12 zodiac signs. I'm going to be your teacher from now on. Then he pointed at White Rabbit and the still unconscious Wu Dahai. These two are my students as well. That was my midterm exam for them. Gao Yang lay bonelessly on the floor. Although he had survived, he was still reeling from all that had happened. Right, sure. But how does their exam concern us? Well, you were here. Might as well take the test together. Consider it a placement test you take when you first enter school. War Tiger stood up and walked up to Gao Yang with a hand on his crippled shoulder. You're pretty good, kid. You made quick judgments and pulled every possible tactic at your disposal. Do you know why you lost? I'm too weak. Good. You know yourself well. War Tiger squatted down and helped Gao Yang up. Fire and replicate? Both amazing talents. Unfortunately, the level is too low, and you have no training in close combat. In that, Qingling is much better than you. You've both got potential though. I'll train you too well from now on. May I say no? That seemed to have caught him off guard. War Tiger thought for a moment. Well, your Uncle Tiger isn't a real devil. How about this? Either you accept me as your teacher, or I kill you. Your choice. Please take care of me, teacher. You learn quickly. War Tiger patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Neither Qingling nor Officer Huang are fatally injured. It may seem like I've stabbed them in the heart, but I had purposefully made my stab 2 centimeters off to the right. And the blade of my short sword is narrow and thin, meaning the wounds aren't large. Lovely Lamb would be able to heal them fully in a few minutes. Even though the physical wounds will heal, Gao Yang covered his neck and broke into a coughing fit. How are we supposed to recover from the psychological trauma? War Tiger walked to his side and grabbed his right shoulder with one hand, making a twist and a push to pop Gao Yang's arm back into his shoulder joint with an audible crack. Gao Yang screamed and almost fainted. Why should you recover from that? Remember how weak, pathetic, and helpless you were tonight. Be grateful that you hadn't run into a real enemy, or you would have been dead. The man seemed entirely too pleased with himself. That's my first lesson to you. Still holding onto her abdomen, White Rabbit slowly walked up to Gao Yang and said, apologies for the scare. Uncle Tiger got these ideas every once in a while, and no one can stop him. That's the norm for Wu Dahai and I. You'll get used to it sooner or later. How? Gao Yang suppressed a shudder. War Tiger then walked up to Wu Dahai and dragged him toward Lovely Lamb by the leg. He didn't forget to lecture Gao Yang and White Rabbit as he walked past them. You and Wu Dahai have gotten better from the last test, but all in all, you still need to improve. Come on. White Rabbit cried out. It's easy for you to say. With your level 5 killing expert, who other than Captain can defeat you? If all of you together can't deal with me on my own, you'll die for sure when you run into one of the specters. War Tiger then cast Wu Dahai to Lovely Lamb's side like he was throwing away a bag of garbage. Kneeling on the floor with both hands on Qingling's injured chest, Lovely Lamb shifted one hand to Wu Dahai's fist-shattered chin without even batting an eye. Wu Dahai groaned and trembled in discomfort. Gao Yang took notes of 2 important pieces of information: the specters and killing expert. Was the specters an enemy organization of the 12 zodiac signs? He would ask about it later. As for killing expert, that was the number 11 talent. Although Gao Yang had memorized all the talents from 199 to 11 with the system's help, all he knew were the names of the talents, not the detailed information. He sought out the system in his head. System: examine War Tiger's talent, killing expert. It takes 3 luck points to examine the talent. 3, fine, do it. Talent, killing expert. Serial number, 11. Rune type, damage. Killing expert, mastery over all physical techniques, martial arts, and the use of all cold weapons and firearms for the purpose of killing. Pain sensitivity is lowered to 10% in battle, and physical abilities are enhanced the more seriously one is injured. When on the verge of death, all stats are buffed with a maximum multiplier of 3. Stats bonuses of level 5 Killing Expert, Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 1000, Agility plus 1000, Willpower plus 500, Charisma plus 200. Holy shit! Killing Expert? That's crazy! If only I could replicate it? Level 5 Replicate allows one to replicate any talent with a serial number greater than 10. My replicate is only level 2. Sigh, I've still got a long and hard way to go. Ding! The private elevator opened then, and everyone turned to look at it. He one in the elevator was Dead Pig. Given how big his build was, he alone was enough to fill the entire elevator, and he looked like a giant stumbling upon Lilliput, the nation of tiny people. He walked out of the elevator and looked around. Then he turned to War Tiger and let out a bitter nasal laugh. I knew it had to be something bad when you called me here. Thanks, Dead Pig. I'll buy you a meal later. 3 whole lambs, deal. 3 whole lambs, deal. War Tiger agreed without hesitation, but then he added, on Wutahai's tab. Dead Pig chuckled while walking toward Lovely Lamb. For a moment, Gao Yang felt bad for Dead Pig. It seemed to be a common occurrence for him to endure the injury transferred from his teammates. No matter how good his regenerative ability was, the pain was real. It took Lovely Lamb 15 minutes to absorb most of the injury from everyone and reattach Officer Wang's right hand and War Tiger's cut arm. Of course, the reattached parts wouldn't be good as new immediately. A 2 days rest was suggested, and it would be best to receive treatment from a healer like Fat June to fully recover. With all the damage stored in Lovely Lamb's body, her transferring all of it to Dead Pig resulted in quite the grotesque picture. For the next 10 minutes or so, Dead Pig's body kept bursting into wounds. He bled everywhere. After all the mess was cleaned up, Lovely Lamb and Dead Pig were both exhausted, and they fell asleep on the ground. Compared to the cold-blooded man who had gone on a killing spree before, War Tiger couldn't be more talkative if he tried. And true to his job title as their teacher, he had been giving them lessons the whole time. Green Snake's God of Blades, Yellow Ox's God of Firearms, and my Killing Expert are all damage-type talents. From now on, the 3 of us will be the main damage output of the organization. The 2 of you are pretty good fighters. Once you've recovered, you should go on missions with me. There's no better learning experience than actual battles. I'll formulate strategy A, B, and C for you later. The 2 of you should practice to get better at fighting as a team. The combo of Lovely Lamb and Dead Pig is my invention. Ain't it awesome? War Tiger kept talking, but no one paid him any attention. After the near-death experience, Officer Huang was in a solemn mood, and he leaned against the wall, smoking and talking on his phone with his wife. What are you doing, sweetheart? Don't worry. I just want to hear your voice. Yeah, you should go to bed. I'm still working overtime. I'll return home later. Yellow Ox? What's gotten to you? You're married. War Tiger seemed disappointed. He kept shaking his head with his arms crossed. Women would only slow down your blade. I use guns. Officer Huang had to put on a smile facing War Tiger's prowess. I promise I'll do my best in your lessons from now on. Would you mind leaving my private life out of this, teacher? Fine. War Tiger turned to Qing Ling. How about it, Green Snake? Would you like to go on a mission with me? No. Qing Ling sat cross-legged on the floor, still reeling from the terrible defeat she had suffered at War Tiger's hands. Hey, you aren't being a sore loser, are you? Qing Ling looked away. Chuckling, War Tiger crouched down next to her. Well, Uncle Tiger isn't a devil. How about this? As long as you and Yellow Ox follow me to missions and do them well, I promise to help your God of Blades and his God of Firearms reach level 4. Qing Ling's eyes lit up, but then she questioned. White Rabbit said we don't have damage rune circuit. We don't, but others do. We can make a trade with our existing rune circuits. Or we can always just make a grab for it if all other options fail. War Tiger pounded himself on the chest. How do you think I pushed my Killing Expert to level 5? Hey, White Rabbit said unhappily. Don't make such an important decision on your own. War Tiger had made up his mind. I'm the vice captain. I'm in charge when the captain isn't around. Deal, said Qing Ling. Pleased, War Tiger reached out to help her up. Deal. Qing Ling stared at him with a serious expression. Once I reach level 4, we'll have a rematch. Haha, of course, anytime. War Tiger was overjoyed. Finally, he had a student who shared his passion. Teacher War Tiger, Gao Yang piped up weakly. Have you forgotten about me? Coach, I wanna play basket. I wanna level up my talents as well. Oh, you. War Tiger scratched his mess of curly hair. You've got limitless potential, but given how useless you are right now, it's too early to send you out on missions. Right. Gao Yang's shoulders sagged. Did the man really have to be so direct about it? He had his pride too, and it could bruise. You should stay with White Rabbit and Electric Mouse for the moment. There's quite a lot they can teach you. War Tiger turned to White Rabbit. What were you going to do earlier? I'll get out of your hair, so you should go back to that. Why, thank you. White Rabbit shot daggers at him with her eyes. Lovely Lamb had fallen asleep in her arms. I'll keep an eye on Uncle Pig and cute little Lamb. Wutahai, you take them to the underground base. Sitting in the messy office with his back hunched, Wu Dahai looked at all the limited edition figurines, models, and blind boxes scattered on the floor, his heart bleeding. Without looking up, he said, "Give me a moment. I'm still hurting." "Where?" asked War Tiger. "Didn't lovely lamb treat you?" "This can't be treated," Wu Dahai yelled at War Tiger. "It's my heart that's hurting." A few minutes later, Wu Dahai picked himself up and led Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang to the underground base that had just finished construction. Having taken in 3 students with good potential, War Tiger was in a good mood, and he decided to follow them down. The 5 of them exchanged glances in the quickly descending elevator. Although War Tiger had a friendly smile on his face, Gao Yang still shuddered when he remembered the cold-blooded killer from earlier. Officer Huang seemed to share Gao Yang's sentiments. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what if you stabbed me at a wrong angle and ended up hitting my heart? Would lovely lamb still be able to save me?" "Of course not." War Tiger seemed surprised. "Why would you ask such a silly question? Even monsters can't survive having their hearts stabbed, let alone a human. Listen carefully. There are many limits to lovely lamb's injury transfer. First, the injury must have been inflicted no more than 30 minutes ago, and it has to be the kind of damage that can be treated with modern medicine. If irreversible damage has been inflicted, of course the injury wouldn't be transferable." War Tiger explained with animated gestures like a passionate teacher. Officer Huang felt a shudder run down his spine. He suddenly felt like calling his wife again. He wanted to hear her voice. It was good to be alive. Ding! In no time, the elevator reached the underground 6th floor. "We're here," said Wu Dahai. A quote from Slam Dunk. The 5 of them walked out of the elevator. Before them was a narrow path. Dimly lit, it was quiet and serene, and the walls had a fine texture like they had been sanded. The 2-meter-wide path was covered in white pebbles, each about the same size with a smooth texture, over which were planks of black sander. The intermittent placements of the planks created stripes of black and white. On the sides were bodies of water at the same level as the path, each about 3 meters wide with slim bamboo filling the space to create patches of green, thriving with vitality yet not without order. It was clear that the bamboo had been placed and trimmed with care, and amid them were ancient-looking marble lights. Installed with sensors, the marbles lit up following their steps. The trickling sound of water was interrupted by the soft clacks of shishio dashi one every once in a while. It felt as if they were actually walking in the heart of a bamboo forest under moonlight, the perfect embodiment of Zen. "Heavenly Dog did a good job designing this place," Officer Huang complimented. "It's all right," Wu Dahai said from the front of the group. His mother came from the island nation too. He's incorporated the elements of his home country. They reached the end of the path, where a metal door with artificial wooden texture stood. After a series of complex identity verification processes, the door opened, revealing a well-illuminated circular living space. A stark contrast from the pathway before, the room was bright and designed in a minimalistic way with white, gray, and black as the main colors. It leaned more toward the style common in sci-fi. At the center of the room was a small display platform, upon which was a hologram that repeated every 10 seconds or so. 12 cyberpunk-style mechanical animals of the 12 zodiac signs chased after one another and play-fought until they became one, morphing into a complex polygon that looked abstract yet profound. Then the polygon exploded, shattering into countless shards before the shards morphed into animals chasing and playing with one another yet again. It was a seamless, endless loop. At the far side of the room were 12 doors, placed in a curve and each represented a zodiac sign. Wu Dahai started with the leftmost door. The mouse door leads to the meeting room, the ox door, the lab and tech development room, the tiger door, the gym, sparring room and training room, the rabbit door, the break room, the water cooler room, and a minibar of drinks, coffee, and snacks. The dragon door leads to captain's private room and does not open to others. The snake door leads to the dorm rooms and baths. Wu Dahai paused and turned to Qing Ling. "Fret not, those are separate for male and female. You don't have to worry about getting harassed. The only one she has to worry about is you," Gao Yang thought to himself. The horse door leads to the armory. I'll show you in a bit. The lamb door leads to the infirmary, operating room, and medicine storage. The monkey door leads to the entertainment room. Entertainment. Gao Yang was surprised. You can only work hard if you know how to play hard. Got it. Wu Dahai huffed. There are desktops with internet connection and all kinds of consoles. There are also arcades, my favorite. You're welcome to challenge me anytime. Then the chicken door leads to a karaoke. Gao Yang guessed. Yep. Wu Dahai seemed proud of himself. Build an amusement park, would you? War Tiger sounded fed up. I'm only taking care of all our members, teacher. Wu Dahai said defiantly. Do you know how difficult it is to make 12 rooms? War Tiger snorted non-committally. Go on. The dog door leads to the laundry. Wu Dahai pointed at the last door, the pig door. That's the canteen. Officer Huang was impressed. I thought this was a simple base, but with all the facilities, it can provide accommodation for everyone. Of course. Wu Dahai boasted. All the supplies and reserved energy will last us a year. Why would we stay here for that long? Asked Gao Yang. You'd thank me when the next Crimson Tide came, Wu Dahai said. Oh, War Tiger pressed a hand to his forehead, recalling an unpleasant memory. During the last tide, I had to poop in the middle of nowhere and wipe my ass with dried leaves. It was terrible. What is Crimson Tide? Gao Yang couldn't suppress his curiosity. Let's talk about that later. War Tiger gave him a meaningful smile. You've gotten enough trauma today. Oh, so you do know? Gao Yang didn't voice his grievance. Wu Dahai led everyone through the horse door, and they found themselves in a multi-room armory. The first room housed the firearms. All four walls were covered in modern weapons, including handguns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, as well as grenades like flash grenades, smoke grenades, sonic grenades, and grenade bombs. Officer Wang's eyes lit up, hit by a pleasure so great that it felt like a mental climax. He picked up a light silver revolver and popped the cylinder, making it rotate once to check the bullets before popping it back. Then he twirled the gun for half a circle before holstering it in his belt. Cool move, Wu Dahai commented. But please put the gun back. Oh. Officer Huang reluctantly put the revolver back and reached out for the light machine gun. No touching, Wu Dahai ordered. Officer Huang grumbled. Stingy. Stingy? Did I not give you the sniper rifle when you asked for it back then? You hadn't even joined the organization. Wu Dahai found it both funny and infuriating. What are you gonna do anyway? Pick up a machine gun and shoot at random targets on the street. War Tiger patted Wu Dahai on the shoulder. Why don't you treat your junior member with more generosity, Electric Mouse? Never. Wu Dahai said with the pride of the owner of this household and opened the door to the next room. The shelves were lined with cold weapons, including a variety of sabers, spears, swords, polearms, axes, griataxes, hook swords, tridents, whips, swordbreakers, hammers, flying claws, ransewers, staffs, long spears, maces, tonfas, and morning stars, as well as all kinds of bows and arrows and hidden weapons. You're free to grab what you want, Qing Ling. Wu Dahai gave her a wink. No need. Qing Ling didn't even spare the weapons a glance. Seeing Wu Dahai getting the cold shoulder, Officer Huang snorted to himself. That was what he got for his double standards. The different rooms of the base were all connected. After giving everyone a tour, Wu Dahai took them to the dorm rooms for a quick shower and a change of clothes. The earlier fight had left their clothes tattered and torn. Afterward, the five of them gathered in the break room. It looked like a big flat in a North European style. There were bean bags, rugs, television, fridge, snacks, and drinks. It reminded Gao Yang of what he had seen in Western sitcoms. The five of them each sat down on a bean bag and chatted while they drank. Then Wu Dahai seemed to have remembered something, and he called out, Nisakia genie. The large LCD screen on the wall lit up, and the image of a girl with mouse ears drawn in the style of manga popped up. She said in a sweet voice, Greetings, Master. What may I do for you? Check my current ranking. Wu Dahai took a sip of Coke, his face filled with anticipation. Understood. Electric Mouse of the 12 zodiac signs. Comprehensive power ranking among awakeners, 102 ND. Gah. Wu Dahai yelled in frustration. Not only did I not get into the double digits, but I actually dropped a rank. There's a power ranking for awakeners. Gao Yang sat up, suddenly wide awake. 1. A device set up to scare away animals that's often found in Japanese gardens. 2. Most likely referring to Japan given Tengu, heavenly dog, comes from Japanese mythology, and Shishio-dashi is a Japan thing. However, no real-life nations/locations have been named directly in this story as far as I know, so I opted to keep the literal translation here. Of course. Where there are people, there is Jianghu 1, and where there is Jianghu, there is ranking. Nursing a can of beer, War Tiger patted Wu Dahai on the head. No rush. Once news gets out that the 12 zodiac signs have acquired the second rune circuit, your rank will go up. True. Wu Dahai then asked, by the way, has the rune circuit been examined? What type is it? Psyche. Damn. Wu Dahai sounded disappointed. Why can't it be element? I want to reach level 4. War Tiger chuckled. Songstress can't be happier. Her requiem can finally get to level 4 too. Oh, why can't I do the same? Wu Dahai whined. What kind of luck is this? Well, our newcomers are with you, said War Tiger. Yeah, my talent is only level 2, Gao Yang chimed in. Although one's number 26 and the other's 18, and both are somewhat near the top of the list, level 2 talents are quite useless. Stop your fake whining if you're gonna boast. Wu Dahai got even angrier. You have 2 talents. What more do you want? You're gonna get to level 3 in no time, and with 2 level 3 talents, you're gonna catch up to me in ranking. I actually have 3 talents, Gao Yang didn't say. On one hand, it was always better to have a hidden card up his sleeve, and on the other hand, he didn't want Wu Dahai to get a stroke. War Tiger spread his hands. If the element rune circuit were found, the organization could make a deal to borrow it so that you could level up, but it hasn't been found yet. Whining about it won't change anything. Fuck it. Wu Dahai plopped himself down on the bean bag and shut his mouth. Element-type talents have great potential, War Tiger assured him. It's like the AP type in MOBA games. At the beginning, the magical output does nothing. However, with enough time and cultivation, they become the key AoE damage dealer in a group clash. In comparison, my talent makes me more of an assassin. In the beginning stage, I have a great advantage. War Tiger crossed his legs and drank his beer while scanning the names sliding up on the screen. This isn't me being boastful, but in a one-on-one duel, I can kill everyone outside the top 10 as easily as swatting a fly. No wonder you're ranked 9th. Qing Ling found War Tiger's name. There's room for me to climb up the ranks still. At the moment, I haven't been pushed to the verge of death yet, and my talent makes me stronger the more seriously I'm injured. I had first-hand experience with that. Officer Wang's face darkened as he remembered the terrible fight. Gao Yang quietly stared at the list. Among the 12 zodiac signs, 2 members were at the top 10. War Tiger, ranked 9th, and Dragon, ranked 3rd. Gao Yang had thought the 12 zodiac signs were at best a middle-of-the-road organization given how few members there were, but it seemed that he had found himself a great thigh to latch onto. Who made this list? Asked Gao Yang. Kylin Guild. War Tiger flipped to his feet and crushed the empty bearkin with his left hand, checking the recovery of his injured arm. Kylin Guild. They own the walled city of 10 dragons. Wu Dahai had finally gotten out of his self-wallowing. In the world of Awakeners, they are the most influential organization with more than 50 members. Their leader is Kylin, the one ranked at the top. That's quite an edgy name, Officer Huang said with a laugh. Well, it's always best to have a memorable code name, said War Tiger. It's a ranking they made on their own, said Gao Yang. Is it even credible? It may not be the authoritative ranking, but it is the most credible one at the moment. The walled city of 10 dragons is the biggest hub for trades and exchanges between Awakeners, and thus they get the most holistic information. Moreover, there's a tournament every 6 years. This ranking is calculated based on a comprehensive evaluation of every Awakener's strength, reputation, and contribution. War Tiger opened another can of beer. In truth, the top 5s are all powerful beyond one's imagination, and they generally stay away from each other. They are ranked based on their reputation and contribution alone. So the top 5 haven't fought to find out who's stronger? Asked Gao Yang. Yeah. War Tiger nodded. And don't be misled by those shonen mangas. There is no absolute ranking for power. Real-life battles aren't one-on-one matches in an arena, but a mix of schemes, exploitations, ambushes, lies, poisons, psychological warfare, traps, and the age-long tactic of going after someone with greater numbers. There are more tricks than one can feasibly predict and prepare for. Take Wu Dahai and I as an example. War Tiger reached out to ruffle Wu Dahai's broom head, getting him an irritated "stop it" from his student. War Tiger ignored the protest and said, if he got his lightning to level 8, he would be able to burn everything inside and outside the building to charcoal in 3 seconds. If I happen to be drinking coffee here, or if all top 10 Awakeners happen to be having a party, at least half of us would die, including me. But would you say I'm weaker than Wu Dahai? War Tiger smiled. One-on-one, he would last less than 2 seconds against me. His 3 new students nodded in understanding. So don't focus too much on the ranking. It would lull you into the false belief that survival and fighting are as simple as it presented. Moreover, our real enemies aren't going to be part of the list, such as pride monsters, life monsters, death monsters, and War Tiger's gaze grew icy. The specters. The specters are. Gao Yang's question was cut off by War Tiger. I've heard from White Rabbit that you are the most curious among the 3 of you, Gao Yang, and I know you can't wait to find the answers to your questions. But be patient and take one step at a time. There are things you are better off not knowing at the moment. And regarding the specters, there are only 3 things you should know for now. War Tiger extended a finger. First, specters are Awakeners, but they're not like us. Second, they are the nightmares of all Awakeners. Third, if you ever run into them, don't ask anything, don't think about anything. Run, at once. War Tiger's eyes were steely. If you encounter a specter, things will be more dangerous than my ambush today. What do they look like? Asked Gao Yang. I don't have to tell you. You'll know when you see them. War Tiger smiled bitterly. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but if you ever run into them, it means they have decided to kill you, and there's no escaping that. Not even you, Teacher War Tiger. Gao Yang was shocked. One-on-one, yes, I can put up a fight. But 2, and I'm dead. You've seen the altars for the 12 zodiac signs and the masks displayed there. I don't have to tell you how the original owners of the masks died, do I? The 3 of them fell silent, and the air in the room stilled. One day, you may come to regret your awakening. It's actually a great fortune to be able to live in peace among the monsters until you die of old age. I already regret it. Officer Huang smiled wryly. Gao Yang echoed the sentiment. What he said. Still, War Tiger chuckled. I welcome you to join us in Hell Mode. 1 In the general sense, Jianghu is used to refer to a society with conflicting interests, resentments, and all the complex human relationships, and this is a quote from Jin Yang's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Half an hour later, the group left the underground 6th floor. Inside the elevator, Gao Yang asked War Tiger, what can the Jinryu currency buy, teacher? Oh, you know about it. War Tiger sounded surprised. You sure are studious. He gave a brief introduction to the currency, which was pretty much what Lu Qingying had told him. Most of the time, the coins are used for trades, and the commodities can be put into 4 categories. What are they? Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai cocked his head and answered with some irritation, medicines, equipment, items, and intel. Medicines. Officer Huang asked. Those can be bought with money. Not regular medicines, you idiot, Wu Dahai said with a scoff. It's medicines specifically for awakeners, and they are potent. Realization dawned on Gao Yang. He turned to Qingling. The remedy you gave me? When I put some on my injury, it healed overnight. My cousin gave me that, Qingling said with an impassive look on her face. He didn't tell me how he got it. That was the only bottle I had. That moved Gao Yang. He and Qingling had been practically strangers at the time, yet she gave him her last bottle without hesitation. I'll make it simple. War Tiger wasn't terribly interested in anything outside of battles. There are some awakeners who can create special tools with black gold. With a mix of special herbal ingredients and the energy of awakeners with support type or life type talents, different specialized medicines can be made. One of the ingredients for the medicine you got before, Gao Yang, is dead pig's blood. Kylan Guild manufactures all kinds of medicines for regular uses in batches, and Dead Pig gives them his blood every 6 months. Not for free, of course. They have a deal. Outside of healing medicine, there are also medicines for temporary buffs to your strength, speed, or defense, as well as those that increase your willpower and explosive power for the short term. Naturally, there are poisons, stimulants, aphrodisiacs, and psychedelics as well. There's nothing you can't buy with Jinmu. The elevator door opened, and the 5 of them entered Wu Dahai's private underground garage. Wu Dahai took out his car key and walked up to a black S-Class Benz. War Tiger continued, as for equipment, most are made of black gold, and they each have their own magical ability to grow and be molded as you wish. Over time, the equipment may develop in countless different ways from resonating with the energy generated by the Awakener's talents. Green Snake, your Tangdao is the best example of this. War Tiger gave her an expectant look. With God of Blades and Metal as well as your black gold Tangdao, the whole will certainly be greater than the sum of its parts. I look forward to how far you will get. If you push both talents to level 4, you'll have no trouble getting into the top 20 ranks, and one-on-one, you will be able to survive 30 seconds against me. Qingling looked frigid. She obviously didn't take that as a compliment. Now, let's talk items. They're like medicines, only they are made differently. Most items are objects Awakeners have injected their talents into for particular situations. Sleep gas is an example. Regular sleep gas doesn't really work on Awakeners, but if Songstress imbues a sleep gas grenade with Requiem, the effectiveness will grow tenfold. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang looked thoughtful. Don't underestimate items. When facing an enemy at the same level as you, the key that determines the victor will be your items and how you use them. Last but not least, intel. With something like information, it can be worth nothing or everything. There's intel on your rivals, on the whereabouts of rune circuits, on the mist world, on monsters, and on the specters. War Tiger threw Wu Dahai a glance. This kid saves up 2,000 jinwas and posted a bounty for information on the element rune circuit to the walled city of 10 Dragons forum, but so far, no one has responded. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Lu Qingying wanted information from him, and the cunning woman offered 4 jinryo for each piece of information. As a newcomer into the world of Awakeners, he would suffer great losses if he didn't know how valuable the information he held was. Fortunately, he could choose to give or not give her the information. He had to quickly learn the ways of this brand new world and turn himself from a newbie to a big shot. Even if he couldn't be that, he had to at least be a shrewd senior. The next 2 days were uneventful. Sunday morning, Gao Yang accessed his system first thing when he woke up. He was surprised to find that he had accumulated 441 luck points. 3 days of points accumulation and the increased rate he got from his fight with his sister in the Nightmare and his fight with War Tiger in the Millennium Tower. Well, it was more of a one-sided slaughter than a fight. He had acquired more luck points than expected without him realizing. Gao Yang felt rich. After some deliberation, he decided to acquire another talent. It never hurt to have more cards up his sleeves, and getting a talent itself would grant him permanent bonuses to his stats. No matter how he thought about it, he should prioritize getting another talent than putting all his points straight into his stats. It takes 120 luck points to comprehend a new talent. Do you confirm? Yes. Comprehending. Comprehension fails. You have used 120 luck points. Keep going. Comprehending. Comprehending. Comprehension fails. You have used 120 luck points. To comprehend again. Keep going. Comprehending. Comprehension succeeds. You have used 120 luck points. Talent, lie detection. Serial number, 181. Rune type, wisdom. Level 1 lie detection, allow one to determine if the target is lying once every 48 hours. Stats bonuses of level 1 lie detection, willpower plus 10, charisma plus 10. Stats updated, constitution, 47 endurance, 48. Strength, 17 agility, 39. Willpower, 209 charisma, 67. Luck, 132. Gao Yang's heart burned. He had used a total of 360 points, yet the talent he got was so much closer to the bottom of the list than the top. Still, the first 2 talents he comprehended were ranked quite high. He should be content with that. Greed was the shortcut to one's downfall, and the talent would help him make deals with Lu Qingying. Being able to use it only once every 48 hours was too little though. He had to use it a few more times to push it to level 2 first. Then level 3. You there, system? Yes. Do I have to kill monsters to get lie detection to level 3 too? I would love to detect monsters' lies with the talent, but they had to be willing to talk to me first. Wisdom type talents do not require monsters killing to reach level 3. The requirement is to use the talent for 30 times. So I can get replicate to level 3 in the same way? Yes. Alright, that's good. Not as bad as it could be. Gao Yang hid the system and let out a long breath. He had grasped a few rules about the system. For the information Gao Yang had discovered in the real world, the system would give him a clear explanation. It was like a dungeon crawler. When he opened the door, he would be allowed a clear view of everything in the room. If he hadn't found the door, however, he would get no information. Alright, one step at a time. From today onward, I need to gain experience in my talents. And better not comprehend new talents for the time being. I need to increase my stats. Bam! Gao Xingxin kicked his door open. You should already be up yesterday, sleepy. Whoa, you're awake, brother. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Gao Yang smiled faintly at her. Why, shouldn't I be awake? You're usually still sleeping in. You've changed, my brother. Gao Xingxin was still surprised. You haven't been possessed by a different soul, have you? Gao Yang almost jumped. His sister might as well be a fortune teller? I've got a question for you, my dearest sister. Gao Yang got off the bed and took his time to put on his jacket. Go ahead. Do you like me, your older brother? What? His sister was caught off guard for a moment. Then her face became flushed. What's wrong with you this early in the morning? Of course I don't like you. Not in a million years. Gao Yang stared at her and activated lie detection. Lie. He smiled. Nothing. I'm just asking. You're not making sense. Get your ass downstairs for breakfast. Gao Xingxin slammed the door shut. It was the first time in a long time that his mother made breakfast at home. His grandmother was still staying with his uncle in the countryside, and his father hadn't been discharged from the hospital. The three of them had breakfast together and chatted about anything and everything. Things had been hectic at home since his father got into a car accident. It had been a while since they had such a peaceful time in the morning. For a distracted moment, Gao Yang thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing if he hadn't awakened, and such ordinary days were all his life was. After breakfast, Gao Yang headed straight to Wang Zikai's place. He stood at the gate to the villa's front yard and rang the bell. When he got no response, he gave up on waiting and vaulted the wall. The door was left open by a crack. Alerted, Gao Yang gently opened it and walked in. He was relieved to find Wang Zikai sound asleep amid the mess of snacks, bottled drinks, and takeouts in the living room. He still had a PS5 controller in his hands. On the television was the pause screen of the remastered version of Final Fantasy VII. He must have pulled an all-nighter playing the game. Gao Yang cleaned up the living room table a little and put a blanket on Wang Zikai before sitting down on another couch. Wang Zikai rolled and only opened his eyes after sleeping a little more. He immediately sat up. Gao Yang. Then he guiltily hid the controller behind his butt. Haha, I've been training. I only played the game a little since I was tired. It's fine. Play games when you feel like it. Not even the savior of the world can work all day without rest. Gao Yang smothered a smile. He wasn't a teacher surprising a student to check on their progress. Wang Zikai had no reason to be this nervous. Haha, you're right. About my favor, how did it go? Gao Yang didn't beat around the bush. He had called Wang Zikai 2 days ago and explained the situation his family was in, hoping that Wang Zikai would be willing to invest in his father's food processing factory to help them overcome this challenge. Wang Zikai agreed without a moment of hesitation and said that his father would be back in the country for the next couple of days, and that he would talk to his father about it. Today was the 3rd day since then. Gao Yang thought he would have gotten an answer. Wang Zikai paused for a moment. What favor? Gao Yang's heart sank, and he frowned. About my dad. You haven't forgotten about it, have you? Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Wang Zikai burst out laughing. Of course I hadn't forgotten about something my best bro asked of me. I told my dad the moment I met him. And, well, Wang Zikai scratched his face with his finger. He wouldn't give me the money. Have you talked to him the way I told you to? No. Wang Zikai got angry just thinking about it. I was gonna talk to him. Actually talk. But then he scolded me for dyeing my hair and said that I looked like a thug. So I dyed my hair. So what? That's a stereotype he got? That's discrimination? Then we started fighting, and I forgot to ask him again. Gao Yang sighed. Although he was suppressing the urge to facepalm, it wasn't that surprising to him. Wang Zikai hadn't had a normal conversation with his parents since he was 10. But don't worry. Wang Zikai pounded on his chest. It's just money. I dealt with it myself. Really? Of course. Who do you think I am? Wang Zikai proudly presented him with a bank card. Here's 2 million. Take it. Where did you get the money? Gao Yang was a little worried that he might have done something of a clandestine nature. I sold my sports car, said Wang Zikai. You sold it. Gao Yang felt a pang in his heart. Wang Zikai bought the car for a little more than 4 million, but he sold it at half the price. Yeah. Wang Zikai didn't sound bothered. It's fine. I have Wu Dahai's McLaren. He's only lending it to you. You'll have to give it back sooner or later. Well, about that? Wang Zikai seemed pleased with himself. Wu Dahai said that the car would be mine if I help him get together with Qing Ling. That's a piece of cake to me, the matchmaking master. Didn't I get you and Li Weiwei together with a simple text? Should I thank you for that? Gao Yang felt like punching Wang Zikai every time he thought about it. If not for the practical joke Wang Zikai pulled, he wouldn't have gone on a date with Li Weiwei, and Li Weiwei wouldn't have transformed into a monster and attacked him. Then she wouldn't have died at the hand of Qing Ling, and she would still be the childhood friend he knew and trusted. Or he would still awaken and expose himself to another monster instead of Li Weiwei. Qing Ling might not show up to save him in that case. In a sense, perhaps he had Wang Zikai to thank for avoiding death. Gao Yang pushed aside the thoughts and took the bank card from Wang Zikai. Thanks. There are procedures to follow. You should sign a contract with my dad later. I don't know how to do that. Wang Zikai found the formalities troublesome. Leave that to me. You only have to sign. Then sure. Gao Yang got to his feet. Come on, let's go to the walled city of 10 dragons. I'll buy you barbecue. Gao Yang opened his eyes to find himself lying on a beach chair. Over his head was a palm tree with a dense enough canopy to shield most of the sunlight for him, and under his feet was a beach with soft, clean white sand. The sky was bright and the breeze pleasant. Extending before his eyes was a deep blue ocean, divided from the sky by a thin blurry line. There were a few seagulls flying in the blue backdrop. Gao Yang knew this was a dream, but he still couldn't help but be lost in the sight. This was his first time seeing the ocean. It looked different from the one shown on TV. For one, the ocean on screen wasn't as vast as the one before his very eyes. Do you like the setting this time? Asked the gentle voice of a woman. Gao Yang looked to the side to find Lu Qingying sprawling on another beach chair of her own. The bikinis she wore left no parts of her voluptuous body to imagination. She had sunglasses on with her hair tied loosely up, and she was putting sunscreen on her flat abdomen with her delicate fingers. During the day, Gao Yang took Wang Zikai to the barbecue place in the walled city of 10 dragons and had a cup of free plum drink. Came night, Lu Qingying visited him in his dream. Pretty good. Gao Yang nodded before asking curiously, can you recreate any environment in your dream? I can. Lu Qingying chuckled. But they have to be places I have been to in the real world so that I can put in all the details and make the dreams more realistic. The bedroom you dreamed about last time is foreign to me, so I had to let your subconscious fill in the blanks. That left a lot of flaws to be spotted. That was why I kept the light off. Darkness was the best cover for those flaws. Gao Yang picked up a glass of iced orange juice from the table beside him and took a sip. It tasted like the real thing. After stretching his arms, he lay back down and enjoyed the sun and wind. It wasn't until a while later that he said, shall we start our exchange? Okay. Lu Qingying had finished applying sunscreen. She lay down on her side facing Gao Yang, her seductive nature on full display, and her eyes were glinting alluringly. Should I go first? Be my guest. Have you met Dragon in person since joining the 12 zodiac signs? Asked Lu Qingying. No, I haven't. Lu Qingying blinked bemusedly. Among the members, only Dragon's talent is still kept a secret. Gao Yang's eyes glinted. You want to find out about his talent? Yes. No one knows what the top 10 talents are, and Dragon's talent must be among the top 10. If you ever learn of it, you may use it to make a deal with me. I don't think I will even if I get the information. Such information must be top secret for the organization. Dragon was their ace. The organization could live or die depending on the secret. Gao Yang wasn't stupid enough to trade it away to Lu Qingying. It's fine. You're free to seek me out when you've changed your mind. Lu Qingying picked up a glass of calamandan and lemon tea and took a sip with the straw. I heard that your organization acquired a rune circuit, and it's of the psyche type. Is that true? Will the confirmation count as an intel? Yes, a lower level one. On a scale of C, B, A, and S, it'll be a B-class intel. I was requested to confirm the truth. They seem to be considering an exchange with your organization, but they are worried that the information may not be accurate. Oh, that I can confirm for you. It's the real deal. The Psyche Rune Circuit. Gao Yang didn't think there was a point in hiding that fact. The other organization would find out through a trade sooner or later. Alright. One B-class intel is worth 5 Jinryu. Or you may ask me for intel of the same worth. I want intel. Regarding what? Gao Yang thought for a moment. Something related to me personally. Lu Qingying took some time to think about it. Would something about the 12 zodiac signs work then? Yes. Lu Qingying smiled. I'd say this is an A-class intel, but to show you my goodwill, I'll give it to you on discount. Well, thanks. In your organization, Lu Qingying said with a perfect poker face, there's a spy from another faction. Gao Yang didn't respond, but his heart skipped a beat. There's a 80% chance that it's true, and I don't know who the spy is. That's why the intel is an A-class one. If I'm 100% sure, it would have been an S-class intel. Are you trying to plant distrust among us? Gao Yang asked warily. There is no bad blood between me and the 12 zodiac signs. What do I get for getting on your bad side? Lu Qingying rested her hands on her thighs and shifted a little. My business is built upon credibility. I have a reputation to keep in the field. Gao Yang felt a headache brewing. He had only joined the organization for a few days, yet he already had to keep an eye out for a spy. It was better to not know when learning about it would make him question every member he met. That would be detrimental to his bonding with his colleagues. And should he report the possibility? If he knew and kept it to himself, he would get into trouble once he was found out. However, he didn't have any evidence to back it up, and he couldn't just tell the truth about Lu Qingying being the source of the information. Reporting it would get him into trouble too, and it would be immediate. The intel was a can of worms he perhaps shouldn't have opened. Alright, that's the end of our deal, Gao Yang said. It's still early. We can talk about something else before you wake up, or we can do something else. Lu Qingying stared at him with seductive eyes and an amused smile. Allow me to decline. What he said could be used against him. It was better to be careful. He closed his eyes and accessed the system. It turned out that Lu Qingying was telling the truth. The next day, the moment Gao Yang finished evening self-study and walked out of the school gates, he saw a familiar black Benz by the road. The door opened, and White Rabbit smiled with her eyes at him, her face covered by a pink mask. "Wanna get in and have a good time, handsome boy?" Gao Yang looked around before diving into the car. "Something comes up?" Gao Yang asked and scanned the car. The one driving was Heavenly Dog, while Wu Dahai was riding shotgun. "Yeah, we're on a mission." White Rabbit seemed to be in a good mood. Gao Yang was suddenly nervous. "What mission? Would it be dangerous?" "Coward, what are you afraid of when you're with me, your dependable senior?" Wu Dahai scoffed mockingly. "Don't make us look bad when you're part of the organization." "Yeah." Gao Yang played up the pity act. "But I'm a bench warmer, and I'm quite weak. I may just drag you down. Don't worry. We ain't fighting." White Rabbit put an arm around Gao Yang's shoulder. "We're just going to the walled city of 10 dragons for an exchange of rune circuits. We bring you along to let you get some experience." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "A trade? Yeah, it's War Tiger's doing. The 100 Rivers Union would like to make an exchange for the Psyche rune circuit we got recently. Sister Songstress reached level 4 with her Requiem yesterday, and the Psyche rune circuit isn't that useful to us for the moment." "Ah." Gao Yang nodded. "So the 100 Rivers Union was the ones who wanted to trade with the 12 zodiac signs, and they sought out Lu Qingying for confirmation." For the past few days, Gao Yang had been looking into the factions of awakeners rather than wasting his time. The three most well-known righteous organizations in Li City were the 12 zodiac signs, the Kailan Guild, and the 100 Rivers Union. The 12 zodiac signs had the fewest members, each an elite in their own right, and kept a low profile. The Kailan Guild kept their number of members somewhere around 40, and most were elite awakeners as well. They were the most powerful organization as a whole and had the greatest influence. They were to the world of awakeners what the martial alliance leader was to martial artists in Wuxia stories. As the name would suggest, the 100 Rivers Union consisted of roughly 100 awakeners. Most of the members were weaker awakeners with talents near the bottom of the list. That was why they came together and formed an organization. The 100 Rivers part of their name came from the idiom, "The ocean is the destination of 100 rivers," which meant that even the smallest streams could come together to form an ocean if there were enough of them. "So what do I do?" asked Gao Yang. "Relax," White Rabbit said, "and consider it a fun experience." Wu Dahai was looking at the rearview mirror and combing his hair. Today, his usual broom head had been left in a bowl cut. "Just keep your mouth shut and stay put" as a background prop. Heavenly Dog, who had been fully focused on driving, chimed in. "Hello, Prop 1. I'm Prop 2. Hello, hello. It's a real honor." Gao Yang played along. Past midnight, the four of them arrived at the walled city of 10 dragons with their animal masks on. They could have made it by 12, but they ended up enjoying a meal of steamed clams at a street stand before taking their sweet time to go to the meeting. In the end, they were almost 20 minutes late. That was exactly what White Rabbit was aiming for. Only fools go to a meeting on time. Being late lends you authority. "Got it. I'm learning from the very best," Gao Yang said. That was eye-opening. The walled city of 10 dragons never slept, and the small hours saw the place lit up with flickering neon lights and bustling activities. On the north side of the area stood a towering building that resembled a modern casino, on the ceiling of which was a large LCD billboard topped with a glittering golden Kailan. The prideful, haughty mythical monster marked the place as a branch of the Kailan Guild in the walled city of 10 dragons. The four of them walked in through the revolving door and found themselves in an extravagant lobby styled in the most luxurious way possible. Behind the front desk were two young women in kipeo, one black, and the other white, both printed with the golden patterns of Kailan. 12 zodiac signs. White Rabbit went up to them and said, "We've made a reservation for a trade late tonight. Greetings. Your reservation number and passcode, please." A19. The passcode is 48. The woman looked up the information on the computer quickly before walking out of the front desk, spreading her arm to direct the four of them to their room. "Yours is the 6th trading hall. Please follow me." Past a quiet white hallway, they reached a metallic door at the end with a plaque that read, 6th Trading Hall. The woman punched in the passcode, and the four of them walked in once the door opened. Gao Yang stayed quiet the whole time. Although he had prepared himself mentally, what he saw still caught him by surprise. There were way too many people inside. The trading hall was about the size of a computer lab for media classes, at the center of which was a podium. Beside it stood an elderly man in a full suit with an impassive expression. He looked professional, fair, and authoritative. On each side of the podium were two couches for guests. A man and a woman sat on the one on the left, both masked, and behind them was a packed group of people. They were all wearing masks as well. Judging from their builds, they varied in genders and ages. Gao Yang made a rough count. There were close to 40 of them. White Rabbit, Heavenly Dog, and Wu Dahai weren't phased. They seemed to have expected this. White Rabbit and Wu Dahai sat down on the couch across from them, maintaining a powerful presence, while Heavenly Dog and Gao Yang stood behind them quietly like emotionless bodyguards. "You're 21 minutes late." The man representing the 100 Rivers Union spoke up with suppressed anger. "Apologies. We have a lot on our plate." White Rabbit didn't sound apologetic at all. "Let's get started." "All right." The woman had a delicate black box on her lap. Before she could open it, the man stopped her and said, "You show the ware first." White Rabbit shrugged nonchalantly. "Do it, Electric Mouse." With his legs crossed, Wu Dahai took out a rune circuit from the pocket of his leather jacket and threw it toward the podium. The trader caught it easily with an impressive show of reflex. Although the dozens of people were all masked, their minute movements betrayed their shock. That was a rune circuit, yet the man just cast it like it was nothing? Even though this was a territory of the Kylan Guild and most people wouldn't dare start any trouble here, that was still an unreasonable display of confidence. The trader took out a magnifying glass and inspected the rune circuit for half a minute. Then he inserted it into a notch in the podium. Soon, the light bulbs on the podium flickered quickly. It's real. The trader's voice was worn by years, but steady. He turned to White Rabbit. Please swear upon your organization that the rune circuit is of the Psyche type. I swear upon the 12 zodiac signs that the rune circuit is Psyche type, White Rabbit said with a hand raised. It is done. The trader turned to the other side to look at the two representatives of the 100 Rivers Union. The man gave the woman a look. The woman then walked up to the trader, holding the black box carefully with both hands. The trader opened the box and took out the rune circuit inside to appraise it. The same process was soon completed, and the representatives of the 100 Rivers Union gave a guarantee that the rune circuit was the damage type. The trade was completed. White Rabbit and the man representing the 100 Rivers Union went up to the podium at the same time and each took the rune circuit the other brought. The exchange is done without issues, announced the trader. I'd like to ask one party to leave the room first, while the other party is to stay here for another half an hour. You were late, said the man. We'll take our leave first. Be my guest. White Rabbit remained on the couch and made a gesture to send the guests off. The man and woman quickly stood up and led the dozens of people out of the room. Then the trader took his leave as well. Before walking out of the door, he politely reminded them, I'd ask the four of you to stay another half an hour. The metal door slowly closed, and the room quieted. Now that they were alone, Gao Yang couldn't help but smack his lips and comment, that's quite the entourage. Aren't you a smart one? Use your brain and think about why they brought so many people to the trade. White Rabbit had already taken off her shoes and socks and fished out a bottle of red nail polish from her pocket. They are afraid of us, Gao Yang guessed. Bingo, Wu Dahai said proudly. They may have greater numbers, but most of them are quite useless, and useless people have to stick together to protect themselves. They don't want something as important as a rune circuit to be robbed from them. They're weak, White Rabbit corrected. Not useless. Well, same difference. Wu Dahai crossed his legs again. We were told to stay here to prevent us from taking back our rune circuit after the trade. Kylan Guild won't be there to enforce order outside this place. That's so. Gao Yang felt a little bitter inside. In whichever world, the weak always had a difficult life. After inspecting the damaged rune circuit in her hand, White Rabbit threw it to Wu Dahai. As someone with an element-type talent, Wu Dahai had no use for the rune circuit and thus wasn't interested in it. He spared it a couple glances before giving it to Heavenly Dog. And Heavenly Dog handed it to Gao Yang after inspecting it for a little while. Gao Yang took a close look. The rune circuit was just like the Psyche rune circuit they had acquired not long ago. The only difference was the pattern etched at the center. It was an irregular geometric shape with sharp angles that resembled a sea urchin. Keep it safe with you until we get back to the base, Gao Yang, said White Rabbit. What? Gao Yang was surprised. Something so precious. That's why we need to train your mental fortitude, White Rabbit said seriously as she painted her toenails. You need to learn to keep a straight face even as the Tai Mountain crumbles before you, newbie. You still have a lot to learn. Right. Gao Yang thought that made sense. Half an hour later, they left the walled city of 10 dragons and drove back to the Millennium Tower. The underground basement became the new headquarters for the 12 zodiac signs after its construction. Most members had been gradually moving to their new base with their belongings outside of their captain, Dragon. Gao Yang had asked Wu Dahai privately why Dragon had been so mysterious and never showed his face. Wu Dahai had responded with a mocking look, who do you think you are? I haven't met Captain myself. Why would you have met him already? Gao Yang didn't push, but the mystery shrouding Dragon had become thicker in his mind. How are Qingling and Officer Huang? Gao Yang asked on their drive back. Qingling hasn't been going to school these days. Wu Dahai laughed. They are in training hell with War Tiger. Now that we've gotten the damaged rune circuit, War Tiger will make sure to go even harder on them to help them reach level 4 quickly. Is that difficult? Gao Yang asked. Then he was reminded of something. Oh, sorry. Your talent is only level 3. Who are you to look down on me, bastard? Wu Dahai growled and reached over to grab Gao Yang's hair. You're dead. Bam! There was a dull thud. Then the car came to a sudden halt. Without the seatbelt on, Wu Dahai was hurled forward by the momentum and slammed his head against the window. He cried out, what the hell, Heavenly Dog? You trying to kill me? Hey, Heavenly Dog said with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I think I hit someone. You hit someone. White Rabbit was a little surprised. Heavenly Dog was known for being a safe driver. Someone rushed out suddenly, Heavenly Dog protested. I stepped on the brake immediately, but still hit him. I saw it too. Gao Yang had seen a figure suddenly rushing onto the road. He quickly rolled down the window and popped his head out to take a look. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. This area of the old city region was quiet and desolate. Under the illumination of the headlight lay an unmoving figure. There was no telling whether the person was dead. What do we do? Asked Heavenly Dog. Just leave it, Wu Dahai said coldly. It's most likely a monster. If they're dead, they're dead. No, White Rabbit's expression hardened. We don't kill wanderers, remember. They rushed out suddenly. Wu Dahai wasn't convinced. Who is to blame when they were the one that didn't obey the traffic laws? Besides, are you sure it's a wanderer? What if it's another type of monster? Wouldn't it be better to kill them then? Gao Yang pulled back into the car. There's a traffic light at the crossroad. In other words, there were surveillance cameras, and they would be held responsible if they hit a pedestrian and drove away. That would lead to more trouble. With a sigh, White Rabbit put her mask back on and then her socks and shoes. Let's take a look. If they're still alive, we'll take them to the hospital. If they're dead, we'll get an ambulance to collect the body. As law-abiding citizens, we'll do things by the book. The four of them masked on and got out of the car. Heavenly Dog and Wu Dahai took the lead while Gao Yang and White Rabbit followed in the back. The four of them slowly walked up to the person, making sure to scan their surroundings for an ambush. Just in case, Gao Yang quietly accessed the system in his head, and he only relaxed once he made sure that the acquisition rate of luck points hadn't increased. Hey, you alive? Wu Dahai walked up to the person and asked. Once he was a little closer, Gao Yang saw that it was a man with red hair. He was dressed in a thin layer of patient gown and lying down in a pool of his own blood. The hit must have been quite serious. His face was covered and obscured by blood as well. Hearing Wu Dahai's voice, the man twitched and slowly reached out with a hand. Save me. I don't want to die. The four of them sighed in relief. The man was alive. What did you think you were doing, rushing onto the road this late at night? Wu Dahai demanded with his hands on his hip. Cars don't have eyes. Do you have a death wish? Enough already. Let's get him some help first. White Rabbit sounded irritated as well. She hated unexpected occurrences. Heavenly Dog and Wu Dahai checked the man's injury. It wasn't too bad. They each lifted an arm and helped the man up, heading toward the car. Ugh, that hurts? Gently, the man kept squirming in pain. Stop it, we're getting to the car. Wu Dahai said with distaste. Stop moving. You're getting my clothes dirty. Gao Yang opened the door to the back seat. Heavenly Dog turned to him and said, help him up. I'll start the car. Okay. Gao Yang went up to support the man when he suddenly sensed a chill rushing from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Such overwhelming murderous intent. What was going on? There was no enemy around. Was it from the man? Gao Yang didn't have the time to ponder. Following his intuition, he asked, you alright? It hurts, the man said, sounding pained. I don't think I can make it. Gao Yang activated lie detection as he asked the question, and he got his answer. The man was lying. He slowly pulled back without a word and gave Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog a pointed look. They let go of the red-haired man without missing a beat and put some distance between them. Without their help, the man slumped to the ground and started groaning out unintelligible things again. What's wrong? Wu Dahai asked while getting into a fighting stance. Quietly, Heavenly Dog extended his right hand and pointed at the man on the ground, ready to strike anytime. He's acting, Gao Yang said in a low voice. White Rabbit walked up to him. How can you be so sure? It wasn't time to hide the truth. Gao Yang said, I have another talent. Lie detection. White Rabbit, Heavenly Dog, and Wu Dahai knew what lie detection was capable of, so they instantly bought Gao Yang's conclusion. We'll talk about you hiding your talent later, White Rabbit said, irate. She looked down at the man on the ground. Stop acting. Who are you? What do you want? Who sent you? The man stopped groaning and slowly got to his feet. With his head lowered, he stayed silent for a still moment. Then he suddenly burst out laughing, the sound perverted and mad. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. What a shame, what a real shame. I almost got you. He stretched, his joints making cracking sounds. Then he wiped the blood off his face with both hands, revealing a sinister appearance. His eyes were bloodshot, and the left side of his face seriously burned, the skin uneven with bumps and divots, making it hard to look at him. White Rabbit stared at him with steel in her eyes, her gaze glinting with murderous intent. I'm asking you one last time. Who are you, what do you want, and who sent? Do you think you have the upper hand? The man cut her off haughtily and gestured at the four of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 versus 1. You'll win for sure. That's what you think, isn't it? White Rabbit frowned, wondering if she should strike first. Gao Yang was confused about where the man's confidence came from as well. If he really had the strength to easily take on all four of them, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths to deceive them. He could have just attacked them like War Tiger had in his little test. Then a shudder ran down Gao Yang's spine. He realized something. The man put on the act in order to get close to them. Perhaps that was his checkmate move. Before Gao Yang could follow that thought, the red-haired man rolled up his sleeve to reveal his right hand. It was completely skinless all the way to the elbow, revealing dark red muscle tissues. It looked like a fake limb made of red wax. The man smirked and made a fist with his right hand. Detonate. The air went still for a moment. Boom, boom. 2 explosions assaulted Gao Yang's eardrums. When he realized what was happening, White Rabbit had already tackled him to the ground. Gao Yang picked himself up. He was 7 to 8 meters away from the car. And next to it, 2 bloody men lay prone on the road with their blood splattered everywhere. Crimson vapor and white smoke rose into the air. All he could smell was blood and gunpowder. Gao Yang froze. The 2 men were Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog. Wu Dahai lay on the ground, missing his entire right arm. Blood was still gushing out from the stump of his shoulder, and he had lost consciousness. Heavenly Dog was on the ground as well, and there was a fist-sized hole in his back, still bleeding. While he was conscious, he had lost all ability to move, and his bloodied eyes faintly blinked. Gao Yang finally put two and two together. The man had detonated their body parts. Shock, fear, anger. A myriad of emotions warred in Gao Yang's head, overwhelming his rationality. He stood rooted to the spot, at a loss of what to do for the moment. Was this how awakeners fought? Only the fittest survived. Dangers lay in wait at every corner. One never got out of bed with the certain belief that they would get to see the sunrise again. When Gao Yang regained control over himself, White Rabbit had jumped with both legs and was flying toward the red-haired man like an arrow. Her teammates had collapsed and were dying, but she didn't have the time to hesitate or wallow in sadness and regrets. She knew that she could only save them by counterattacking at full force immediately and defeating her enemy. The red-haired man didn't expect White Rabbit to be this quick. They had been more than 10 meters apart, yet she moved into his space in half a second like she had teleported. When he caught her figure, White Rabbit was already making a kick at him in the air. The man quickly raised his right hand to shield his head, and the fierce kick landed on his forearm, breaking the bone immediately with a crack. The force wasn't completely offset and ended up hitting the man's head, sending him flying to the side. He only stopped rolling on the ground after 5 to 6 rotations, and it felt as if the world was spinning around him. His brain rendered a mushy mess in his skull. He couldn't afford any moment of distraction, however. He picked his bloody body up. Without giving him a moment to breathe, White Rabbit rushed at him again. With his dangling right hand, the red-haired man made a fist with all the strength he could muster. Boom! White Rabbit was just about to activate jump with her body leaning forward and her legs bent, but then there was suddenly a bloody hole the size of a ping-pong ball in her right leg, and she lost her balance, falling hard to the ground. Gah! White Rabbit held onto her right leg, her face drained of color. White Rabbit. Gao Yang rushed toward White Rabbit and helped her up. Don't mind me. Kill him. White Rabbit shouted with bloodshot eyes, her voice trembling with overwhelming emotions. Don't touch his right hand. I know. Even without her reminding him, Gao Yang had figured out much of the way the red-haired man's power worked. His talent was most likely detonation, serial number 22, and his red right hand was the key. As for how the talent worked exactly, it was likely that he could detonate any organism his right hand had touched, and the power of the explosion depended on the duration of the touch. That would explain why the explosions Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog suffered were so serious, while White Rabbit only had a hole in her right leg. It had only come into brief contact with the red-haired man's right hand when she kicked him, while Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog had supported the man for quite a while before they realized the danger, allowing the man's right hand to stay in contact with their bodies for much longer. And the red-haired man had been patient. He only ever moved his right hand within a reasonable limit. If he had recklessly touched Heavenly Dog's and Wu Dahai's hearts or heads, he would attract suspicion even though he would have killed them with one detonation. Originally, the man had planned to take out all 4 of them in one fell swoop. Gao Yang felt chilled to the bones. If he hadn't exposed the red-haired man with lie detection, the man would have found opportunities to touch all 4 of them with his right hand. Then all of them would have been blown up, rendering them sitting ducks awaiting easy hunting. Gao Yang was reminded of what War Tiger had said. Don't be misled by those shonen mangas. There is no absolute ranking for power. Real-life battles aren't one-on-one matches in an arena, but a mix of schemes, exploitations, ambushes, lies, poisons, psychological warfare, traps, and the age-long tactic of going after someone with greater numbers. There are more tricks than one can feasibly predict and prepare for. Watch out! White Rabbit shouted. Gao Yang had just turned around when the red-haired man reached out to touch Gao Yang's face with his right hand. His opponent was quick. He had rushed up to Gao Yang in only a few seconds. However, Gao Yang was prepared. He had left himself wide open to lure the man into attacking him. In fact, with a hand supporting White Rabbit, Gao Yang put up a show of losing his composure due to his companion's conditions. All the while, he had a hand hidden under his armpit with the palm facing his back, holding a ball of condensed energy that was ready to be unleashed. The red-haired man was 2 inches away from touching Gao Yang's face, and at that moment, he thought he had won. Before his joy could register in his brain, however, he was blinded by a flicker of light, and a fierce wave of blazing flames surged up out of nowhere, hitting him squarely. All the man's head and upper body were devoured by fire at once. A regular man would have lost their mind in the blazing fire, but the red-haired man was an awakener, and one with detonation as a talent at that. With his impressive heat resistance, he kept his calm despite the scorching pain, and he jumped backward to get out of the fire's range. Although he had shut his eyes immediately, the heat damaged his corneas and left his vision blurry for a moment. All he saw was red. Then a shadowy figure flashed through the red. It was Gao Yang. He had replicated White Rabbit's jump while helping her up. Pushing both feet against the ground with his legs bending and releasing like springs, he quickly closed the distance between him and the red-haired man. The man didn't have the time to dodge out of the way. He raised his broken right arm to shield his head with some difficulty, planning to pull the same trick he had used on White Rabbit, but Gao Yang wasn't going to fall for that. To make a fatal blow, the head would be the prime target, which was what White Rabbit had aimed at with her kick. The second best target would be the chest, and that was Gao Yang's choice this time. With jump empowering his legs, Gao Yang kicked the red-haired man in the chest with tremendous explosive power and raw strength. He could almost hear the sound of the man's ribs shattering at the same time. Swoosh! The red-haired man flew toward the curb and slammed into a vending machine with a loud clang. The reinforced glass shattered all over the ground, and a few crushed cans rolled out onto the road. Gao Yang panted. He had made the strongest kick he could. The red-haired man would be incapacitated even if he didn't die. Decisively, he rushed back to White Rabbit. She hadn't been sitting around doing nothing. Instead, she had torn her shirt up to bandage her right leg. Pale and covered in cold sweat, she said through clenched teeth, "Get Wu High and Heavenly Dog on my back." Gao Yang understood immediately. "You think you can make it? Now." White Rabbit growled, her face so twisted that she barely looked like herself. Gao Yang did as she said immediately and put the two seriously injured men on her back. Carrying them with her hands behind her back, White Rabbit said, "I leave the man to you, Gao Yang. I'll take them to Lovely Lamb." "Got it." White Rabbit crouched down slightly and, with a powerful leap, vanished from Gao Yang's sight, leaving behind only two deep indents on the road and a pool of blood. Gao Yang silently prayed that White Rabbit's injured legs would give out only after she got to Lovely Lamb. Now it was time to deal with the bastard. When Gao Yang turned around, he was shocked to see that the red-haired man had disappeared. All there was the broken vending machine. Then he heard the sound of a car starting from a short distance. He whirled around and saw that the red-haired man had gotten into their car. With blood streaking down the corner of his mouth, he covered his chest with one hand and moved the wheel with the other, giving Gao Yang a cold smirk through the window. Gao Yang was caught off guard. How could the man move after getting such a heavy kick in the chest? The car hurtled toward Gao Yang. He quickly dodged out of the way. When their eyes met through the car window, the red-haired man gave Gao Yang a vicious, hateful, and frustrated look, as if he was silently declaring that he would have his revenge sooner or later. Gao Yang rolled to a stop. The car had already gotten quite far from him. His replication of jump had run out. There was no way he could catch up to the car. Rooted to the spot, he watched the car disappear at the end of the road. Only then did he collapse to the ground with sprawling limbs like a balloon man losing all the air. He breathed in heavy puffs, drained. Although he had made only 2 moves, each took all the energy he could muster. He hadn't pulled back at all. He smelled a strange smell then. It was completely foreign to him. But then a gust of night wind swept it away, and the smell was gone. After a few minutes of resting, Gao Yang took out his phone to call White Rabbit. She didn't pick up. He got to his feet and walked toward the Millennium Tower. About 10 minutes later, his phone rang. White Rabbit called back. "Hello," Gao Yang said through a constricted throat. "I got back in time. We're with Lovely Lamb." She sounded positively frosty. "Did you get him?" "He ran." Gao Yang paused. "How are they?" "Not good." Rabbit Room, -6F of the Millennium Tower. 4 o'clock in the morning. The room was dim and quiet. Gao Yang sat sinking into a beanbag with his eyes closed. The moment someone turned on the light, he quickly opened his eyes. It was War Tiger. He had a white tank top and a pair of black running pants on, a towel hanging from the nape of his neck, and his hair was still damp. It seemed that he had just taken a shower. "How are they?" Gao Yang asked, concerned. "White Rabbit is the least injured. She will be up and running soon." War Tiger wiped his hair with the towel. He sounded tired. He made a beeline for the fridge and got himself a can of beer. Heavenly Dog's injury is pretty serious, but he would be fine. He just has to stay put for a week. How about Wu Dahai? Gao Yang knew his condition was the worst. He would live. War Tiger slowly sat down next to him and tipped his head up to take a large gulp of beer. Unfortunately, his right arm can't be salvaged. Gao Yang wasn't sure what to say. Although Lovely Lamb can absorb injury, his entire arm got blown up into minced meat, and there is no regenerating that. We'll have to put a prosthetic on him. War Tiger smiled bitterly. That boy's gonna be down for a few days once he wakes up. Then, would it impact his power? Gao Yang believed that it would be Wu Dahai's biggest concern. Although Wu Dahai hadn't spelled it out in words, it was clear that he was eager to get stronger so that he wouldn't drag the organization down. No, he can still summon lightning with one hand, and he isn't gonna fight anyone in hand-to-hand combat. War Tiger shook his can of beer and took another drink. Actually, the prosthetic arm can be used to block a slash or a shot when necessary. Perhaps it may make him a little stronger. That's good. Gao Yang felt a little relieved. "Can I check on them?" "Yeah, they're all in the lamb room." War Tiger raised an eyebrow, smiling. "But I would advise against that." "Why?" "White Rabbit is keeping watch on them, and she's in a bad mood." War Tiger looked intimidated. She was terrifying, yelling at anyone she saw like a tigress. Gao Yang sighed. She must be feeling guilty. Wu Dahai had suggested they leave the man be, and White Rabbit was the one making the decision to help the man, which led to their current situation. However, she wasn't exactly to blame. Who would have thought that the red-haired man would go that far to lure them close? And his talent was perfect for an insidious ambush. The red-haired man obviously came prepared. He knew that the 12 zodiac signs were trading rune circuits tonight, as well as the driving route they would take. Their information had been leaked. Lu Qingying was right. "There's a spy among us." "What are you thinking?" War Tiger asked. Gao Yang paused and lowered his head. "Nothing. You're a smart boy, Gao Yang." War Tiger stretched his neck, his voice lowering. "After what happened tonight, you must have some thoughts." Gao Yang considered his words. "This isn't a simple matter. If you hadn't been as keen as you were, the 4 of you would have all died, and we would have lost a rune circuit. It's been 10 years since we suffered such a terrible blow." War Tiger stared at Gao Yang quietly, but his gaze was threatening. "I'll ask again, what do you think?" I think there's a spy among us. Gao Yang made up his mind and said. Do you have evidence, or is it mere speculation? Speculation. Gao Yang didn't plan to sell Lu Qingying out, or he wouldn't get any more information from her. That's a good guess. War Tiger was still looking at Gao Yang, his gaze loaded with unspoken words. You suspect me? Gao Yang said, feeling nervous under the scrutiny. Yes, War Tiger admitted easily. You are the first I suspect. Gao Yang smiled bitterly after thinking things through. Of course I am. My reasoning is threefold. War Tiger looked up with narrowed eyes, extending his fingers as he spoke. First, this happened not long after the three of you joined. Second, Green Snake and Yellow Ox have been training with me, and it's unlikely that they would know the details about the rune circuit trade, making them less suspicious. Third, according to White Rabbit, you defeated the red-haired man, but somehow he ran away. I'm not sure how either, Gao Yang said honestly. I thought he had lost his ability to resist, but he was still able to move. Perhaps he has some sort of recovery talent, or an emergency medicine. Or, War Tiger sighed, you are in cahoots, and you let him go. Gao Yang protested, in that case, he would have taken the rune circuit with him. Yes. You should be thankful that you brought the rune circuit back. War Tiger smiled. Or I would already be interrogating you properly rather than simply suspecting you. Gao Yang shuddered. He knew the man was serious. However, War Tiger took another sip of beer and said, outside of Dragon and I, all members may turn out to be the spy. Even White Rabbit. Gao Yang was surprised. He thought anyone could see how loyal White Rabbit was to the organization. Including her, War Tiger said calmly before chuckling. Let's talk about you. You are my prime suspect at the moment, but I can give you a chance to prove your innocence. What should I do? Asked Gao Yang. Find the real spy if you aren't it. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Why me? You won't understand because you haven't been a leader. War Tiger shook his head. The old members are close, and suspicion among the members will be bad for the stability of the organization. You, however, are a newcomer. You're smart and eager to prove your innocence, which makes you the perfect candidate for the investigation. Gao Yang went over the situation in his head. Although he had lie detection, it could only be used once every 48 hours, which was way too long. Even if he quickly pushed lie detection to level 2, the cooldown would still be significant. Moreover, everyone knew he had lie detection now, and the spy would surely have some countermeasures prepared. If he was to question everyone in person, it would be no different from alerting the snake by hitting the grass, and the spy would make a move. They would either run away or kill him to silence him. The risk was too high. The safest solution would be to investigate in secret. Once he had identified a suspect with a 70% certainty, he would confront the suspect while War Tiger was present. Then he would expose them with lie detection and get things over with. All right, I'll do my best. Gao Yang agreed to the condition. In truth, he didn't have any other choice. Then we have a deal. War Tiger lifted the can of beer. Cheers. Gao Yang lifted his own drink and knocked it against the beer can. If you ever need help or run into something you can't deal with, come to me. War Tiger stood up and cast the empty beer can behind him. Along a perfect parabolic trajectory, it fell into the trash can in the corner of the room. At the end of the day, we've got the damage rune circuit now. I can't wait to torment Green Snake and Yellow Ox. Don't you ever rest. Gao Yang said in disbelief. I only need 4 hours of sleep every 3 days. War Tiger waved as he walked out of the door. Awakeners are built different. Came morning, Gao Yang headed straight to school and spent an uneventful day. After the evening self-study, he visited the hospital to keep his father company. That was when he got a message from White Rabbit that Wu Dahai was awake. 1 o'clock in the morning, he quietly left the hospital to head to the underground 6th floor of the Millennium Tower. Inside a single ward in the Lam room, Wu Dahai sat sprawling on the bed in a patient gown. His complexion was sickly, and without his usual hairdo, his hair slumped down on his pale face like it had lost its spirit. His right sleeve drooped limply to the bed, empty from the shoulder down. White Rabbit sat by the bed with a bowl of white porridge in her hand. She lifted a spoonful and blew it cool gently before pushing it toward Wu Dahai's mouth. Wu Dahai frowned slightly. I've had enough. Come on, have another 2 spoons, White Rabbit said like she was coaxing a child. I don't feel like it. Then the last one. Open your mouth. Wu Dahai opened his mouth reluctantly and allowed White Rabbit to feed him porridge. With difficulty, he swallowed it down. It took a while for him to notice Gao Yang standing at the door. He quickly put up a strong front and said, Yo, you're here. Gao Yang felt his chest tighten, but he managed to smile. I came to check on you. What's there to check on? Wu Dahai said with feigned nonchalance. It's nothing serious. Not even worth talking about. Gao Yang swallowed his words as he stared at the empty sleeve dangling from Wu Dahai's right shoulder. Wu Dahai glanced sideways at it too. Don't worry. Once I get a prosthetic arm, I'll be Edward Eric from Full Metal Alchemist? Wouldn't that be the coolest? Yeah, Gao Yang said. You'll be too cool for school. I heard that you let the despicable bastard escape. Wu Dahai asked, aggrieved. It's my fault. I underestimated him. I've notified the Kylan Guild and the 100 Rivers Union, as well as all our informants in other fields. We will get him, White Rabbit said with controlled rage, her teeth grinding together fiercely. Then I'll get my revenge personally. Wu Dahai growled, his eyes glinting with wariness. Still, what the hell was that talent? It was fucking vicious. Gao Yang paused, his composure crumbling. Detonation, serial number 22, element type. White Rabbit put down the bowl of porridge. Touch someone's body, and the body part explodes. Perhaps there are other ways the talent can be used, but that's what we know so far. I thought it was a damage type talent. Wu Dahai's voice grew weak again after putting up the front for a while. Why did he come after the damage rune circuit when he has an element type talent? He may not be after it for himself. There must be someone behind him. Outside of the three major organizations, there are quite a lot of fringe groups in Li City. White Rabbit turned to Gao Yang, befuddled. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? I don't know what to say, Gao Yang lied. Well, why don't you look after Wu Dahai for a while? I have things to take care of. White Rabbit rose to her feet. Gao Yang gave her a nod before sitting down by Wu Dahai's bed. Take care of me, Wu Dahai grumbled. I'm not dying or anything. Gao Yang asked on purpose, how did you not know detonation, Wu Dahai? There are too many talents. How am I supposed to remember everything? I only picked a few I found interesting to read about. Wu Dahai's head drooped, his eyes falling closed and his breathing growing slow and heavy. I've got to memorize everything from now on. Fuck, was I caught off guard. Soon, Wu Dahai fell asleep. Gao Yang quietly stood up and tucked him in before leaving the room. Snake room, -6F. 3 o'clock in the morning. Qing Ling walked out of the women's bathroom with a white towel around her body, holding a wooden bucket with towel, shower gel, shampoo, and a bottle of special ointment inside. Her face, shoulders, arms, and legs were all covered in bruises. She had been under War Tiger's hellish training every day. The difficulty of the training correlated positively to the speed of her progress. She thought she would be able to level up God of Blades immediately when she got the damage rune circuit yesterday, but it didn't go her way. Like an odd form of temper tantrum, she insisted on War Tiger training with her for another 10 hours or so, essentially playing a human punching bag with no emotions. As the one beating her up, War Tiger was actually feeling uncomfortable, and when Qing Ling still refused to stop, he forced her to rest. Only then did she go take a bath and retire to her room. Qing Ling stopped walking when she found the bench in the break room occupied by someone. It was Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled at her and greeted, "You haven't been at school these past couple of days. You didn't move into the dorm, did you? What is it?" Qing Ling didn't care about anything other than leveling up, and she had no time for small talks. "You heard about the rune circuit almost getting taken, didn't you?" "I heard." Qing Ling sat down on the bench next to Gao Yang and took out the bottled ointment from the wooden bucket. She opened the lid and poured some on her palm, rubbing it out and applying it to the bruises on her arms. Then she moved to her lower body. When she moved her long delicate fingers from her knees to the thighs covered by the towel, Gao Yang averted his eyes. "And you didn't care?" asked Gao Yang. "As long as you aren't dead," Qing Ling said coldly. In other words, she didn't care if Wu Dahai, Heavenly Dog, or White Rabbit died. Gao Yang smiled wryly. On one hand, he was a little touched, on the other hand, he found her a little heartless. "Turn to me," said Qing Ling. When Gao Yang turned around, she handed him the bottle of ointment and turned her back to him, loosening the towel to reveal her pale back. Bruises of purple, blue, and red littered all over her body, evidence of the beating she had gotten these past few days. It hurt to look at her. War Tiger sure was something. Even with a beautiful girl like Qing Ling, he didn't pull his punches. But that's for Qing Ling's own good, thought Gao Yang. It's better to have a difficult training than to die in a real battle. "Put it on for me," said Qing Ling. If she were anyone else, Gao Yang would have found the request suggestive, even questioning if the girl was seducing him. With Qing Ling, however, he took it as what it was, a reasonable request for a helping hand. Gao Yang composed himself and applied ointment to the bruises on her back with great care, rubbing it in afterward. "You need something?" asked Qing Ling. "Yeah, there's something," Gao Yang admitted. "I didn't know who else to talk to." "Go on." "It's clear from this ambush that there is a spy in the organization, and they sold us out." With her back to Gao Yang, Qing Ling put her arms around her knees and thought quietly. "I had no clue about who the spy was, but 2 hours ago, when I visited Wu Dahai, a possibility suddenly came to me. And I can't get it out of my head as it takes roots and sprouts leaves." "You found the spy?" Qing Ling asked directly. "I only suspect him." "Who?" Gao Yang struggled to open his mouth. Qing Ling put the towel back on after the ointment had been applied. She stood up from the bench and looked down at Gao Yang with icy eyes. "If you aren't talking, I'm going. You would get dragged into this if I told you." Qing Ling was as level-headed as ever. "And if the spy isn't taken out, everyone would be in danger." "The one I suspect is." Gao Yang looked up to meet her eyes. "Officer Huang." After a moment of silence, Qing Ling turned around and started walking. "My room." 2 minutes later, Gao Yang found himself in Qing Ling's single room. It was clean. The rectangular room had everything one would need, including a bed, a closet, a washing machine, a dryer, AC, a small fridge, and a microwave. There was a white laundry basket in a corner of the room. Inside was a pile of clothes she had changed out of. Qing Ling opened the closet built into the wall and took out a set of pink bear pajamas. Immediately, she took off the towel and put the pajamas on, not bothered by Gao Yang's presence at all. Gao Yang awkwardly turned away and insulted Wu Dahai's typical otaku taste in his head. What were those colorful clothes? They didn't fit Qing Ling at all. After getting changed, Qing Ling opened the small fridge and took out a seafood sandwich and a carton of milk. She put the sandwich into the microwave for heating. Then she opened the carton of milk and downed it in one go with her head tipped upward, her throat moving as she gulped. She threw away the now empty carton and sat down on her bed, gesturing at the only chair in the room for Gao Yang to take a seat. Gao Yang sat down. When he noticed the milk at the corner of her mouth, he pointed at his own mouth. Here. Qing Ling frowned. There's nothing wrong with your mouth. It's your mouth. There's milk here. Oh. Qing Ling licked it clean rather than wiping it off. Seeing her licking milk off the corner of her mouth with such a serious expression dressed in cute pajamas, no less was so at odds with her usual image that Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Qing Ling asked. Nothing. Gao Yang cleared his throat. Let's get to business. Why did you suspect Officer Huang? He lied to us. Qing Ling's eyes sharpened. She lifted her chin, indicating Gao Yang to continue. The talent list from serial number 11 to 199, Gao Yang paused before sharing his finding. Officer Huang didn't get it from the 12 zodiac signs. How do you know? Before joining the 12 zodiac signs with us, Officer Huang had only ever been in contact with Wu Dahai. He told us that all the information he got from Wu Dahai, but when I visited Wu Dahai earlier, it turned out he didn't remember much of the list. He couldn't have told Officer Huang everything on the list. That doesn't mean much, said Qingling. Maybe the organization has a physical list, and Wu Dahai gave a copy to Officer Huang. I considered that too, but with that suspicion in mind, I asked White Rabbit about it. She told me that the talent list is a secret. Although all three organizations have the same list, it isn't accessible to outsiders. Wu Dahai may look like the flippant type, but he actually sticks to rules most of the time. He wouldn't have told Officer Huang about the talents before he officially joined the organization. Gao Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. He didn't want to suspect Officer Huang at all, but at the moment, he was the most likely suspect. Do you mean, Qingling frowned, that he may have gotten the list from the Kailan Guild or Hundred Rivers Union? That doesn't seem to be the case either. Gao Yang took out a sheet of A4 paper that was filled with text. This is the list I got from White Rabbit. Take a careful look. Qingling took it and went slowly down the list. After a moment, she said with certainty, there are differences. That's right. I memorized the list Officer Huang gave us before. I believe you've done the same. Gao Yang took the talent list back and, with a single thought, conjured fire at the tip of his fingers, and it spread and devoured the entire sheet. The soft warm light cast flickering shadows on his face. I thought the list Officer Huang gave us was the official one. Now that I've compared the two, however, there are differences. Not significant, but the one White Rabbit gave me is clearly the official one. Qingling gave it some thought. That means two things. Gao Yang told her his conclusion. First, Officer Huang didn't get the talent list from the 12 zodiac signs or the other two organizations, and he did lie to us. Second, his version of the list probably comes from a different organization, which isn't as well known as the three major ones, but they are as good as they are secretive. They managed to create their own list of talents through their own investigation with little mistakes. Qingling nodded and followed Gao Yang's train of thoughts. The organization would be the one behind the red-haired man who ambushed you, and Officer Huang is a spy the organization sent. That's my hypothesis. Gao Yang paused. However, what? Gao Yang put his hands into a steeple, his thumbs rubbing together. If I were Officer Huang, I would have been more careful with the talent list. It could expose him so easily. If he truly were a spy, he would be a terrible one. So do you suspect him or not? I don't know. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. That's why I came to you for second opinions. For a moment, neither of them talked. In the quiet stillness of the dorm room, Gao Yang could hear the soft sound of the AC exchanging air, and he smelled the fragrance of food. Ding! It was the microwave. The seafood sandwich had finished heating. Qingling stood up to get the sandwich onto a plate before sitting back down on her bed. Without saying a word, she grabbed the sandwich and started eating. Gao Yang waited patiently. After Qingling finished the sandwich in a few minutes, she put the plate away and said coolly, Officer Huang is acting suspicious. You think so too? 3 days ago, when we finished training at midnight, he drove me home and headed the opposite way after I got out of the car. Qingling gave Gao Yang a look. If he was heading home or the station, he wouldn't have to make a U-turn. Gao Yang's expression turned thoughtful. That late at night, where could he be going if he wasn't returning home or going to the station? Meeting up with his handler, perhaps. Gao Yang's heart sank. The next day at midnight, Gao Yang and the 3 other members got ambushed by the red-haired man. It would fit the timeline if Officer Huang was heading to meet up with his handler. What do we do? Gao Yang asked. Do we report to the organization, or do we confirm it for ourselves first? You've made the decision already. Qingling wasn't so dense that she wouldn't notice. Gao Yang smiled apologetically. I want to confirm it first just to be safe, but I need your help. For one, you are in the perfect position to keep an eye on him since you've been training together. And secondly, you are stronger than I am. If I'm doing this alone, I'm worried that I may not be able to deal with whatever is going to happen. Qingling agreed without hesitation. Keep your phone on. Wait for my message. 2 days later. Upstream of the Li River, 4 o'clock in the morning. A patrol car of white and blue parked by the scenic road winding along the river. The door opened, and Officer Huang got out of the car. With a half-burned cigarette in his mouth, he had a bag of braised dishes in his left hand and 2 bottles of high-proof liquor in his right hand. He strode across the scenic area and stopped at the river levee. The riverside saw strong winds at night. Officer Huang stared down at the mudflat with narrowed eyes and quickly found a patch of light in the dark. He walked down the levee and headed toward the light, leaving footprints of different depths on the wet sandy ground. It was a gas light. Sitting beside it was a frail-looking old man. He was dressed in a dark brown windbreaker and a black flat cap with fleece lining. Sitting on a foldable stool, he was so preoccupied with the fishing rod in his hand that he didn't seem aware of the man approaching him. Sir Zhang. Officer Huang was tired and drained from War Tiger's hellish training, but he mustered what little energy he had to greet the old man. "Hello, young Huang." Sir Zhang looked up, his face visibly brightening when he saw Officer Huang. He quickly picked up the other foldable stool by his feet. "Here, have a seat." "All right." Officer Huang set up the stool and sat down next to the old man. "I brought you braised food. Liquor too. Let's have a drink." "Oh dear, you only have to show up on your own. No need for this." Sir Jiang's eyes curved as he smiled. "I'm fishing. I don't have time for late-night snacks. You can always go back to fishing after eating." "Fine, fine. You're persistent." Sir Jiang acted reluctant, but there was no hesitation to his movement as he put away the fishing rod and reeled in the line. A closer look would reveal that the fishing hook wasn't a hook at all, and there was no lure. Officer Huang opened the box of food and separated a pair of disposable chopsticks. Then he prepared a bottle of liquor and 2 plastic cups. He poured one for each of them, and the 2 men started drinking with a nice pairing of food, having a friendly chat at the same time. "There's something I'd like to know, Sir Zhang." "You brat." Sir Zhang had been savoring the liquor with a smile, but the smile slid off his face suddenly, and he put the cup down. "I was wondering why you had been visiting me so frequently. I knew you must be up to something. You just can't stop seeking the information I have." Officer Huang smiled apologetically. "Please put yourself in my shoes, Sir Zhang. I'm just feeling anxious as a father. Seeing my wife's belly getting bigger and bigger every day, I couldn't help but worry." Sir Zhang didn't empathize with him. "It's just a child, and they will be born. Whether what awaits them is a life of abundance or difficulty, it's up to them to find their own path. What are you so worried about?" "You're right, but our 2 guests." Sir Zhang raised his cup and called out to the reed bushes shrouded in darkness not far from them, cutting Officer Huang off. "There are quite a lot of mosquitoes there. You'll only be torturing yourselves if you stay there. Why don't you join us and have a drink?" Officer Huang tensed up. He was followed. "Who is it?" Officer Huang pulled out his gun at lightning speed, aiming at the reed bushes. In the darkness, the reed shook along with the wind, catching the faint light every now and then. "Show yourself, or I'll shoot," Officer Huang warned. A few seconds later, 2 figures emerged from the reed bushes. Officer Huang aimed the gun with one hand and turned on his flashlight with the other, resting it on the gun to illuminate the uninvited guests. It took a moment for him to accept that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He slowly lowered his gun. "Gao Yang, Qingling, why are you here?" Officer Huang frowned. "You followed me." Exposed, Gao Yang should be feeling nervous, but for some reason, he was more embarrassed than anything. Officer Huang, the thing is." Qingling cut him off with an impassive expression. "Are you the spy?" It took a moment for Officer Huang to catch on, and he laughed awkwardly. "No way, why would you suspect me?" "The talent list," Qingling said coldly. Gao Yang tentatively added, "You didn't get it from Wu Dahai, did you?" "Ah, that." Officer Huang nodded in realization and holstered his gun. "All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Come take a seat. We'll talk as we drink." Gao Yang walked up to them, but Qingling stopped him with an arm. "Who is that?" Qingling asked, staring at Sir Zhang. "Is he a human, or a monster?" Sir Zhang said, waving Qingling over. "Don't be scared, young woman. Take a seat. I won't hurt you." Gao Yang was stunned into silence. "What kind of monster are you?" Qingling was still wary. "You awakeners call those like me pride monsters." Sir Zhang took a sip of liquor and smacked his lips. "However, I prefer observers. It's more dignified." 10 minutes later, the 4 of them sat by the river, laying everything out in the open. Officer Huang met Sir Zhang half a year ago. He had been an awakener for 3 years then. He continued to work as a police officer and look into crimes. Once, when he was investigating the case of a disposed body, he came to the upstream of Li River at midnight and found Sir Zhang fishing at the riverbank, which was suspicious to him. He even considered that the old man might have been the culprit. Half a month later, the murderer was caught, and it wasn't Sir Zhang. However, Officer Huang was still curious about the old man. "At the time, I had the habit of approaching lone individuals to find out if they are humans or wanderers, or one of the other kinds of monsters." Officer Huang took a drink. "Old Man Lu was one such wanderer I'd found out about. I knew it was risky, but I was desperate for any lead back then." Officer Huang turned to Sir Zhang. "And surprise, I found it." "Ha, you were lucky, young man." Sir Zhang didn't even look up from the crispy pig ears he was enjoying. Officer Huang continued. "I tested him with words a few times, and he lost his patience with me. He told me, 'You really have a death wish. You're lucky that I'm the one you ran into. Were it any other monster, you would have died many times over.'" Officer Huang chuckled. "I was shocked, but Sir Zhang didn't hurt me, and I lowered my guard and befriended him." "Humph, friend." Sir Zhang snorted, displeased. "You think I don't know that you've simply been using me? You got me drunk every day so that I would tell you what you wanted to know." "Don't put it like that, Sir Zhang." things were difficult for me. Officer Huang smiled and put on a pitiful look like a child. I would have died if not for you. Think of it as getting good karma from your good deeds. Good karma? I'd consider myself lucky if I don't end up going to hell for helping a human go against my kind. Sir Jiang's words were in stark contrast with the smile on his face. He didn't seem too worried. Even if that happens, it's because the King of Hell is offering you a handsome paycheck. Officer Huang kept up the flattery. They went back and forth like they were doing a play, leaving no opening for Gao Yang and Qingling to chime in. Finally, Gao Yang found the chance to ask, Officer Huang, did you get the list of talents from Sir Jiang? Who else could it be? Officer Huang took out a cigarette and respectfully put it to Sir Jiang's lips. Then he lit the cigarette with a windproof lighter. Sir Jiang took a drag and exhaled a puff of white smoke. It obscured his old, desolate eyes before dissipating. Officer Huang continued, when we were drinking, I would ask Sir Jiang what talents he found powerful or interesting, and what talents he considered threats. He told me when he was in a good mood, and he kept quiet when he was in a bad mood. I memorized them all and sorted the information on my own once I got home. That was how I compiled the list of talents. Gao Yang and Qingling pondered the revelation. After a moment, Gao Yang apologized, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have suspected you. No, I lied to you first. Officer Huang was understanding. I would be suspicious too were I in your shoes. Officer Huang glanced at Sir Jiang. But I have to repay Sir Jiang's kindness. The more people know about this, the more dangerous it would be for Sir Jiang. I don't want to put him at risk. Worry about yourself. Sir Jiang didn't sound grateful. Who have I ever been afraid of? The worst that can happen is death, and with death comes release. Humans or monsters, it's all the same. The longer you live, the less you want to live longer. Gao Yang considered the old man before him and felt a strange dissonance. Sir Jiang knew he was a monster, but he talked and acted like a human. No, he might as well be one. Gao Yang licked his lips. Sir Jiang, I don't get. There are a lot of things you don't get. Sir Jiang smiled with a keen light in his eyes. Don't look to me for all the answers. There are things I cannot say, things I don't want to say, and things that even I don't know about. All the questions Gao Yang had been waiting to ask went back down. Qingling didn't care. She asked directly, why are you different from other monsters? If you know we're awakeners, why aren't you trying to kill us? That I can answer. Officer Huang turned to Qingling simply put, Sir Jiang is a pride monster, and pride monsters are at a much higher level than regular monsters. The identities and souls of the person and the monster coexist in the body rather than them switching between the two states. Officer Huang lit a cigarette for himself. Pride monsters are rare. There may only be one out of every 100,000 monsters. And according to their positions, they can be categorized into. Officer Huang turned to Sir Jiang. Can I tell them? You've started already, Sir Jiang said with a huff. Don't pretend to care about my opinion. Hey, I'll tell them then. Officer Huang turned to Gao Yang. Pride monsters can be categorized into lightbringers, shadow stalkers, and observers. Lightbringers help awakeners, and they are a needle in an ocean of haystacks. Shadow stalkers hunts awakeners. And observers are those like Sir Jiang. They maintain a neutral stance and take no sides. What they do or say depends entirely on their whims. Then Officer Huang added, oh, and pride monsters follow the heavenly way as well. They never hurt unawakened humans, and they don't go after awakeners actively, either. You can consider them hidden NPCs who only react when an awakener bothers them. They either help them, kill them, or stay a neutral party. That's why I called you lucky, that you ran into me. After filling his belly to his heart's content, Sir Jiang tightened the windbreaker jacket around him and picked up his fishing rod again, casting the line into the river. You would have died terribly if you bothered any other pride monsters. Are you strong? Qingling questioned, unconvinced. Sir Jiang slowly turned around to look at her, still smiling. You are welcome to try if you don't believe me, young woman. Then I'll. Gao Yang hurriedly covered her mouth. That's a joke, Sir Jiang. Please don't take it to heart. Sir Jiang burst into laughter, his face creasing in an endearing way. You're fun? You've got some interesting friends, young Huang. Why don't you befriend them as well if you like them? Officer Huang subtly egged him on. Sir Jiang didn't answer. Instead, he stared at the dark river, feeling the chilly night wind hitting his face. After a long while, he sighed quietly. I've been fishing here for too long, young Huang. It's time for a change of scenery. Where are you going? Officer Huang was surprised. How am I going to contact you? Contact me. Sir Jiang scoffed with equal parts amusement and exasperation. Do you really think I'm one of yours? Perhaps I'll eat you the next time we meet. That won't happen. You're a good man, Sir Jiang. Don't scare me. What do you know about us, young Huang? Sir Jiang's voice sounded sorrowful with an undercurrent of complicated resentment. Officer Huang didn't know what to say. You know nothing. Sir Jiang turned to Gao Yang and Qingling. His eyes were kind again. It's best for you that we never meet the next time. It's best for these two kids as well. After a moment of silence, Officer Huang said insistently, thank you for taking care of me the past 6 months, Sir Jiang. I really don't want to lose you, but I respect your decision. Would you please give us a word of advice before we part ways? Dimly illuminated by the warm gaslight, Sir Jiang looked old, his eyes muddled with the many years he had lived through. He gazed at the scintillating river and said slowly, do not open the gates of closure. Riverside Scenic Area, 5 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang were in the patrol car. Through the stencils of tree leaves, a stream of lamplight shone into the car, cutting through the darkness and illuminating the small framed photo set up atop the dashboard. It was a wedding photo of Officer Huang and his wife. With a full suit on, Officer Huang looked handsome and spirited, while his wife was stunning in a corset wedding dress and a white veil. A puff of smoke obscured the photo. It was the cigarette smoke Officer Huang had exhaled. He took another deep breath, his expression dark with visible anger. "I'm sorry," Gao Yang apologized again. "I didn't expect things to turn out this way." Officer Huang didn't turn around. His voice was strained when he said, "I understand your suspicion when I kept things from you, but please understand that I'm angry for losing an important source of information." "I understand. Seeing my wife's belly grow every day," Officer Huang sighed with frustration, "I look forward to the birth of the child more and more, but at the same time, my fear grows as well. I don't know what will happen going forward. I don't know what the child will be. I've been seeking Sir Zhang out quite frequently. He probably had enough of me." "Did Sir Zhang tell you anything?" Gao Yang asked. "He's basically told me nothing about my wife." Officer Huang knocked on the driving wheel with both hands. "And with your intervention, I'll never see him again. That's a dead end. Pride monsters." Gao Yang repeated the words to himself. Their existence was truly mysterious. He was reminded of Bailey Yi, the man who had appeared and disappeared suddenly. Gao Yang had thought he was going to disperse the mist covering up the truth of the world, but underneath it, he found only an even thicker layer of mist, leaving him lost and helpless. "It's better for us to find out about the pride monster than someone else from the organization," Qingling said, finally breaking her silence. Officer Huang paused and nodded. "True." After a few more cigarettes, Officer Huang regained his calm. He turned to Gao Yang. "So, about the spy. Now that I've proven myself to you, who else do you suspect?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I don't know the other members well, so I'm not sure where to start." "Be careful," Officer Huang said in a low voice. "Perhaps information on the three of us has been leaked as well. We aren't safe either." Gao Yang shuddered when he recalled the vicious look the red-haired man had shot him before escaping. With them out in the open while their enemies lay waiting in the dark, it would be difficult for them to defend themselves. Dawn broke in the eastern sky. Gao Yang snuck back home and slept, but he was woken up by his phone after less than 2 hours. He picked up the call, bleary-eyed. Then he heard Uncle Qing's voice say, Yang, this is Uncle Qing. When are you coming with Mr. Wang? Make a lie believable or don't lie at all." Under Gao Yang's arrangement, Wang Zikai was going to invest 2 million into the food processing factory run by Gao Yang's father and Uncle Qing. They had agreed to visit the factory in the countryside today and signed the contract. Gao Yang had forgotten about it with everything that had happened. We'll be there at noon." Okay, I'll be waiting." Gao Yang hung up the phone and called Wang Zikai immediately. Wang Zikai sounded half asleep as well when he picked up. "Bro, it's too early for this. Rise and shine, Mr. Wang. Come visit the factory with me in the countryside today." "What factory?" "You're gonna invest in my dad's food processing factory. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Right." Wang Zikai still sounded tired. "Let's not go. Tell him to take some pictures and send them to me." "No, we've agreed to do it. We can't go back on our words." Wang Zikai groaned from the other end of the line. "Fine, I'm going. It's only because you're my brother." 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zikai picked Gao Yang up in his borrowed McLaren. The car drove fast. In about 1 hour, the two of them arrived at the food processing factory in the countryside surrounding the urban area. Uncle Qing, along with more than 30 workers at the factory, stood outside to give them a proper welcome. All of them had put effort into making themselves presentable. Gao Yang got out of the car first. It had been 2 years since he last saw Uncle Qing. The man seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Back then, Uncle Qing was an overweight man over 100 kilograms. After getting a thyroid surgery, he started exercising and taking care of his health better. Yang. Uncle Qing beamed when he saw Gao Yang. "You've gotten taller. You've lost weight, Uncle Qing, and you look much healthier." They exchanged pleasantries. Then Wang Zikai emerged from the car with dramatic aplomb, dressed in name-brand clothes with a pair of sunglasses and a gold necklace. Uncle Qing paused before quickly walking up to him with a smile. "Are you, Mr. Wang?" "That's me." Wang Zikai took off his sunglasses and shot him a glance. "And you're the owner of the factory?" "Yes." "Well met, Mr. Wang. It's an honor to meet you. The reputation truly never lives up to the real deal. You're such an extraordinary young man with impressive achievement under your belt." Uncle Qing rattled off all the flatteries he could come up with. "It must have been a difficult trip here. Why don't I show you to the break room, and you can have some tea and snacks before visiting the factory?" "Let's go straight to the factory," Wang Zikai said impatiently. This was an empty act that didn't mean anything. He just wanted to get it over with. When Gao Yang jabbed at his back, Wang Zikai reluctantly recited the lines Gao Yang had taught him, "Investment requires caution. I'd like to inspect your factory properly." Of course. Uncle Qing nodded and bowed with excessive politeness. "Here, please follow me." Uncle Qing led Gao Yang and Wang Zikai into the food processing factory. They first went up to the shelf demonstrating the products, and Uncle Qing gave them a brief introduction of their top sellers as well as the new products they were going to introduce this year. Most were snacks made from beans. Wang Zikai tried too and sang their praises. Then they inspected the production line where the food was processed, followed by the storage of ingredients, the sanitation of the environment, the business license, and the certificates. After all that, the three of them went to Uncle Qing's office. Gao Yang took out the contract he had drafted and went through it with Uncle Qing. The two parties then signed the contract. Wang Zikai didn't even look at it before writing his name in careless strokes. The money will be wired the next 2 days, Gao Yang said, essentially playing the part of Wang Zikai's secretary. Understood? Thank you, truly. The tense lines of Uncle Qing's smile finally relaxed. He could now pay the workers and source the next batch of ingredients. They would overcome the crisis before them. Uncle Qing asked Wang Zikai and Gao Yang to stay for a meal, but they turned him down. Everyone at the factory came out to see them off when they departed. Gao Yang got into Wang Zikai's sports car. He was going to return to Li City, but then it occurred to him that he should visit his grandmother. She had been staying with his uncle in the countryside after his father's accident. Originally, they were going to take his grandmother home last week, but she refused, insisting that she was doing well at his uncle's place, and that she wanted to stay a little longer. However, Gao Yang knew that his grandmother simply wanted to lessen the burden on his mother's shoulders. The town wasn't that big. Wang Zikai drove Gao Yang to his uncle's place in a few minutes. Wang Zikai was hesitant to leave. Why don't I stay with you, bro? I heard you got ambushed the other day. Touched, Gao Yang smiled at him and said, don't worry. I'll be careful. All right, I'll see you later. Wang Zikai didn't insist. He put on his sunglasses and started the car, lifting puffs of dust in the wake. Gao Yang walked around and entered a fruit shop by the road. Before visiting his uncle, he wanted to buy some fruit for his grandmother. He was thinking about buying half a caddy of cherries when he spotted a slim girl standing before the shelf. She was dressed in a white, short-sleeved shirt and a dark blue checkered skirt. It was a Japanese-style high school uniform that had been all the rage nowadays. The girl had both her hands behind her back and leaned forward to check the fruit on the shelf. Her soft, medium-length hair fell on her fair, shy face. Her voice was gentle with a youthful awkwardness when she asked, Mister, are the cherries sweet? I guarantee you that they are sweet, said the shop owner. Just when Gao Yang's ears tingled with familiarity, the girl turned around, and her eyes widened in surprise before lighting up with joy. Gao Yang. Little S.I. Gao Yang was surprised too. Why are you here? Wan Sisi grew shy after her joy of seeing Gao Yang quieted. She reflexively brushed her fingers through the slight curls at the end of her hair. My grandma is having her 80th birthday. My mom and I came back to the countryside to celebrate with her. How about you? My granny is staying with my uncle. I came to check up on her. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Wan Sisi's eyes curved as she smiled. Ah, why haven't you come to school the past 2 days? Well, Gao Yang said the first lie that came to mind. I took a few days off to take care of my dad. Is he doing better now? Wan Sisi asked with genuine concern. Yeah, he's better. Gao Yang's words were interrupted by an old woman's voice. Yang. Gao Yang turned around to see his grandmother standing outside the fruit shop with a walking stick. She was dressed in a shirt with flower patterns, her silver hair tied neatly with a pink hairpin. His grandmother had a cute side to her. According to his mother, his grandmother still retained the youthfulness of her teenage years and loved colorful clothes and candies. She acted cute like a child sometimes as well. Granny. Gao Yang hurried up to her and took her hand. I was going to visit you at Uncle's place. Why did you come out on your own? Don't walk around without company. What if you fall? Your uncle leaves home to take care of some business. His grandmother took out a red envelope from her pocket, her eyes and brows curving softly as she smiled. Granny is going to attend a birthday banquet. Why don't you come with me, Yang? Granny, Wan Sisi went up to them. Are you attending Feng Yihua's birthday celebration? Oh, you know her too, young woman. His grandmother looked up and beamed at Wan Sisi. Of course, that's my grandmother from my mother's side. Wan Sisi chuckled and held the old woman's other hand. What a coincidence. Let's go together. Of course. It can't be better. All the lines and creases on his grandmother's face radiated joy. Supporting her on each side, Gao Yang and Wan Sisi walked with her for about 10 minutes before they arrived at where Wan Sisi's grandmother lived. It was a 2-story house built by the family themselves. In the front courtyard was a big tent, under which stood a dozen or so tables. About half of the seats had already been filled. Wan Sisi led Gao Yang and his grandmother to one of the tables. Then she was told to go help in the house by a relative. How's your dad, Yang? His grandmother asked. He's recovering well. He's been in good spirits as well. Gao Yang didn't tell her about his father's loss of mobility. When are you coming home, Granny? I'll stay a little longer. The air in the countryside is clean. I've stopped coughing because of that. Then she said like she had just remembered something. Ah, your uncle said that your dad hadn't been able to pay his workers for 2 months. Don't worry, Granny. The factory got an investor today. It's all good now, Gao Yang said. It's a classmate of mine. His family is super rich. Oh, that's good. His grandmother didn't understand the details of it, but she smiled in relief when she heard her grandson's reassurance. You don't have to worry about our family, Granny, Gao Yang promised. His grandmother held his hand and patted it. Our Yang has gotten more and more dependable. One day, you'll become an even more successful man than your dad. Granny, not so loud. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed to hear his grandmother praising him in public. A few minutes later, the star of the birthday celebration made an appearance. Dressed in celebratory colors, an old lady walked up to the makeshift wooden stage with the support of her children. Her son picked up the microphone and said a few pleasantries for her, thanking everyone for making the time to attend and telling them to enjoy the food and drinks. Then the elderly members of the town said a few words to celebrate her birthday. The banquet commenced in a boisterous fashion. The dishes were served one after another. Gao Yang stood up to pick up food for his grandmother. Then he sensed someone sitting down by him. He turned to see that it was Wan Sisi. Face flushed, Wan Sisi gave him a shy glance. My grandma's table is full. You don't mind me joining you here, do you? Of course I don't. Gao Yang smiled. Wan Sisi picked up a pair of chopsticks and put a soft meatball into the bowl before Gao Yang's grandmother. This is really good, Granny. Very flavorful and doesn't stick to your teeth. Try it. Okay. His grandmother chewed on it slowly. Ah, it's good. Real good. Try one, Gao Yang. Wan Sisi picked up another meatball for him. Is that someone from your school, little Si? One of the middle-aged men at the table asked as he drank. Yeah, he's Gao Yang. We're classmates. Classmates? Isn't he your boyfriend? Another man teased. Then he turned to the others at the table. Don't you think so? Here. You look good together. Please stop teasing me, Uncle Wu. The blush on Wan Sisi's face spread to her neck. She made to stand up. If you won't stop, I'm going to find another table. Ha, I'll stop. Come on, more drinks. The men went for another round of alcohol. Gao Yang's grandmother didn't have a big appetite. They were one of the first to take their leave. Gao Yang supported his grandmother and bade everyone farewell. When they walked to the street, Wan Sisi ran up to them with 2 longevity peach buns. One. Granny, Gao Yang, you forgot your peach buns. Gao Yang took the buns from her. Thank you. Blinking, Wan Sisi put her hands on her abdomen and said, would you mind if I walk you, Granny? I've had too much to eat, and walking would help with digestion. Gao Yang was going to decline politely, but his grandmother cut in with a smile, of course I don't mind. Come, chat with Granny. His grandmother gave him a pointed look. Yang is a boy of few words. There are only a few things he talks about. I'm growing tired of the routine. Okay. On their way home, Wan Sisi helped his grandmother walk and chatted happily with her, leaving Gao Yang the outsider of the group. He trailed behind them and used his phone to kill time. Once they were home, his grandmother invited Wan Sisi inside for tea. Wan Sisi agreed, and the two women got along so well despite the age gap that they talked until it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yang got a message from White Rabbit then, telling him to attend a meeting tonight at the Millennium Tower. Gao Yang said goodbye to his grandmother and went to the bus terminal to catch a bus back to the city. Are you going now? Asked Wan Sisi. Yeah. I need to go back to the city as well. May I join you? Wan Sisi was a little nervous. To level up his talent, Gao Yang had been using lie detection whenever he could, and without thinking, he used it on Wan Sisi. Lie. Gao Yang concluded that originally, either Wan Sisi's mother was going to drive her to the city, or she was returning tomorrow. But he didn't expose her. Instead, he nodded with a smile. Let's go then. When he stood up, he felt a wave of sensations rushing into his head, making him dizzy for a moment. He knew it meant that lie detection had reached level 2. As expected, it only took a few uses. It doesn't feel as good to level up a lower-ranking talent like lie detection compared to the high-ranking ones like fire and replicate. Half an hour later, the two of them reached the bus terminal and bought a ticket to Lee City. Unfortunately, the bus had just left, and the next wouldn't come until an hour later. They sat on the bench in the waiting hall, each using their own phone. Wan Sisi was chatting with someone on WeChat. Gao Yang snuck a glance and saw the name Mommy Supreme. She must be explaining to her mother why she was going back to Lee City on her own instead of what they originally planned. Wan Sisi put her phone away after the conversation and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had talked her way out of trouble. Wan Sisi looked happy. With excitement dancing in her eyes, she turned around and asked, Gao Yang, would you come with me for a moment? It's quite close. Where to? Wan Sisi said cryptically, you'll know when you get there. Gao Yang didn't suspect Wan Sisi, but just to be safe, he secretly accessed the system to make sure that the luck acquisition rate was still the same. He nodded. All right. 1 sweet buns that are common at traditional birthday celebrations for elderly people. They are made to resemble peaches because of the connection between peaches and longevity in mythology. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang stood at the gates to Yushan Elementary School, a little stunned. He turned to Wan Sisi. Is this my elementary school? Wan Sisi nodded with a smile. I studied here too. Gao Yang was taken aback. If you were a student here, how come I didn't know you? Wan Sisi smiled in lieu of a response. The shop selling cold drinks by the school entrance was holding a marketing campaign. A person in an ice cream suit stood by the road attracting customers. They had a selfie stick in their hand and a signboard on their neck, which said, take a selfie for free ice cream cones. Wan Sisi changed the subject by saying, do you want ice cream, Gao Yang? Sure. Wan Sisi quickly went up to the mascot and had 2 pictures with them. Then she returned to Gao Yang with 2 ice cream cones. Here. Gao Yang accepted the offer and took a bite. It's sweet. Wan Sisi followed suit and said with her eyes curved, yeah, it's so sweet. She then turned to the school entrance and said in a pleading tone, I'd like to walk around in our old school, Gao Yang. Why not? We have time. Gao Yang was feeling nostalgic as well. It had been years since he last came back. The Yushan Elementary School wasn't big. Past the running track claimed by weeds was an old classroom building covered in ivies. They walked into the first classroom on the first floor. The door lock had fallen off, and the wall was weathered with patches of discoloration. The desks were covered in dust. On the blackboard, Gao Yang could still make out the faint traces of everyday writings, and the chalk ledge had collected dust of different colors. It looked like the place hadn't seen any visitors for quite some time. Is the school abandoned? Gao Yang had thought the school was empty because the students were on vacation, but it was clear to him now that the school had closed down. Wan Sisi said a little sadly, yeah, there are less and less children in the town, so the schools were consolidated, and Yushan closed down last year. The setting sun of dusk cast the classroom in a lonesome wine red. A breeze swept through the window and ruffled Wan Sisi's bang. She snuck a glance at Gao Yang's profile. His eyes were gentle and distant. Gao Yang turned to her. Let's go. Okay. Wan Sisi hurriedly looked away. The two of them walked out of the classroom and back to the running track. Wan Sisi suddenly stopped walking to look at the wall beyond the track. It was missing a chunk, which made the part much shorter than the rest of the wall. Gao Yang remembered it well. Many students would take advantage of the shorter part to sneak out. On the other side of the wall was a small hill, and standing at its top was a large ginkgo tree. Gao Yang. Wan Sisi turned around, her voice tinged with tentative hope. Do you really not remember me? Gao Yang blinked. When he met eyes with her, he suddenly saw a rush of old, blurry memories in his head. Gao Yang was surprised. Are you, Lu Zili? That was a long, long time ago. When Gao Yang was in his second year in elementary school, there was a bespectacled girl with overbite named Lu Zili. It was said that her father was a construction worker, and he died in an accident on a construction site when she was 4. Her mother spent her days playing cards rather than doing anything productive or taking care of her, and her tuition hadn't been paid for. Lu Zili almost always came to school in the same clothes. Because she didn't have anything else to change into, a pungent odor followed her around. That, as well as her ugliness, made sure that she had no friends in the class. The girls didn't want to play with her, while the mischievous boys bullied her. They put caterpillars in her pencil case, tore her homework to pieces, and hit her with rubber band slingshots. Once, a boy in class used the lighter he smuggled into school to burn her hair. Unable to tolerate it, Gao Yang stopped the bully. He ended up getting beaten up by the boy and his friends. The homeroom teacher called the parents to school, and it became a whole thing. The boys got scolded and were forced to write apologies. After that, the boys in class stopped actively bullying Lu Zili out of their fear of their teacher, but they started to ostracize Gao Yang and Lu Zili in a less obvious form of bullying. They even paired them up and came up with an insulting jingle to mock them. Gao Yang has an ugly wife. She smells bad and has an overbite. Li Weiwei was in their class as well, and being Gao Yang's childhood friends, she got dragged into the mess despite her being beautiful and quite popular. After a brief struggle, Li Weiwei decided to take Gao Yang's side. That summer, the three of them were always hanging out together, and they had fun. Once in a PE class, the three of them were excluded again, and neither the girls or boys allowed them to join their games. Naturally opinionated, Li Weiwei pointed at the ginkgo tree on the hill beyond the wall and said, "Let's have a race." To the top of the hill. The three of them happily vaulted the wall and made it to the hilltop. Gao Yang was the first, Li Weiwei the second, and Lu Zili the third. Li Weiwei and Gao Yang put their allowance together and used the pennies to buy the most beautiful box of sweets at a small shop in the neighborhood. It was a tin box printed with the drawing of the 7 fairies, and inside were 7 fruit gummies of different colors. Gao Yang and Li Weiwei each ate 2, while Lu Zili was given 3. Lu Zili ate 2 and didn't have the heart to finish the last one. She hid it in her pocket. Afterward, the three of them started talking about the future, about what they wanted to do and who they wanted to become. Li Weiwei got another idea. She stood up with her hands on her hip and took out a crayon from her pocket. Then she picked up the 3 gummy wrappers on the ground. Let's write down our dreams and bury them under the tree. Then our dreams will come true. Great idea. Gao Yang and Lu Zili clapped in agreement. The three of them each wrote down their wish with a crayon and folded the wrappers. They then put the wrappers into the tin box and dug a small hole under the ginkgo tree to bury it, serious and devoted. A few days later, Lu Zili didn't come to school. The homeroom teacher said that she had transferred out. It was in such a hurry that she wasn't able to even finish the proper procedures. Then Gao Yang found out from the adults gossiping that Lu Zili's mother found her a stepdad with the surname Wan, and that they had taken Lu Zili to Li City. It hadn't been long until Gao Yang and Li Weiwei moved to Li City as well, leaving Yushan Elementary School behind, along with their childhood promise. It ended up lost and forgotten in the passage of time. The rush of memories left Gao Yang lightheaded. He stared at Wan Sisi. The girl with fair skin, orderly teeth, and clear eyes were night and day from the unkempt girl with an overbite. Her nervous, deer-like eyes, however, were the same as those of Lu Zili. "When did you realize it was me?" Gao Yang asked. "And Li Weiwei too. Did you recognize her?" Wan Sisi nodded. "I recognized both of you on the first day of military training in our first year, but neither of you recognized me. You've changed a lot." Gao Yang smiled apologetically. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I don't know." Wan Sisi tilted her head and smiled. "I was going to, but I couldn't find the right time. Then I couldn't find the right words. Gao Yang's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. It's good to see you again. Gao Yang, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Wan Sisi looked up at him. The nervousness in her eyes was replaced by determination. Gao Yang pursed his lips. What is it? Why did you save me back then? Wan Sisi asked. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Do you mean the time I helped you out when your hair was getting burned? Yes. Wan Sisi nodded. I've been bullied all those times, and no one ever stepped up to help me. Neither had you before then, actually. Why did you take a stand for me that day? Gao Yang paused. Why? Because I came to this world that very morning. It was the morning Gao Yang transmigrated into this world. Coming to terms with his new body, he went to school with his head still muddled from the unusual experience. Then he saw a boy in class yanking on a girl's hair and burning it with a lighter. The girl's face was pale. She was obviously terrified and in pain, yet she hid under the table with both hands holding her head without making a sound. She had thought that enduring the abuse would make it go away faster, yet it only bolstered her bully. When Gao Yang entered the classroom, he hadn't fully digested the memories of the original owner of the body. His instinct took over his rationality, and when he realized it, he had already grabbed the lighter from the bully and thrown it away. Then the tall boy pushed him to the floor, and as he put up a futile resistance, the boy and his two sidekicks beat him up. I was so young. I don't remember too clearly. Gao Yang lied with a smile. Is that so? Wan Sisi pursed her lips and smiled with what could be either disappointment or sadness. But I remember clearly. I was in so much pain and despair. I didn't know when the bullying would stop, and if it ever would. She turned to the side and walked up to the wall. During that time, I went past a water reservoir on my way home from school every day, and always, I felt the urge to jump. That day, I thought that this was it. This would be the day I jumped. Wan Sisi paused and turned to look at Gao Yang, her eyes shiny with tears. But you stood up for me. You saved me and got beat up for it. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but there were 1,000 words whirling in his head. He didn't expect his decision that day would end up saving a girl's life. He was glad to have helped Wan Sisi. Gao Yang, I've always been grateful to you. I wouldn't be here if not for you, and I wouldn't be saying these words to you. Life sure works in mysterious ways. Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Yeah, life works in mysterious ways. Still smiling, Wan Sisi turned to point at the ginkgo tree on the hill behind the wall, raising her voice to say, I'll race you, Gao Yang, to the hilltop. Wan Sisi vaulted over the wall with difficulty and ran along the path leading up the hill toward the ginkgo tree. It would be easy for Gao Yang to catch up to Wan Sisi, but he slowed down and yielded to her on purpose. I'm first. Wan Sisi laughed brightly as she heaved under the ginkgo tree. I'm second. Gao Yang arrived not long after. If only. Wan Sisi's smile slid off, and her eyes became sad. Li Weiwei were here. Gao Yang felt a sharp stab in his heart. After a moment of silence, he looked down at his feet and said, I wonder if the tin box is still here. Why don't we look for it? Sure. Gao Yang knelt down and picked up a thick branch to start digging. Wan Sisi found a branch and joined in. Smiling shyly, she said, Gao Yang, would you let me open the box once we find it? Of course. They soon dug a hole, and to their surprise, they did find the tin candy box. It was covered in mud, which Gao Yang wiped away with some leaves. He could still make out the drawing of the 7 fairies clearly. Here. I'll do it. Wan Sisi hurriedly took the box from him and turned away to open the lid. The way she took out the wrapper containing her dream could only be described as urgent. Her face flushed when she unfolded the wrapper and took a look. She quickly balled it up in her hand. Then she turned back to hand Gao Yang the box. Here. Gao Yang took it and picked up the other 2 wrappers. He had forgotten about the color of the wrapper he chose, so he picked the green one at random. It was Li Weiwei's. In Li Weiwei's neat handwriting, her childhood dream was condensed to a single word, singer. Gao Yang's chest tightened. That's right. Li Weiwei loved singing, and she was a good singer. She even taught herself guitar. The second year in high school, she went to a lounge bar to perform. Her parents gave her a good scolding for that. Before her death, Li Weiwei had gone to Gao Yang for advice, saying that she would like to apply for a singing competition show the summer after they graduated from high school. Gao Yang had given her his full support. It all felt like a dream. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt like he could understand what Officer Huang told him before. Li Weiwei was a wrath monster, but she was also Li Weiwei. The girl he had known hadn't disappeared, she had simply passed away, killed the moment she was replaced by a monster. Gao Yang carefully folded the green wrapper and tucked it in his pocket. Then he unfolded the golden one. On it was a word written messily with a crayon Yingxiong. What a brat. He didn't even know how to write the words properly, and he wanted to be a hero one. Amused by his own embarrassing history, he looked up to meet Wan Sisi's eyes. She seemed to be sneaking glances at his wrapper. No peeking, Gao Yang smiled awkwardly as he put the wrapper into his pocket. Haha, too late for that. Wan Sisi snickered. She usually smiled shyly and reservedly with her lips pursed. It was rare for her to laugh so openly. Not fair? Then I'll take a look at yours. Perhaps her childishness was infectious. Gao Yang reacted like a child too and reached out to grab her wrapper. No, I'm not gonna give it to you. Wan Sisi grinned as she backed away, clutching onto the wrapper. It was then Gao Yang's phone rang. He took it out. It was a number he didn't know. He focused and took the call, putting his phone to his ear. Hello. After 2 seconds of silence, the caller said at a deliberate pace, "Hello, Gao Yang. Who is this?" Gao Yang asked, alerted. "Have you forgotten me already?" The man's voice was sharp with icy amusement. "I'll give you a hint, boom." Gao Yang shuddered, feeling like his blood was rushing in the opposite direction. It was the red-haired man. With his hand tight around his phone, Gao Yang looked around. Twilight descended, and sunlight was compressed to a mere line on the horizon. The school's running track at the foot of the hill became a dark wasteland. Standing amid the knee-high grass was an ice cream mascot, and the mascot was holding a phone. After a few seconds, the mascot took off the headwear. It was the red-haired man. His voice came from Gao Yang's phone again. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mad Red. Mad as in Mad Hatter, and the color red. What do you want?" Gao Yang's throat felt tight. His palms were sweaty, and his heartbeat was quickening. "You foiled my plan last time. I'm here for my revenge, of course. Before that, I have a great gift for you." Gao Yang's head jerked up. Wan Sisi was looking at him with confusion. "Gao Yang, what's wrong?" Gao Yang's face turned ashen gray. He could see thin red lines emerging from Wan Sisi's fair face before slowly spreading out, growing more and more pronounced until the lines became cracks, and they flickered faintly. In seconds, her eyeballs began glowing with an eerie red. No, 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 no. Gao Yang, my head. I'm feeling dizzy." Wan Sisi wasn't sure what was going on with her. She didn't feel too good, and she never got the chance to find out what was wrong. Boom! Wan Sisi's head exploded. The explosion of brain, blood, and shattered skull was like a blooming red firework, splattering Gao Yang's face with warm blood. Eyes widened, he stared as crimson vapor obscured his vision, and the metallic smell assaulted his nose. He didn't have the time to do anything. He didn't even get to say goodbye. 2 seconds later, Wan Sisi's headless body collapsed by his feet. Time seemed to freeze, and the world was drained of all colors. Gao Yang slowly dropped to his knees. He wanted to help the girl up, yet he didn't even know where he should place his hands. He looked down and saw the blue candy wrapper in the girl's tight clutch. Before even the words were lost to the spreading blood stain, he saw the dream she had written down. Gao Yang's bride. 1. Hero, is quite hard to write in Chinese for a kid. Gao Yang wrote the second character in pinyin, xiong, rather than writing the actual character. Warning, you are in extremely great danger. Luck acquisition rate increases to 2,000 times. You now have a total of 406 luck points. Do you want to use them? Put 200 points in strength and the rest to agility. Put all the points I acquire during the fight into agility until things come to an end. Access ends. Gao Yang opened his eyes and rushed down the hill, jumping over the wall with an agile leap and landing on the running track. Without pause, he rushed straight toward Mad Red at an impressive speed. Mad Red's twisted face turned disappointed. Why didn't he make an explosive jump like he did last time? Holding the mascot head with one hand, Mad Red threw it toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang dodged it by simply cocking his head to the side. From the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of red. He immediately made a powerful jump to the side. The next second, the mascot head that had just missed him exploded midair. The shockwaves hurled Gao Yang into the air. He made a roll and got to his feet, feeling a burn on the left side of his face. It was the result of the torrent of heat coming from the explosion. Gao Yang's heart sank. It seemed that the man could turn anything into bombs with varying power, not just the human body. As expected of the 19th ranking talent, detonation. It was truly a tricky one to deal with. Calm down. Kill him. Calm down. Kill him. The two voices echoed in Gao Yang's head as his rational mind clashed with his emotional side, resulting in a tangled mess of thoughts. Wan Sisi's eyes and smile as well as the terrible way she went vied for attention in his brain, and rising fury burned through every drop of blood in his body. Finally, his rational side lost. Ah! Gao Yang screamed and charged at Mad Red. There was nothing on his mind but the thought of killing the man. Opening his arms wide, he shot 2 torrents of flames from his palms to sweep up Mad Red. The heavy mascot suit was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, but Mad Red had already jumped out of it like a cunning snake shedding its skin. Under the tight leather pants and black sleeveless vest, his body was covered in lithe muscles and all manners of scars, some long and thin from bladed weapons, and others big and uneven from heat and burns. Haha, that's right. Be angry. Mad Red savored Gao Yang's rage. Yes, keep going. Don't disappoint me. Without wasting his breath, Gao Yang rushed toward Mad Red again. Mad Red lifted his skinless red right hand. Between his fingers were 3 translucent marbles. In a matter of half a second, the marbles were injected with strange energy and turned into red glowing orbs. Swish, swish, swish. Mad Red snapped his wrist, throwing the 3 marbles at Gao Yang. Taken aback, Gao Yang jumped to the side to dodge them. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 marbles blew up in his proximity. Gao Yang rolled to his feet on the lawn, but his face, neck, arms, and thighs were now covered in about 8 dark gashes. The injured parts turned crimson as blood gushed out anew. Although he had moved out of the range of explosion, he hadn't been able to dodge all the glass shards. They cut through his skin easily like a sharp, heated blade cutting through butter. Gao Yang balled his hands up and clenched his jaw. Although the 200 points he put into agility had made him much more agile, he couldn't get close to Mad Red in an instant without White Rabbit's jump, and he needed to do that to secure his victory. Gao Yang cried out and charged at the man again. He could only bet on the fact that Red Mad would run out of his small bomb sooner or later. He couldn't have brought an endless supply. Mad Red threw another 3 marbles. Boom, boom, boom. Although Gao Yang had been prepared to dodge out of the way, a few bleeding, steaming cuts were still added to the previous ones. Haha, run, jump all you want. Mad Red kept casting small bombs at Gao Yang with a twisted expression like a kid enjoying a game. Gao Yang ran with all he had around Mad Red. Every time he tried to get closer, he was driven away by a bomb, achieving nothing but getting new additions to his collection of wounds. After a dozen or so exchanges, Gao Yang was covered in bleeding gashes from head to toe. Fire surged and spread all over the weeds on the track. At some point, they had come together to form an ocean of flames. Night had fallen. The two men stood amid the fire, the air between them filled with flying ashes and embers. Mad Red hadn't moved an inch. He stretched his arms leisurely like he had just finished warming up. On the other hand, Gao Yang was out of breath and covered in injuries, a good portion of his stamina exhausted. Flickering firelight danced on their faces, lighting them up and plunging them in shadows alternatively. Gao Yang made sure that Mad Red had run out of bombs before rushing to the man without pause. Scoffing, Mad Red took out a long and thin silver-gray whip from his back with his right hand. It was a customized weapon made with black gold, among other materials. Imbued with red energy, the whip swung. Crack! The whip flickering with red light cut through the air, coming down at Gao Yang's face from above. Caught off guard, Gao Yang barely managed to dodge it with a sidestep. The whip hit the ground instead, and the air went still for half a second. Bam! The ground burst into a line of flames. Caught in the burning grass, Gao Yang quickly made a few rolls to put out the fire. Just when he started to look up, the red whip came down on him again. Gao Yang staggered and jumped backward. Bam! Another line of explosions triggered. The violent shockwaves sent Gao Yang flying. He followed the momentum and rolled the moment he hit the ground, retreating backward and putting some distance between him and Mad Red. Mad Red pulled the whip away and wounded up in his hand, his eyes glowing with viciousness and hatred. It'll be too easy for you if I just kill you. I need to make you feel my pain 100 no, 1,000-fold. At the same time, he imbued the whip with energy again, making it even more blindingly crimson than before. He raised his hand and cracked the whip. The ground burst into explosions again, sending surging flames and clumps of soil everywhere and leaving a small ditch on the running track. This time, Gao Yang was a little further from the man. He moved quickly and managed to get out of the way intact. Panting heavily, he wiped off the blood on his face and focused his mind. His pain and his quickly draining stamina finally cooled down the fury in his chest, and his rationality returned to him gradually. Calm down. Think. From the detonation of the human body from before to the marbles and now the long whip, Mad Red's attacks had never changed from the core mechanic of injecting something with detonation, and then using that thing as a bomb. And he must touch his target with his right hand to inject it with his energy. The duration of the contact would determine the power of the explosion. The only opening for Gao Yang to get close to the man was when he was imbuing his whip with energy. Gao Yang took a deep breath and rushed toward Mad Red, making a feint attack. Mad Red swung the whip around relentlessly, while Gao Yang jumped from side to side to dodge the attacks. The whip kept hitting the ground, triggering lines of explosions and leaving behind flames and ditches. Again, Mad Red's whip stopped flickering red and turned back into its original silver-gray. Mad Red yanked the whip back and quickly rolled it up to imbue it with energy from his right hand. It was obvious that the process was slowing down. Before he could finish it, a stone flew toward his head. Mad Red bent his neck to dodge it. In that moment of distraction, Gao Yang rushed out of the blazing flames and lunged at Mad Red. Mad Red cracked the whip with a backhand, and Gao Yang caught the whip, yanking it forcefully to close their distance until they were only 2 meters apart. Surprised, Mad Red quickly pulled back the energy he had injected into the whip to stop it from exploding. Gao Yang was betting on that while being ready for mutual destruction. The moment Mad Red stopped the explosion, he realized what Gao Yang was doing. Gao Yang's other hand was already shooting fire at him. Still holding the whip, Mad Red quickly crouched down to avoid the flames. Then he made a sweep of his leg to knock Gao Yang off balance. Gao Yang jumped and tucked his legs up, all the while grabbing the whip with his right hand and yanking, getting into Mad Red's space through counterforce. When Mad Red realized that not letting go of his whip was a mistake, Gao Yang's knee was already slamming into his face, accurately and violently. Face slammed by Gao Yang's knee, Mad Red flew in the air and rolled a few times on the ground before standing up with difficulty. His nose was broken, bleeding from the nostrils, and he tasted blood in his mouth. The dizzy spell made him see blurry duplicates. He spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 teeth. Now that Gao Yang had found a way to deal with his talent, the scale of victory started tipping the other way. Mad Red slowly straightened up, trembling all over as his eyes blazed with excitement and insanity. He cast away his whip and opened his arms with his head thrown back, breaking into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. When he had finally laughed enough, he cocked his head and looked at Gao Yang. Neither of them talked. With the blazing fire between them, the resentment and killing intent in their eyes settled down and solidified. 5 seconds later, they rushed at each other. Mad Red reached toward Gao Yang's chest with his right hand. While avoiding it, Gao Yang bent his left arm and hit Mad Red's temple with his elbow. Mad Red leaned backward, but then he felt a grip around his wrist. Gao Yang had clutched his right hand. The reckless move caught Mad Red by surprise. His opponent had touched his right hand willingly. Scoffing inwardly, Mad Red prepared to activate his talent, only to be yanked toward Gao Yang by the clutch on his right wrist the way it had happened before, and Gao Yang's fist slammed into Mad Red's abdomen. Stomach twisting, Mad Red staggered 2 steps back. He endured the pain and tried to activate his talent again, but Gao Yang was already hitting him in the left face with a merciless spin kick. It was so powerful that Mad Red flew into the air and flipped involuntarily. Gao Yang couldn't afford to be complacent for a second, and he gave Mad Red no chance to even take a breath. As he continued to acquire luck points at an increased rate, his agility was rising more and more. Mad Red had tried to activate his talent many times, but he was never given the time. There was always a punch or a kick. And no matter how far he flew away, Gao Yang would always get to his side immediately and follow up with another attack. A minute passed with Gao Yang's one-sided abuse of Mad Red. The man had many of his muscles torn, his jaw dislocated, his ribs broken, and he was bleeding from his organs while suffering a concussion. Gao Yang's 2 hands were scraped and fractured as well. Gao Yang seized every second and kept moving. He wouldn't stop until he killed the man. However, being careful would only get him this far. Mad Red caught an opening while he was kicked into the air, and he tightened his right fist, activating his talent. Boom! Gao Yang's right hand exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Gao Yang's right arm was now attached to half a palm, and all 5 fingers were missing. The fingers were connected to the heart one, and Gao Yang felt tremendous pain. However, he would happily lose an arm or even his life to get revenge, let alone a hand. Now that his right hand got blown up, he didn't have anything else to worry about. Holding the bleeding stump, Gao Yang stalked up to Mad Red. The man lay prone on the ground, almost entirely paralyzed. Gao Yang said with an icy expression, "Any last words?" "It's you, it's all because of you." Mad Red barely managed to string words together by moving his dislocated, bleeding chin, his voice furious and resentful. "My older sister died. My sister, the best sister in the world. She wouldn't have died if I got the rune circuit. With her dead, I have nothing." Mad Red's eyes glinted with tears of heartbreak and despair, and he rambled unintelligibly, "It's your fault. If not for you, sister wouldn't have died. No, no." His eyes dimmed, and he muttered to himself, "It's not your fault. It's all me, all because of my incompetence. That was what killed sister. If only I were stronger, stronger still. Just a little stronger." Staring at the hateful and pitiful man, Gao Yang was just about to put the man out of misery when he smelled something familiar. He had noticed the same smell when Mad Red escaped in their previous clash. He looked down and saw Mad Red holding a small syringe in his left hand, the needle already inserted into his thigh. Gao Yang's eyes widened. The man wasn't saying his last words, but buying time? Strange black spots emerged throughout Mad Red's body, growing in number and spreading like they were alive, until his entire body was covered. "If I were stronger, sister." Mad Red stood up, or it would be more precise to describe it as him getting straightened by an invisible force. It reminded Gao Yang of Old Manly. Before the Wanderer turned into a mutated monster, it had seemed like that he was injected with a mysterious power, and his body straightened like a mistake being fixed. "She wouldn't have died." Mad Red screamed, his eyes melting and bleeding black vicious blood until there were only 2 empty sockets left. He took a big step and swung his right fist. Gao Yang quickly dodged back. The fierce punch left a sharp cut on his nose bridge like a razor. He would have lost the lower half of his face if he got hit. Mad Red didn't immediately attack again after the punch. Instead, his body started seizing up eerily, and the explosive cracking sounds made it seem as if his every bone was getting shattered and reassembled. Now taken over by black spots, Mad Red looked even thinner and more twisted, and his chest tightened into a spiral-shaped generator, supplying the different parts of his body with endless energy through the thick black vessels that were too many to count. Finally, Gao Yang realized how Mad Red had made his escape last time even though he should have lost his ability to move. The man must have injected himself with the same solution, only the dosage had been smaller. This time, he went all out. "Sister, sister, why did you die? Why did you abandon me?" Mad Red's face twisted. It was difficult to tell whether he was crying out in pain or laughing maniacally, and his mind was slipping into insanity. Mad Red lowered his head with his back hunch, his arms dangling uselessly. A few seconds later, he lifted his head, staring at Gao Yang with black eye sockets. "Sister, sister, I'm coming to save you. Warning, you are in extremely great danger. Luck acquisition rate increases to 5,000 times. What? It was too quick. Before Gao Yang even realized it, Mad Red had already disappeared. And in between this thought and the next, a red palm grabbed onto Gao Yang's face. Shit! Gao Yang almost stopped struggling, waiting for his head to explode, but that didn't happen. Instead, the right hand simply held Gao Yang's head in its grasp and slammed him backward. Bam! Overwhelming pain spread through Gao Yang's back. When he realized it, he had already broken through the cement wall behind him. His first reaction wasn't fear, but relief. Relief that his head hadn't split, and his body wasn't broken. Mad Red clutched on Gao Yang with his right hand and lifted him out of the rubbles. Staring at him, he muttered, "Sister, you're not sister." Realization struck Gao Yang. The man had been overtaken by a mysterious power. He had become stronger, powerful to a terrifying degree, but he had also lost his talent as an awakener and his consciousness. Mad Red was more like a disoriented monster than anything, and he started muttering again. "Sister, sister, don't leave me. Human. Sister, I'm scared, sister." Save me, sister. Human, 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 human. Finally, the man disappeared entirely. All that was left was a monster. Mad Red's hand penetrated Gao Yang's chest, aiming at his heart. Due to the nightmare Gao Yang had of Gao Xingxin turning into a monster and carving his heart out, he anticipated the move and managed to twist his body at the last second. The hand ended up penetrating Gao Yang's lungs. It was so painful that Gao Yang couldn't even scream. Did I lose? Am I dying? No, I'll be the victor. Mad Red pulled his hand out of Gao Yang's lungs. He had lost his human soul completely, and he kept repeating the word human, an evidence of his craving for human blood and hearts. Just when he was going to reach into Gao Yang's chest again, Gao Yang said through his clenched, bleeding teeth, detonate. Boom! Mad Red's right arm exploded. The fingers around Gao Yang's neck loosened, and he fell to the ground. Mad Red's right arm was barely attached and bleeding profusely, yet he didn't seem in pain at all. Gao Yang had replicated detonation during the fraction of second he grabbed Mad Red's right hand. However, he hadn't had the time to use it, so he opted for the more effective tactic of quick melee attacks. Mad Red's detonation operated under a specific mechanism. There were two steps to it, touch, and detonate. The first step, touch, was the passive part of the talent. No activation was required to mark one's targets. While Gao Yang overwhelmed Mad Red with a flurry of punches and kicks, every single hit left a mark on the man, amounting to a few dozens by the end of it. Gao Yang had planned to activate detonation once Mad Red spoke his last words, leaving only ashes behind, but that plan was disrupted when Mad Red injected himself with a strange solution and transformed into a monster. Gao Yang wasn't going to let that happen again. All monsters were gifted with impressive ability to regenerate, let alone a terrifying being so dangerous that he was granted a 5,000 times bonus. Detonate! Gao Yang exclaimed. Mad Red's abdomen exploded. Detonate! Followed by his calves. Detonate! Then his chest. Detonate, 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 detonate. During those 10 seconds, Gao Yang lost count on how many times he had exclaimed the same word. Mad Red's body writhed and shook and fell apart under the series of quick explosions until he barely resembled his original form, like the aftermath of a man-shaped Play-Doh wrapped with firecrackers getting lit. The flickering light illuminated the running track as blood and embers sputtered in the air. Afterward, Mad Red was left a charred skeleton. He wasn't done yet. Gao Yang ignored the pain in his lungs and rushed up to the skeleton, hitting it with fire with one hand. It took 1 minute of intense burning for the skeleton to turn to ashes. Finally, it was done. Having exhausted the last of his energy, Gao Yang collapsed. Before his consciousness slipped away, he heard someone calling out to him. Gao Yang, Gao Yang, Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes and found himself back in the orphanage, lying on the soft futon in the small wooden bed. The dorm keeper squatted by the bed to pat him on his chubby face. Rise and shine, it's time to wake up. Gao Yang sat up confusedly and rubbed his bleary eyes. Was it all a dream? Emotions rushed up to him, and he felt tears prickling his eyes and nose. He wailed. Ah, what's wrong? Did you wet your bed? The woman smiled with fond exasperation and pinched his cheek. You're 6, too old to wet your bed? What a little troublemaker you are. Auntie, I had a nightmare. Gao Yang clutched on her sleeves and sobbed. So many monsters. They want to kill me. Haha, you silly boy. She reached out to pull him into her arms, caring and resigned. Don't be scared. It's all right. If the monster comes, Auntie will drive it away for you. Gao Yang slowly opened his prickling eyes. He had no strength in his body. He tried to move and realized that his face was pressed into a pair of warm, silky thighs. He turned his head and saw the familiar face of a girl, only upside down. So that was the dream. You awake. White Rabbit, whose lap he was lying down on, looked down at him. Yeah, Gao Yang croaked weakly. Open your mouth. She was holding a small red pill. Take this. Gao Yang opened his mouth to swallow the pill. Warmth returned to his body, as well as his strength. Then he belatedly realized that there was a weight on his abdomen. He shifted his gaze and spotted Lovely Lamb. She was sitting on the ground with her head resting on his belly, sound asleep. Gao Yang lifted his right hand. It was as good as new, if a little numb when he moved his fingers. You should be grateful to Lovely Lamb. She looked for your fingers one by one on the running track and did her best to reattach them. White Rabbit sounded tired, complaining out of concern like a parent would. Gao Yang slowly sat up and pulled Lovely Lamb into his arms. Behind his back was the ginkgo tree he was all too familiar with. How did you get here? Gao Yang asked. I tapped your phone, White Rabbit said like it was obvious. I heard it when the man called Mad Red called you. It didn't sound good, so I grabbed Lovely Lamb and rushed here. You know how fast I run. When I got here, you had just finished Mad Red. After a brief moment of silence, Gao Yang asked, "Want to see?" Don't worry. I've cleaned everything up. White Rabbit sighed softly. I was going to take you back, but Lovely Lamb fell asleep after treating you. I thought it would be better to let you two rest here. I didn't expect you to sleep the entire night. My legs are numb. She had kept watch on them throughout the night. Gao Yang was touched. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and sunlight had broken through the sky in the distance. The thriving weed that had once overtaken the running track at the foot of the hill had all been burned, leaving the area a charred wasteland. Under the warm light of the dawning sun, the contrast was striking. Is this yours? White Rabbit was holding a wrapper. Gao Yang took it. A chunk was missing because it'd been burned, and the rest of the wrapper had been dyed red by blood. It took careful inspection to make out the word Yingxiong hero. It's mine. Thanks. Gao Yang lifted the still sleeping lovely lamb and handed her to White Rabbit. Then he stood up and found the tin box near the ginkgo tree, putting the wrapper back into the box before burying it near the roots with great care. What are you doing when you haven't even recovered? White Rabbit looked baffled. Gao Yang sat back down and looked up at the breaking dawn, his eyes slightly narrowed. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. I made a wish. They spent a long time in silence. When the morning sun enveloped the world in warmth, White Rabbit woke the little girl in her arms up. Come on, up. White Rabbit ruffled lovely lamb's hair. Let's go find Uncle Dead Pig. You can't keep the damage stored in your body for too long. Lovely lamb frowned and reflexively held on to White Rabbit's clothes with her chubby hands, unwilling to wake up. Gao Yang stood up and took lovely lamb into his arms. Let's go. The three of them left the Yushan Elementary School and went into a black Benz. White Rabbit drove while Gao Yang took the passenger seat. And lovely lamb was allowed to sleep a little longer in the back with the seatbelt on. Gao Yang asked after some hesitation, did you wiretap everyone's phone? Everyone outside of Captain and Teacher War Tiger, White Rabbit admitted without pause. Please keep it a secret. I know. Gao Yang frowned slightly. You suspect there's a spy too? Of course. I'm not an idiot. White Rabbit threw Gao Yang a glance. It seems that I'm not the only one. Yeah. Gao Yang thought back to Mad Red. The man that attacked me called himself Mad Red. Do you know the name? He had an older sister, I believe, and she was the reason he went after our rune circuit. His sister died, and he sought revenge on me for that. That's all I know. After a bemused moment, White Rabbit shook her head and said, I wouldn't claim to know every awakener in Lee City, but I know those who are worth knowing. I've never heard of a Mad Red, neither have my sources. Gao Yang stopped talking, feeling a dull pain in his chest when he thought about Wansasi's passing. My condolences for what happened to your friend. White Rabbit tightened her grip on the driving wheel, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. I promise you that we will do something about it. The 12 zodiac signs do not take a beating lying down. After a pause, she continued, Ghost Horse checked if Wansasi was a human or a monster. Do you want to know? Gao Yang shook his head. No. Why? She was Wansasi. Gao Yang turned to look out of the window. And she was my friend. A moment of silence followed. Then White Rabbit's phone rang. She picked up the call with one hand. Hello, yeah, I understand. White Rabbit hung up and slammed the accelerator, the inertia throwing Gao Yang into the seat. The scenery whipped past the windows at high speed. What's wrong? He asked, turning to White Rabbit. We're going back to -6F. Emergency meeting. White Rabbit's eyes flickered. Captain will be there. Dragon. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Finally, he was going to meet the man in person. Yay, he's waking up. White Rabbit's mood visibly brightened. She blinked and her lips curled into a smile. Do you drive, Gao Yang? Not really. Shame. I always feel like painting my toenails when I'm happy. -6F, the Millennium Tower. 1 hour later. When Gao Yang and White Rabbit arrived at the lobby in the underground basement, the other members were already there, standing in 2s and 3s. Wu Dahai was standing by Heavenly Dog's side. After a few days of resting, he had become much more energetic. His empty right sleeve was tucked into the belt around his waist, and he was holding a tablet with his one arm, sliding across the screen with a thumb to show Heavenly Dog the designs of a robotic prosthetic. See, ain't it awesome? Wu Dahai said proudly. The Kylin Guild is already working on it as an urgent order. I'll get to put it on next month. Cool, Heavenly Dog complimented. How's the arms motor skills? Pretty good. The Neuralink compatibility is 84.5%. It's as good as it can get. I paid 600 Jinwu for it. Wu Dahai clenched his jaw. Damn those heartless businessmen. White Rabbit had said that Gao Yang should keep Mad Red's second ambush a secret for the moment, so he walked up to the two like nothing had happened to him. Congrats, Wu Dahai, for the cyborg arm. Aha. Wu Dahai radiated excitement and a newfound energy. Don't envy me, I've been reborn like a phoenix. Whatever doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Here. War Tiger suddenly walked up from behind Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog, putting his arms around their shoulders. That's the spirit? The 12 zodiac signs never bow down. Damn right. We never bow down. Wu Dahai was further bolstered by the compliments from a senior member. Gao Yang turned away with a laugh. White Rabbit, Lovely Lamb, and Dead Pig were together. Dead Pig sat cross-legged on the floor, while Lovely Lamb, having woken up, put both her hands on Dead Pig's thick arm, transferring the damage stored in her. Cuts and burns quickly showed up on Dead Pig's body, and his lungs started tearing as well. He was bleeding everywhere, but he healed quickly as usual. Dead Pig said with a smile, who's the one that got hurt this time? Gao Yang, White Rabbit said with a matching smile. I was training with him, but I might have gotten a little overboard. You were way overboard. Dead Pig threw Gao Yang a sympathetic glance. Why would you use bombs? The damage to the lungs is quite serious. He could have died. I know I've done wrong, Uncle Dead Pig. Please don't scold me. White Rabbit made a face and tried to gloss over the matter. I'll be more careful next time. Ding! A quiet mechanical sound came from behind them. Everyone turned to look at the dragon door that had never opened for anyone. The pattern of a dragon lit up above the door, its brilliance eye-catching. 3 seconds later, the door opened slowly. Captain's up. White Rabbit was the first to say. Come on, let's all get in. War Tiger waved a hand, and they all entered the dragon room. Gao Yang had asked White Rabbit a good number of questions about Dragon on their way to the base, such as why he was so mysterious, and so many members of the organization had never even seen him before, as well as how it was possible for Dragon to be close to Gao Yang's age as the founder of the 12 zodiac signs. He would have been in his 70s even if he started the organization at 13. White Rabbit responded with a cryptic line, "You'll see?" And Gao Yang did see once he walked into the dragon room. It was smaller than he had expected, less than 50 square meters, to be precise. The walls were all made of a white, metallic material, and the room was quiet and dim, the air somehow colder than the air outside with an archaic and mysterious energy to it. Embedded vertically into the wall on the far side of the room was a black metal coffin, the bottom of which was attached to intertwining wires like the roots of an ancient tree. Light flowed along the wires in both directions, like nutrients were being supplied to the metal coffin. Is this a hibernation chamber? Gao Yang made a guess. Yes. War Tiger walked up to the small control panel before the coffin. After making a few clicks, he stepped back. Click. A few seconds later, the hibernation chamber made a short dull sound. The lid opened to the side, and out came a thick white fog, filling the room in an instant. There was a faint smell of chemicals. Gao Yang would describe it as the decaying leaves found in forests in autumn. Soon, the white smoke dissipated, revealing a nude man inside the hibernation chamber. Gao Yang would have mistaken the person as a woman if not for the flat chest he noticed at first glance. He had long black hair. His body was so thin that it could almost be described as delicate. And the lines of his face were gentle, his facial features delicate with long eyelashes, the very definition of androgynous. White Rabbit had picked up a long blanket at some point and immediately went up to the chamber to cover the man's body. Then she pulled back with deference and waited quietly. A few seconds later, the man's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. He had heterochromia. His right eye was ocean blue, while his left eye was amber. "You're awake, Captain." White Rabbit tried her best to keep her composure, but her tone was colored by her happiness. "Yes, I'm awake." Dragon smiled. His voice was unexpectedly low and rich. "How long has it been?" 3 years, 4 months, 21 days, 7 hours. White Rabbit checked her phone. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Dragon wrapped the blanket around his frail-looking body and stepped out of the hibernation chamber barefooted. He was still smiling, a mixture of graceful and relaxed. "Here you all are." Dragon scanned the old members before turning to the new members who hadn't been here 3 years ago, naming each of them in order: Gao Yang, Qingling, Officer Huang, Wu Dahai, Heavenly Dog, and Lovely Lamb. Gao Yang hid his surprise. Wu Dahai spoke up to ask the question for all of them. "How do you know us, Captain? Didn't you just wake up?" "Simply put," War Tiger said. Dragon was only hibernating physically, while his mind remained awake. White Rabbit briefs him once every month. He can decide when he's going to wake up and when he's going to go back to hibernation. That's insane. If he keeps hibernating while his mind stays awake, Wu Dahai gaped. Wouldn't he be immortal? There is a difference. Dragon slowly walked up to Wu Dahai and glanced at his empty sleeve. "I've heard about the ambush. I'm sorry for what you've been through." "Oh, it's fine." Wu Dahai was flattered by the attention. "It's nothing compared to the sacrifices those before me have made." Dragon nodded slightly and turned to White Rabbit. "Allow me to have a change of clothes. I will see you in the meeting room 5 minutes later." "Understood." After 5 minutes, they gathered at the mouse room, the meeting room, not a second later. The interior was designed in a European style with a luxurious crystal chandelier and a long antique dining table. The walls were decorated with classy, dark-colored patterns and a good number of paintings. The mural on the ceiling was a replica of the last breakfast one. Gao Yang knew a thing or two about the artwork. It depicted the story of a religious leader and his 12 disciples, as well as the spy among them. The irony of it wasn't lost on Gao Yang. The members each took a seat and placed their masks on the table. Dragon was the last to sit down. He had changed into a white crew neck t-shirt and a pair of black corduroy pants, his long hair tied into a ponytail. His face was so pale that he looked a little sickly, and he painted the picture of a bedridden young man with a delicate, frail physique. "I heard everything from White Rabbit, and I am sure you are up to date as well." Dragon hadn't wasted any time. Perhaps every second was precious to him. Although the 12 zodiac signs have our fair share of enemies, there had not been any that dared taunt and attack us so openly over the past 10 years. "I woke up to resolve the matter," Dragon said calmly. White Rabbit brought him a cup of hot coffee. "Your black coffee, Captain." "Ah, thank you." Dragon took the cup and savored the smell before having a sip. "It is regrettable for me to say that there is a traitor among us." Dragon put down the cup of coffee. His voice was still calm, but what he said made the air lower a few degrees in temperature. "I am afraid that tonight, the traitor will not walk out of here alive." Silence stretched and lingered. Dragon started slowly sipping his coffee again, as if he had just said something trivial like, "Let us enjoy our drinks." Gao Yang felt like his heart was in a tight grip. It was the first time that he felt such an indescribable pressure, even though he wasn't the center of the event, and was merely an innocent victim who wouldn't be in danger. "However, I hope that the traitor will turn themselves in." Dragon sounded composed and genuine. "Then everyone will vote for the traitor's fate rather than leaving me to execute them one-sidedly." Dragon stopped talking and waited. The meeting room was plunged into a deathly silence. No one said another word. Perhaps, Gao Yang thought, they're all shocked and confused like I am. Who would have thought that the traitor was going to be caught less than 10 minutes after Dragon's awakening? Time crawled second by second. The half a minute passed slowly like half a century. Suddenly, someone broke the stillness and stood up. Gao Yang looked up in disbelief. It was Qingling. The author has changed the Last Supper to the Last Breakfast, presumably to avoid making direct references to a real-life religion. Qingling was the spy? The thought alone made Gao Yang break into cold sweat, but he quickly dismissed the possibility. She joined the 12 zodiac signs through Officer Huang, and she didn't belong to other organizations before that. She didn't even know about the 12 zodiac signs before. Besides, she had been training with War Tiger since joining. There was no chance for her to be tempted by another organization and become a traitor. Moreover, she had no reason to betray them based on what Gao Yang knew about her. Then why did she stand up? Before Gao Yang could overthink the matter, other members stood up one by one as well. What's going on? Why are they all standing up like they've agreed to do this beforehand? How about me? Should I do the same so that I'd fit in? Gao Yang's silent struggle was interrupted by a gentle yet irresistible will. It spoke to him directly like an actual voice, stay in your seat. His rational mind dictated that he should find it ridiculous and even terrifying, yet emotionally and instinctually, he was more than willing to obey the voice. It was strange to say the least. The next 30 seconds, he stayed seated without a word and watched other members file out of the meeting room calmly and orderly. Soon, there were only 4 people left, Dragon, War Tiger, Gao Yang, and Ghost Horse. The soundless voice disappeared, and Gao Yang's rational mind regained control over his body. His breathing quickened without him noticing, and his palms were covered in sweat. Surprised, he looked sideways at the man in the main seat, Dragon. It was him? Dragon must have used a talent on him. He was certain of it, and the others had left together because of his instructions as well. Dragon seemed to have read his mind, and he responded to Gao Yang's shock with a smile. You have lie detection, Gao Yang. You should stay and help with the interrogation. Gao Yang nodded, his mouth dry. Okay. The man was an unknowable entity? He needed to be feared. Thankfully, he wasn't an enemy. I appreciate it. Dragon nodded softly before shifting his gaze to the other end of the long table. Ghost Horse. He sounded regretful as he said, I gave you a chance. So it is Ghost Horse? Gao Yang did his best to keep his calm. He didn't know much about Ghost Horse. Ghost Horse seemed like a regular middle-aged man who played the part of a lawyer working at a law firm in his everyday life. His physique was best described as average. He was neither fat nor thin, and nothing about his looks stood out. The only thing that set him a little apart was the shadows under his eyes, which gave him the air of exhaustion and depression that was common for corporate slaves. He was usually quiet and kept to himself. He simply didn't stand out. His talent was telepathy, serial number 51, psyche type. As the name suggested, it allowed him to communicate with other humans through telepathy. Not only did the talent enable long-distance communication, it could also be used to differentiate humans from monsters. Gao Yang was told that monsters couldn't detect the signals sent by Ghost Horse. You can't make the judgment based solely on my talent, Captain, Ghost Horse said in a hoarse voice, his expression still impassive. Are you sure about this, Dragon? War Tiger was surprised as well. Ghost Horse has been with us for a long time. I know him pretty well. There's no reason for him to betray us. Captain. Under the dim light, the shadows under Ghost Horse's eyes seemed even darker. His gaze shifted around as he continued. Please present the evidence if you suspect me a traitor. There is evidence. Dragons narrowed his eyes, his heterochromatic eyes glowing like beautiful gems under the light. Firstly, you had been with 2 different organizations before joining us, and you worked as an intelligence agent for the Kylan Guild. You have a complicated history. Yes, but War Tiger said I would join with a clean slate, and I've kept nothing from the 12 zodiac signs. Ghost Horse sounded a little disappointed. I thought being honest would win me the organization's trust. Dragon didn't deem that a response. Secondly, after the ambush by the man called Mad Red, White Rabbit wiretapped every member's mobile devices and kept track of all of your movements. Then Gao Yang was attacked again. Through the process of elimination, your telepathy is the only talent that would make the leak of information possible. That's pure speculation, Captain. Ghost Horse didn't budge. A real spy will always find a way to leak information. And I do not question that, Dragon said with a smile. Those 2 points are nothing but your subjective guesses, Ghost Horse insisted. I reject them. Thirdly, Dragon steepled his hands and rested them on the table. His expression was a mixture of seriousness and regret. You have been keeping things from us for the past 9 years since your joining. Ghost Horse's eyes twitched. While his face still looked impassive, the air around him was thick with killing intent. Why did you never tell us about your second talent? Asked Dragon. How did you know? Ghost Horse's voice turned chilling. Answer me, Dragon said in a tone that was composed, but demanded obedience. You are strong, yet you keep it a secret. What are you after? The meeting room fell silent. Gao Yang was sweating from his palms, and he felt like he was sitting on thorns. He was sitting right between Dragon and Ghost Horse. While the conversation remained civil, there was a very real undercurrent of tension under the table. Gao Yang was terrified that they would make their killing moves suddenly, and he would be caught in the crossfire. Should I stand up and hide behind Dragon and War Tiger? This is a battle between whales. There's nothing wrong for a shrimp like me to act a little cowardly, right? While Gao Yang was debating with himself, he heard Dragon talk to him. Gao Yang, here. Gao Yang immediately looked up like a student getting singled out by their teacher. Use lie detection. Understood. Gao Yang took a deep breath and turned to look at Ghost Horse. Give me a straight answer, Ghost Horse. That night, when the 12 zodiac signs traded with the 100 Rivers Union, did you leak the whereabouts of White Rabbit and the others beforehand, or did you not? Dragon was detailed and concrete with his question. I did not, Ghost Horse said without even a crack in his poker face. He's lying. Gao Yang's heart sank, and a shudder ran down his spine. Ghost Horse was the spy? No one talked in the meeting room. They were all waiting for the result of Gao Yang's lie detection. Gao Yang opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. He realized suddenly that the gentle but irresistible will was whispering to him in the ear again, patiently repeating, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Gao Yang decided to listen. In fact, his intuition and experience were telling him that giving the answer straight away would put him in danger. The intangible will then instructed him softly, blink if he lied. Gao Yang didn't even dare to shift his gaze to Dragon. With his eyes fixed straight ahead, he quickly blinked. However the blink didn't escape the notice of the three men. Swish! Gao Yang heard a soft rustle. Then there was a clang by his ear. When his eyes focused, Ghost Horse and War Tiger were both crouching on the meeting room table before Gao Yang. Ghost Horse was holding a black karambit in his right hand. The short, sharp blade curled inward like a scorpion's stinger. If he had been even half a second faster, Gao Yang's throat would have been slit. Thankfully, War Tiger had blocked the blade with his short sword precisely. The two men were stuck in a battle of strength. They had been about 4 meters away from Gao Yang, yet they were suddenly right in front of him in the blink of an eye. It wasn't the first time Gao Yang stared death in the eyes, but the heavy, volatile pressure still weighed on him, and his heart started pounding crazily after a 1-second delay. Thud, 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 thud. Stuck in a room with 2 assassins, his survival wouldn't be a guarantee even if he had 9 lives. Gao Yang remained in his seat. He didn't dare to even move a muscle. Talent, teleportation, serial number 19, time-space type. Dragon spoke at a deliberate pace. As an outstanding assassin, Ghost Horse, why have you been laying low in our organization for 9 years? Why? Ghost Horse smiled coldly. It was the first time Gao Yang had ever seen the man smile, but somehow, he saw a broken sadness in that expression. Of course, it's to kill you. It took a brief moment for Gao Yang to come to the realization. It said on the talent list that the maximum range for level 3 teleportation was 7 meters, and the distance between Ghost Horse and Dragon was about 10 meters. He couldn't make it to Dragon in one attempt. Thus, Ghost Horse targeted Gao Yang first as a feint, luring War Tiger to come to Gao Yang's aid before making the second teleportation. It was a foolproof plan to ensure he could strike down Dragon. Of course, it's to kill you. Ghost Horse vanished before he even finished his sentence. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to Dragon, the black karambit in his hand thrusting toward Dragon's heart. War Tiger had blocked the attack for Gao Yang on instinct. It was already too late when he realized he had been tricked. With his back to Dragon, War Tiger couldn't possibly catch up to Ghost Horse's teleportation no matter how great his explosive power was. But deep down, War Tiger wasn't worried at all. Dragon wouldn't be the leader of the 12 zodiac signs if he could be killed so easily. As expected, the karambit was stopped an inch away from Dragon's heart, and so was Ghost Horse. Shock and confusion flashed through Ghost Horse's eyes. While he didn't know what Dragon's talent was, he could make a rough guess that Dragon had some sort of mental manipulation power, which allowed him to control one's mind to some degree in a given range. And Ghost Horse had taken that into consideration. Dominating one's mind didn't necessarily mean dominating one's action, and it definitely didn't mean Dragon would be able to defy the laws of physics. Ghost Horse had made a swift, sudden thrust by incorporating teleportation. Even if Dragon took control of his mind in time, his body should have carried out the attack on its own due to the powerful inertia. However, Ghost Horse's body was frozen in an instant, ignoring the laws of physics entirely. If not for the fact that he could still think, breathe, and blink, he would have suspected that Dragon had stopped time. Dragon's eyes were mournful. It didn't have to be this way, Ghost Horse. Veins popping from his forehead, Ghost Horse gathered all his strength and pushed every muscle in his body to break free of the intangible restraint on him, yet it was futile. After a few seconds, he let out a long breath and gave up on struggling. He smiled faintly, and his expression turned into one of relieved exhaustion. I'd been the most careful I could be over the years, yet I still underestimated you. Dragon didn't say anything. You are no longer human, Dragon. You're a monster. Dragon reached out to take the black karambit from Ghost Horse's hand. To beat an evil dragon, you need to become one first. Such victory is pointless. Victory is the point itself. Who are you working for, Ghost Horse? What are you after? War Tiger hurriedly cut in. As long as you come clean with us, there's still a way for things to end differently. Stop wasting time and do it. Ghost Horse was ready for death. 10 seconds passed in silence. Dragon saw the determination in Ghost Horse's eyes. Farewell, Ghost Horse. Dragon pushed the karambit into Ghost Horse's heart, his movement simple, even casual, as if he was burying a plastic knife into a cream cake. Then something strange happened. Blood didn't gush out of Ghost Horse's chest. He wasn't even bleeding. Dragon turned around and walked toward Gao Yang. Are you alright? Yeah, Gao Yang said through the lump in his throat. He wasn't so much scared by Ghost Horse's assassination attempt but by Dragon's strange and terrifying talent. Perhaps Ghost Horse was right about that. That Dragon was no longer human, but a monster. Thankfully, he was now on the same side as the monster. Good. Dragon's eyes glinted with fleeting sadness. I didn't want to lose two companions on the same day. Then he snapped his fingers. Splash! Blood gushed out of Ghost Horse's chest. No longer restrained, his body rolled off the table, and he died quietly in a pool of his own blood. During the whole process, he hadn't put up much of a struggle. After some time, who knew how long it'd been, War Tiger broke the silence. Let's go. White Rabbit will take care of the mess. Gao Yang silently followed Dragon and War Tiger out of the meeting room. All the other members were right outside, and they each had a different expression on their faces. Some were shocked, some calm, some indifferent, some confused, and there was sadness too. While White Rabbit looked composed, her eyes betrayed her grief. Was Ghost Horse the spy? Neither Dragon nor War Tiger answered her. She could only turn to Gao Yang. He met her eyes and nodded softly after 2 seconds of hesitation. Has he been? White Rabbit tried to find the right words. Executed. Gao Yang nodded again. He felt wronged. Why must he be the one to deliver the ugly truth? He could sense the disappointment from White Rabbit and the others. Perhaps they all wished that Gao Yang was the spy, considering the histories they had shared with the dead man. White Rabbit lowered her eyes, her throat bobbing as she swallowed a choked-up sound. Then she looked up at Heavenly Dog. Help me with the cleanup. Heavenly Dog's mood was equally gloomy. He wordlessly followed White Rabbit to the meeting room. Dragon was a little pale, and there was a trace of exhaustion in his voice. I'm tired and will not be joining you at Ghost Horse's funeral. But know that I am sorry about the loss. Rest. I'll take care of the aftermath. War Tiger let out a heavy sigh before making an announcement. Unfortunately, Ghost Horse was the spy. We gave him a chance, but he made his choice. An hour later, we would go to the Typing Bridge Cemetery to see him off. Songstress' eyes were red and misty. She choked out, May I go check on him the last time, Captain? Dragon nodded. My apologies. No, you've only done what needed to be done. Songstress shook her head and turned to enter the meeting room. Even from the back, she looked determined and mournful. Qing Ling's room, Snake Room. Half an hour later, Gao Yang told Qing Ling and Officer Huang everything that had happened in the meeting room. The three of them were silent for a moment. Officer Huang had lit a cigarette, but he neglected it for quite a while, and a clump of ash fell silently. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qing Ling looked ahead with a thoughtful look on her face. You heard it too, right? Officer Huang said. The voice in your ear. I did. Qing Ling frowned. She had been the first to stand up. I hate that feeling. I'm not a fan either. Officer Huang shook some more ash off the cigarette. It seems that Dragon can control our thoughts and make us do what he wants us to do. Control isn't quite the right word. Gao Yang thought back to how it had felt for him. It's more like suggestion. That's right. Suggestion. Officer Huang agreed. I didn't resist, and I didn't feel like I was under control. I simply felt that I should stand up and leave the meeting room, like I was convinced by the voice. That's the scary part. Gao Yang looked down at his right hand. He could see the faint white lines on his fingers. They were traces left by Mad Red blowing up his hand and Lovely Lamb's effort to stitch his fingers back. If we are controlled, we will at least fight back. But if we don't feel like we're being controlled, we'll just accept whatever is to come. True. Officer Huang nodded. Think about it. If Dragon makes me think that it makes sense for me to kill myself, would I really kill? Then he shook his head. No, that can't be right. It's unlikely that he would be that powerful. Otherwise he could just play God and do everything on his own. There would be no reason for him to start an organization. I hope so. Gao Yang wasn't so certain. The way Dragon assumed control over Ghost Horse looked pretty godlike to him. Then Officer Huang turned to Gao Yang like he just remembered something. By the way, where were you last night? Why were you with White Rabbit? Gao Yang's chest tightened. Wan Ceci's face came to his mind again. Just when he was wondering if he should tell them about it, Qing Ling's phone rang, and she said coolly after taking a look, We're going to the Typing Bridge Cemetery. Gao Yang had received White Rabbit's group message as well. He put away his phone and got to his feet. We'll attend Ghost Horse's funeral first. Typing Bridge Cemetery, 10 o'clock in the morning. The cemetery was built along a hill. At the foot of the hill was a clean winding stream with an old stone bridge called Typing Bridge. And across from the bridge, the dead lay in their eternal slumber. Specks of grey tombstones scattered across the green of the hill like stars in the night sky. The cemetery was an old one in Lee City and lacked planning. With all the weeds overtaking the place, it looked desolate and abandoned. Compared to those new cemeteries that were in perfect order and kept clean, however, Gao Yang much preferred the old Typing Bridge Cemetery. This was what he believed a cemetery should be, a real resting place for the dead. With the exception of Dragon, everyone attended Ghost Horse's funeral. They took turns shoveling the soil to bury the coffin. After that, Heavenly Dog put up the tombstone he'd cut. Lovely Lamb had been crying the whole time, her eyes swollen like 2 light bulbs. And now, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. She couldn't accept the truth, and she asked White Rabbit, Is Uncle Ghost Horse really a bad man? Uncle Ghost Horse isn't a bad man, cute little lamb. White Rabbit crouched down and comforted her. He's just the big grey wolf. Big grey wolf. Lovely Lamb didn't get it. Yeah, Big Grey Wolf will starve to death if he doesn't eat the pigs, but the pigs will die if they get eaten by the wolf. Between the Big Grey Wolf and the little pigs, someone has to die. We are the pigs, and Uncle Ghost Horse is the Big Grey Wolf, Lovely Lamb said in her youthful voice, her tone suggesting she hadn't completely wrapped her head around the matter. That's right. White Rabbit pulled Lovely Lamb into her arms. War Tiger coughed twice and said with sorrow coloring his voice, during the 9 years Ghost Horse was with us, he had been our irreplaceable comrade, friend, and family. In the end, however, he chose betrayal. It was also possible that he joined us as a spy at the very beginning. His gaze swept through each of the members present. We're no saint, and it's impossible to forgive and forget the living with a smile, but in death, we can forgive and forget. He'd been part of our journey, and I hope that we'd all remember the good parts of him and forget the wrongs he did us. No one said anything. Heavenly Dog took out a harmonica and turned his back to the others, playing a meandering, mournful tune toward the open landscape. As he played, everyone took turns walking up to the tombstone with a white daisy, offering it to the dead man. The last to lay down a flower was songstress. Her makeup was brighter and more pronounced than usual, but it failed to cover her swollen, reddened eyes. Gently, she placed the flower down and put 2 fingers to her lips, pressing them to the tombstone as the final goodbye. That was when the song ended, marking the conclusion of the funeral. They took their leaves. Gao Yang was trailing at the very back of the group, and his hair suddenly stood on end after a couple steps. He looked over his shoulder and was shocked to see the familiar white cat. It was perching on Ghost Horse's tombstone with a gracefulness to its posture, its kaleidoscopic green eyes boring into Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Officer Huang called out to him. Let's go. After a blink, the white cat was gone, as if it had never been there in the first place. Gao Yang quickly accessed the system. His luck points acquisition rate hadn't increased. The white cat didn't seem hostile to him. Actually, Gao Yang had been debating whether he should tell Officer Huang and Qing Ling about the white cat. For reasons unbeknownst to him, however, his intuition told him that the white cat was after him, and it might be best to keep his companions out of it. To return to the base, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, and White Rabbit got into War Tiger's jeep. The man drank beer as he drove and was significantly less talkative than usual. Riding shotgun, White Rabbit had her legs up on the seat and was painting her toenails black. Officer Huang was messaging his wife on WeChat. Qing Ling lay back into the seat with her head pressed against the window, resting with her eyes closed. Songstress must be devastated, War Tiger said suddenly. Is she close with Ghost Horse? Officer Huang asked. Very close, said White Rabbit. She hadn't stopped what she was doing. Ghost Horse's law firm was close to Songstress' flower shop. Every day before going to work, Ghost Horse would swing by Songstress' shop to buy a bouquet, and Songstress would make 2 cups of coffee, which they drank as they had a short time together. That made Gao Yang curious about something despite the situation. Isn't Songstress' talent requiem? So, White Rabbit asked. Gao Yang came to the realization on his own. I forgot that Ghost Horse's talent was telepathy. Their talents are a perfect match, War Tiger said. Once, I walked past the flower shop and saw the 2 of them sitting on the other side of the window dressing, listening to music and drinking coffee. Neither of them talked, but they smiled every once in a while. I've always suspected that they were canoodling in secret. Would you not put it like that? They had a spiritual connection to each other. White Rabbit shot War Tiger a glare. Songstress feels lonely since she usually can't talk to people. Gao Yang pictured the scene in his head and found it quite romantic. He lamented, no wonder Songstress was so heartbroken. There's a reason Captain prohibits office romance. White Rabbit smiled wryly. With Ghost Horse's passing, Gao Yang, you'll be taking his place. War Tiger changed the subject. You are the horse of the 12 zodiac signs from now on. Have you thought of a name? It all happened so suddenly. I haven't put any thought to it, Gao Yang admitted. He had wanted to stay out of the spotlight. He hadn't expected to become a frontliner so soon. Why don't I do it for you as your teacher? War Tiger smiled. I have the perfect name. Of course. Gao Yang would humbly accept it, or so he believed. Dark Horse. War Tiger raised an eyebrow. What do you think? That's too arrogant a name? I'll attract too much attention? Are you trying to get me killed by overhyping me, teacher? Gao Yang swallowed the complaints. Why don't we give it another thought? I think it's a good name. White Rabbit raised a hand. I vote Dark Horse. Seconded, Officer Huang said with a smirk. Third, Qing Ling said with her eyes still closed. That's decided then. War Tiger was pleased with the result. Then, thank you, teacher. Gao Yang accepted the name with resignation. An arm could never win a wrestle against a thigh. Dark Horse? Let's hope I live up to the name. Instead of going back to the Millennium Tower straight away, War Tiger drove to Ghost Horse's place first. On one hand, it was to sort through the belongings he left behind. On the other hand, there might be clues to be discovered. Ghost Horse was something of a loner. He had been single for years. He owned no properties or cars. And he lived in a rental. War Tiger easily picked the door lock. Inside was a one-room single flat. On the other side of the window wall was a balcony. The white curtains swayed with the wind. The natural light was allowed in fully. The flat was surprisingly clean and minimalistic. On the floor was a large, thick gray mattress, beside which stood a foldable table with a closed laptop. Next to it was a bookcase. The topmost shelf was filled with a dozen or so books about law, and the rest were filled with jazz CDs. Across the mattress, a black stereo system was set up by the wall. It looked professional and high class. Those were probably the only expensive things in this flat. Gao Yang put together a profile for Ghost Horse in his head. He rode a crowded subway home every day after work. Then he closed the door, took off his shoes, put down the suitcase, changed from his suit into pajamas, picked out a CD he liked from the bookcase, and turned on the stereo. Then he would take ingredients from the fridge and start making dinner with the music as his only company. A simple, routine, and lonely life. Why did he betray the organization? Who was he working for? What was he after? What was his dream? Did he have regrets? Who had he loved, and who had he resented? How about someone he couldn't stop thinking about? They might never find the answers to those questions. The five of them searched through Ghost Horse's flat, but found no noteworthy clues. All they achieved was further deepening their sadness. War Tiger took Ghost Horse's laptop and decided to leave. That was when his phone rang. He picked up before everyone, and after half a minute, he hung up with a, "We'll talk in person." He waggled his eyebrows at White Rabbit. Guess who just called? Rabbit. Talk, or shut up and piss off. White Rabbit wasn't in the mood for games. 100 Rivers Union. War Tiger's expression lit up with excitement. It seemed that he had quickly gotten out of the shadow of Ghost Horse's death. 100 Rivers Union. White Rabbit perked up as well. What is it? Something great. They found a rune cave. One in the Chinese rendition of the Three Little Pigs, the wolf is known as the Big Grey Wolf rather than the Big Bad Wolf. It's the same for Little Red Riding Hood. Since White Rabbit is saying that he isn't a bad man, the literal translation of the Chinese seems more fitting than the original name of the fable character. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Li City was divided into 9 districts: Nanji, Changchun, Shanqing, Degzhou, Feiyang, Zhaijing, Dongyu, Anliang, and Biang. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang lived in the Shanqing district, while the Millennium Tower, the headquarters of the 12 zodiac signs, was located in the Degzhou district. And the 5 of them were currently rushing toward the Naji district in the south of the city. War Tiger drove fast. His fingers tapped on the driving wheel rhythmically while he hummed an upbeat tune. Anyone could tell that he was in a good mood. In the passenger seat, White Rabbit was talking into her phone, reporting to the headquarters. In the back, Gao Yang, Officer Huang, and Qingling exchanged a look of befuddlement. None of them knew what was going on. Gao Yang couldn't take it any longer and raised his hand to ask, "Would you please explain what a rune cave is, teacher?" After a pause, War Tiger chuckled. "I was wondering why the 3 of you didn't react at all. It turns out you didn't even know what it was. You should have asked earlier. We didn't want to be a bother when you two seemed to be in such a rush," Officer Huang said with a smile. Put simply, War Tiger said, a rune cave is a cave where rune circuits may be found. White Rabbit had just ended the call, and she added, "It isn't always a cave. It's just named that way since the very first rune circuit was found in a cave. Think of it as a special subspace of sorts." Got it. Gao Yang nodded. So the Gu family's village was a rune cave as well. Correct. Then why did the 100 Rivers Union tell us about it? Officer Huang asked. Why would they share the pie? Well, have you considered this possibility? White Rabbit opened her eyes wide and put on an innocent look. Maybe the 100 Rivers Union doesn't have the appetite to finish the pie on their own. Right. Officer Huang chuckled self-deprecatingly. That was a stupid question. Gao Yang nodded. According to Wu Dahai, the 100 Rivers Union was a group of nobodies. A suspected rune cave didn't guarantee a rune circuit. It was a safer choice to seek help from a more powerful faction, such as the 12 zodiac signs. We're here. War Tiger pulled up by the road. The 5 of them put on their masks and got out of the car. Then they opened the trunk and grabbed their respective weapons. Gao Yang didn't forget to grab a mission pack too. Inside were the regularly used medicines and supplies. They found themselves on an old street in the Nanji district. Most of the residents had moved away, leaving the neighborhood empty and bleak. Across the street was the entrance to a subway station, the cattle farm station. It was said that this used to be an area for cattle husbandry, hence the name. 3 years ago, there was a collapse at the station, and many people were killed. It had remained untouched for a good while. Then it was decommissioned due to the population outflow. Now, there was a young woman in a fitted skirt suit standing at the entrance to the station. Although she had sunglasses on, Gao Yang recognized her immediately as the female representative of the 100 Rivers Union from the deal they made at the Kylin Guild. Gao Yang and his companions crossed the road and walked up to her. You didn't bring more people. The woman seemed disappointed. Gao Yang could sense her urgency. This is quite a lot, War Tiger responded in a relaxed tone. This is half of our organization. After some hesitation, the woman offered War Tiger a hand. Well met. I'm the leader of the 3rd team at 100 Rivers Union, Chen Ying. War Tiger took her hand and gave it a polite squeeze. Vice captain of the 12 zodiac signs, War Tiger. Chen Ying couldn't hide her surprise, and she looked at the man with wavy hair in a new light. You're the 9th ranking awakener, Mr. War Tiger. Yeah, what about it? But, Chen Ying started awkwardly and then said in a serious tone, isn't your mask of an orange tabby cat? Huh? Is this a cat? I thought it was a tiger. War Tiger scratched his head. I told you it was a cat, but you didn't believe me. White Rabbit made a jab at him. Well, tigers are just big cats. War Tiger didn't dwell on it. Let's get to business. Of course. Chen Ying's face turned serious. I've talked to our boss, and I'm here to relay the response word by word. The 100 Rivers Union found a rune cave. We invited the 12 zodiac signs to help us look for the rune circuit. As a show of our gratitude, the 100 Rivers Union will allow the 12 zodiac signs to loan the rune circuit for a month. That's it. War Tiger gave her a pointed look, wordlessly questioning if she was joking. Yes. You said you were Chen Ying, right? Nice to meet you, but goodbye. War Tiger turned to leave. Gao Yang and the others knew that it was a negotiation tactic, and they followed War Tiger without so much of a glance back. Wait. As expected, Chen Ying called out to War Tiger. War Tiger lazily turned around with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the woman to continue. 3 months. 3 months of free loan, Chen Ying said through clenched teeth. That's the best we can offer. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. White Rabbit repeated what War Tiger had said. War Tiger shrugged. See? Even if I accept your condition, my brothers and sisters won't. Chen Ying asked with difficulty, then what do you want in return? War Tiger didn't even stop to think. Once it's done, the 12 zodiac signs will be the co-owner of the rune circuit with the 100 Rivers Union. And we have the priority. We'll take turns using the rune circuit every 3 months. Chen Ying fell silent. It was obvious that the demand crossed the line she had in her mind. Take it or leave it. War Tiger smiled shrewdly. Since you initiated the contact, you must have weighed the different options. 12 zodiac signs are known for our strength and credibility. If you look to other organizations for help, they may agree to your condition first, but then they'll surely go back on their word once it comes time to split the spoils. Chen Ying pursed her lips. War Tiger was spot on. A moment, please. I have to take this to our boss. Chen Ying took out her phone and walked out of their earshot, talking in a low voice. War Tiger was confident. Just you see. They'll say yes. How are you so confident, teacher? Gao Yang was a little worried. Won't they turn to the Kylin Guild? The Kylin Guild isn't as friendly as you think they are. White Rabbit snorted. They may play nice, but they are adept at all the ways a megagroup may exploit their clients. Doing business with them always puts you at a disadvantage, and you don't even know who you should take the complaint to. What a waste of time. Why don't people just grab the rune circuits? Qing Ling sounded impatient. War Tiger sighed. Girl, you're too pretty to talk like a thug. Qing Ling said icily, the strong eat the weak. That is the way of the world. That is true, said War Tiger. But look at it in the long term. If you take someone's rune circuit by force, do you think they'll ask you for help the next time they find a rune cave? Qing Ling didn't answer. White Rabbit patted her on the shoulder. Wu Dahai looks down on the 100 Rivers Union and calls them useless, but they aren't useless at all. For one, they have a lot more members. While their talents may not be that strong, there is a great variety, which allows them to do all kinds of things. For example, they are the go-to experts in finding rune caves, making items, and collecting intel. That's right. War Tiger nodded. Every organization is built differently, and we differ in our strengths and means of survival. Gao Yang summarized in understanding, they're like the villagers in Werewolf. Just as important as those with special roles. That's a good analogy. War Tiger smiled in approval. I understand, Qing Ling said. Grab the rune circuits after they're all found. Understand my ass. War Tiger rolled his eyes and almost blacked out. Teach her properly, Gao Yang. This girl has strayed too far from the right path. And how am I supposed to do that? I don't have a death wish. Having finished her call, Chen Ying quickly walked up to them and cleared her throat. I've talked to boss. We'll accept the conditions. War Tiger didn't immediately speak up. He knew more was coming. As expected, Chen Ying continued after a brief pause, however, there's an added condition. You have to save our members from the rune cave. War Tiger crossed his arms and said like he had expected it. I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Now that they had gotten this far, Chen Ying stopped holding back about the actual situation. We sent our people in 2 days ago, but we lost contact with them very soon, and none of them has returned since then. They might have run into trouble. War Tiger nodded in understanding. Something as precious as a rune circuit is to be hidden and enjoyed on your own. Unfortunately, a snake cannot swallow an elephant. Chen Ying awkwardly cleared her throat. Well, please do save our people once you enter the rune cave. No offense, but they may be dead already. Then please bring their bodies back if possible, or even just some of their belongings. Chen Ying did her best to maintain her composure, but there was an imploring quality to her voice. Gao Yang found her a little pitiful. Perhaps that was what weak countries have no diplomacy one meant. More often than not, being weak was an original sin one must live with. All right, War Tiger agreed easily. Give us 2 minutes for a short meeting. Chen Ying nodded and checked her watch. Please be quick. After Chen Ying left to give them some room, War Tiger turned to face his 4 companions. The rune cave may or may not be the real deal, and there's no telling how dangerous it'll be. It's always a gamble. Take the Gu family's village as an example. Different people would have different experiences inside. White Rabbit added, Teacher War Tiger meant that we couldn't tell if there is a rune circuit to be found, but we can be certain that it's going to be dangerous. Some of us may die, or all of us for that matter. It's up to you whether you're going in or not. I'm going. Rune circuit was necessary for leveling up talents, and Qing Ling never said no to that. After some hesitation, Gao Yang said, I'm in too. I'll excuse myself. Officer Huang smiled apologetically. My wife's pregnant. I can't just go around risking my life. I don't want her to become a widow. All right, you have my permission. War Tiger didn't even hesitate. But then he smirked and said, still, that's a short-sighted decision to make, Yellow Ox. Officer Huang wasn't fazed. Please don't try to change my mind, teacher. I acknowledge my cowardice. You've got to understand that our organization values individual contribution. There's a great difference between trainees, official members, outstanding members, and core members, be it in treatment, welfare, rights, or priorities. To make a comparison between Wu Dahai and you, if both of you get into danger, we will save Wu Dahai first. After all, he's an outstanding member, while you're only an official member. Of course, Officer Huang said. War Tiger looked around, and the corner of his lips curled up. There's more to your wife's pregnancy. How much resources the organization puts in to help you figure out her condition depends on your status as well. Now's the perfect opportunity for you to go up a rank. Are you really going to let it slip? Officer Huang fell silent, his expression tight. White Rabbit raised her phone and turned to Officer Huang. Dead Pig, Lovely Lamb, and Heavenly Dog are on their way here. You can stay with them as backup. Chen Ying wants us to move out immediately. You need to make the decision now. Officer Huang looked at them with a wry smile. Do none of you fear death? I do, Gao Yang said honestly. But you'll gain nothing if you risk nothing. And with War Tiger here, he felt a little more secure. Officer Huang made up his mind and put aside his reservation. All right, I'm in. He turned to War Tiger and added, once this is done, teacher, I hope that the organization will provide support for matters regarding my wife. Of course. War Tiger turned around and waved a hand. Let's go, comrades. The five of them followed Chen Ying into the subway station. The utility had been suspended long ago, and it was pitch black inside. Chen Ying took out a flashlight and walked in the front, while the five of them used their phones to light up the path as well. The interior of the station was dark and humid with thriving weeds claiming it as home, and the walls and cement floors were all covered in deep cracks and moss. They quickly made it to the ticket gates. There were more cave-ins, and they could see piles of rubbles and trash all around the area. Watch your feet and be careful, Chen Ying reminded them from the front. After some hesitation, Gao Yang raised his right hand, and with a crackle, his hand burst into flame like a torch, illuminating the environment. White Rabbit said in an approving tone, oh, I forgot you had fire. You should have used it earlier. This is much better. Are you afraid of the dark? Gao Yang asked without actually looking for an answer. What? Isn't an 18-year-old pixie girl afraid of the dark a classic? White Rabbit said with a grin. War Tiger didn't get it at all. Didn't you say you were 18 last year? Shut it. A pixie dream girl is always 18. With their banters filling the space, they quickly made it through the ticket gates and walked down the unmoving escalator, reaching the heart of the station. At the end of the platform was a strong light source. Gao Yang could faintly make out a large mining lamp. Illuminated by the strong light were roughly 10 people. Some men, some women, and there was even a little boy. They were all wearing masks. Sister Chen. The one who greeted Chen Ying first was a purple-haired man dressed in street-style clothes with a phone in his hand. Updates? Chen Ying asked. Still no contact. Chen Ying then turned to the little boy standing beside the purple-haired man. Can you sense anything, little Tian? The meek-looking boy was dressed in a suit for kids, the collars decorated with a ribbon. His eyes looked like glinting obsidians. And he shook his head in disappointment, his lips pursed. Are they from the 12 zodiac signs, Sister Chen? The purple-haired man looked over Chen Ying's shoulders at the 5 people in mostly animal masks. That's right. Chen Ying turned to introduce them. This man with a cat, a tiger mask is the vice-captain of the 12 zodiac signs, War Tiger. War Tiger. The purple-haired man took 2 big strides toward War Tiger in excitement. His eyes widened. You're War Tiger, the 9th-ranking Wakener with talent, killing expert and had a 50% chance of winning even against a specter. That's me. War Tiger was taken aback. Since when had he been this famous? The purple-haired man quickly took out a marker from his pocket. Mr. War Tiger, I'm your fan. Would you sign for me? He turned his back to War Tiger. Sign it on my clothes. Make it big. Wait, would you write a sentence for me as well? Let me think. Nothing is impossible. No, it should be something cooler. Death comes to everyone equally. Zhang Wei. Chen Ying growled in a low voice. Oh, right. I'm sorry, really sorry. Realizing that he had made a fool of himself, Zhang Wei quickly took 2 steps back and scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. I won't stop you from talking business. We don't have time. I'll make it brief. Chen Ying checked her watch again and spoke at a more urgent pace. Little Tian was the one who found the rune cave. His talent is sensory. Sensory, serial number 74. He's essentially a human radar that can sense any living beings in a certain range. When Little Tian walked past the cattle farm station, he sensed powerful living beings inside, and he reported it immediately. We sent our people to investigate, but found nothing. Chen Ying's chest heaved slightly. Just when we were going to leave, that was 2 days ago, 12 o'clock at noon, something strange happened. War Tiger nodded for her to continue. The Line 7 train showed up. War Tiger scowled, and White Rabbit asked the question on everyone's mind. The station was decommissioned 3 years ago. No train would stop here. Chen Ying turned to White Rabbit. In fact, the cave-ins in the tunnel in this area resulted in Line 7 changing course entirely. No train should even go past this station, let alone make a stop. So you sent someone to get onto the train and investigate. Gao Yang could guess what happened next. I was against it. Chen Ying sounded regretful. Boss sent the third team to investigate, and the second team was close by. They came to help with the investigation after learning about it. We were all shocked that the Line 7 train showed up. When the door opened, there was no one inside, yet Little Tian sensed signs of life on the train. The second team leader concluded that this might be a rune cave and took his men onto the train. I was against the idea, but the second team consists of combatants, and they were formidable awakeners in their own right. Their confidence in themselves prevented them from taking my advice. Chen Ying stepped to the side and looked at the empty tunnel. The train set out as soon as they got on. We tried calling them, but the calls didn't go through, and Little Tian sensed no other signs of life. We waited until 12 o'clock at noon yesterday, and the train showed up on time again. However, the train was empty. We dared not get on again. After reporting to our boss, he decided to ask you for help. War Tiger stroked his chin as he concluded, so, the Line 7 train will show up again later, and you want us to get on and investigate. Yes. Chen Ying sounded a little unsure. May I go back now, Teacher War Tiger? Officer Huang said half-jokingly. It sounds like a one-way ride no matter how I think about it. War Tiger shrugged. Too late, I'm afraid. The moment he said that, light came from the depth of the tunnel, and they could hear the sound of air compressed into wind when the subway train squeezed through the tight space. 12 o'clock at noon, the Line 7 train arrived on time. A quote from Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms era. It means that having power is a necessary precondition to conducting diplomacy. The light shining through the dark tunnel grew in intensity as the dull rumbles of the train traveling along track grew louder, making the entire space shake slightly. Soon, an old subway train stopped at the platform. It was long, but only the door of the last compartment opened slowly, welcoming those waiting on the platform. It was brightly lit inside, and entirely empty. With both hands in his pockets, War Tiger strolled into the train, followed closely by White Rabbit. Qing Ling, Gao Yang, and Officer Huang shared an understanding look. Before they carefully boarded the train, Qing Ling drew her sword, Officer Huang his gun, and Gao Yang his dagger. Chen Ying jogged up to the five of them and emphasized, "Be careful." War Tiger waved a dismissive hand at her. "Remember our deal." The next second, the door closed. The train started. On the other side of the window, Chen Ying and her fellow members were still standing in the same spot and seeing the train off. Soon, they disappeared from view, and all that could be seen was darkness whipping past them as the train traveled at high speed. Gao Yang had been nervous before getting on. Now that he had boarded the train of doom, he found himself calming down. He was already 1 foot in, might as well follow up with the other foot. Gao Yang looked around. They were in the last car. On the left was a door that led to nowhere, while on the right was the door leading to the next car, but it was shut. War Tiger sat down on a bench, his expression darkening. Shit. Officer Huang quickly raised his gun, while Qing Ling held up her Tangdao before her chest. Gao Yang had sprung to action as well, holding the dagger with one hand and gathering his energy with the other, ready to activate fire at any time. The three of them pressed their back together to form a circle so that they could cover all 360 degrees around them, watching out for any danger that might come. Surprised by their dramatic reaction, War Tiger gave the three of them a strange look. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Then realization struck him, and he burst out laughing. "Fucking hell. Talk about overreaction. I didn't say there was danger. Then what did you curse out for?" Gao Yang swallowed the complaints and slowly sheathed his dagger. Qing Ling and Officer Huang relaxed too and lowered their weapons. Officer Huang shook his head as he said, "Please don't make sudden noises for no reason, teacher. Scare me to death isn't always a figurative expression. I just remembered that I forgot my cigarette. Fuck my lapse in memory." War Tiger slapped his thigh and pushed his mask toward his head a little, revealing the lower half of his face. "But I have to commend the three of you for your reflex and teamwork. How else do you think we've survived to this day?" Gao Yang grumbled silently. White Rabbit fished a pack of Barlmoro one out of her pocket. "I knew you'd forget, so I brought this with me. Rabbit, you're my considerate cotton-padded jacket too. And what have I done in my past life to deserve that?" White Rabbit's eyes rolled so far back that they were almost all white. War Tiger happily took the pack of cigarettes from her and with a shake, a cigarette slid out. He put it between his lips and slapped his thigh again. "Shit, I forgot my lighter as well. Would you mind, Gao Yang? This isn't what my talent is for, teacher." Gao Yang felt like a tool, but he still lit the cigarette with a simple brush of his finger. War Tiger inhaled before letting out a puff of smoke. Feeling the itch himself, Officer Huang took out a cigarette as well. Gao Yang reluctantly lit the cigarette for Officer Huang too before he asked the question he had been wanting to ask, "What are we doing next?" War Tiger crossed his legs and blew a somewhat wonky smoke ring. "Rest. Rest." As a woman of action, Qing Ling didn't understand. White Rabbit sat down on a bench as well. "What teacher means is that it's better to investigate the environment first than running around recklessly when we've just arrived and don't know the place. And you do it by sitting down?" Qing Ling asked. "Patience, Green Snake." War Tiger waved them over, telling them to all sit down. "We'll gather what we know at the moment. It won't be too late to make a move afterward." Gao Yang found that reasonable. The moment his bottom touched the seat, he thought better of it and stood back up to sit beside War Tiger instead. Officer Huang followed suit without missing a beat and took the seat on War Tiger's other side. They shared a knowing smile. A strong survival instinct was one thing they shared. When Gao Yang played role-playing games, he always prepared fully before exploring a dungeon. He made sure he was at a high enough level and stocked up on equipment and items so that there would be no danger. It was a shame that he couldn't save in the real world, or he would have saved every 3 steps. He unlocked his phone and sent a message to the group chat of the organization. It failed. There was no signal here. Gao Yang took off his backpack and went through the supplies. In addition to support items and first aid kits, there were rations and water that would last them about 10 days, which gave him a sense of security. Back in the Gu family's village, they had gone without food or water for 3 days. It was the kind of suffering one had to go through personally to understand. Then he checked his system. Access granted? You now have a total of 23 luck points. I'd like to check my stats. Constitution, 47 endurance, 48. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Willpower, 209 charisma, 67. Luck, 132. Gao Yang was content with the talents he had at the moment. Moreover, the stats bonuses granted by a new talent no longer offset the luck points he spent to acquire it, making the exchange less and less ideal. Realizing that, Gao Yang had planned to allocate his 400 and some luck points equally to his different stats, but the ambush by Mad Red changed that. He had put all his points into his strength and agility, which might seem extreme, but was actually the inevitable choice. Mad Red's detonation was incredibly destructive. Only someone with high hit points and high defense like Dead Pig, equipped with a defensive talent that was level 4 or higher, would be able to take it and survive. Gao Yang wasn't that, of course, so he chose to fight the spear with another spear of his own and bet on whether he could kill Mad Red before the man killed him. Based on the outcome, he had made the right bet. The current situation, however, was another story. He didn't know what dangers they would run into going forward. One thing was clear, his constitution and endurance were too low. In gaming terms, he was too much of a glass cannon, and glass cannons shattered easily. He had to do something about it. System, put all my accumulated luck points and the points I'm going to get in the rune cave into my constitution and endurance. Keep it up until I get out of the rune cave. Understood. Access ends. Gao Yang opened his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was merely his mind tricking him, but he breathed a little more easily, and his heartbeat seemed stronger and more steady. He put a hand on his abdomen. It was a shame that he didn't magically get a six-pack. What do you think is the difference between this place and the outside world? War Tiger asked after finishing his cigarette. It feels dangerous. Officer Huang said, shifting a little closer to War Tiger. It's all in your mind. War Tiger put a hand on his shoulder and continued in an exasperated tone, you're a cop, Yellow Ox. Can't you show a little more courage? Recklessness isn't courage, Officer Huang argued. The temperature seems lower, said Gao Yang. Yes. War Tiger nodded. And the train has been moving for quite a long time without reaching the next stop. White Rabbit frowned as she stared at the quickly passing darkness outside the window. And War Tiger turned to Qingling encouragingly. Share a few of your findings. It's too steady, Qingling said, as concise as ever. True. It doesn't feel like we're riding on a subway train. Gao Yang had noticed that as well. Normally, subway trains wobbled a little as it moved, and when it was going faster, there would be cool wind sweeping through the underground tunnel. All right. What's your conclusion? War Tiger said and added as a reminder, I'm not asking for subjective guesses, but objective speculation based on logic and deduction. Everyone took a moment to think. Then White Rabbit said, we don't have enough information to get to a conclusion yet. War Tiger turned to the others, and they shook their heads as well. Okay. War Tiger accepted their response and got to his feet, stretching his arms and neck. Come on. Let's check the other cars. War Tiger took the lead and pushed the door at the front of the car. It didn't budge. Doors locked, War Tiger said. Any volunteers? I'll do it. Qingling walked up to the door, planning to break it down, but White Rabbit stopped her. Allow me? War Tiger said approvingly. Good, you haven't forgotten my lessons. What difference does it make? Qingling asked. Of course there's a difference, War Tiger said seriously. Your expertise is explosive offense, green snake, not raw strength. Breaking down a door is easier for White Rabbit. Keep in mind that we are a team, and we must preserve the team's power as much as possible. The devil's in the details. Sometimes the little strength you manage to preserve can be the difference between life and death. Qingling fell into thought. Gao Yang lauded the man in his head. He's teaching us at any opportunity through both words and actions, and everything he says is useful in real battles. He's both strong and cautious. While he seems like someone who only has eyes for the forest, he actually pays attention to every single tree. Cautious but not overly so. Sees both the forest and the trees. No wonder he's the 9th ranking awakener. Get ready. White Rabbit gave the others a glance. They each took out their weapon and got into formation. After taking a short step back, White Rabbit knocked the door open with a practiced spin kick. She then immediately moved back to stand shoulder to shoulder with her companions. Gao Yang looked into the next car, his heart seizing for a moment in shock. 1. The Raw is a play on Marlboro. 2. A Chinese slang for someone who thinks of you and does heartwarming things for you. Commonly used to describe a daughter who's considerate to her parents. The second to last car was empty, and under the light were trails of crimson blood that looked as macabre and horrifying as the thick, pungent smell assaulting their senses. The 5 of them covered their noses as they entered. At the center of the car was a pool of half-congealed blood still spreading in all directions. From the dragging trails and the splattered red stains, the one doing the bleeding was very likely to have been cut into pieces. "Take a good look around," War Tiger said with a lowered voice. "And stay alert." The 5 of them split up and searched around in the car. Gao Yang made sure to check his system. His luck points hadn't seen an unusual jump, which meant that they weren't currently in danger. He tracked a pronounced trail of blood to the door that opened to the platform. There was something stuck under it. Gao Yang crouched down and realized that it was a segment of finger. His hair stood on end. He turned to call out to the others, "Look." They all came up to him, and their faces darkened when they saw the finger. White Rabbit took out a pair of rubber gloves from her waist pack and freed the finger from under the door. She inspected it for a moment before taking off the platinum ring and putting them in a plastic bag, stuffing it into her waist pack. Initial impression, White Rabbit said, "It's the ring finger of an adult woman. There's no inscription on the ring. What do you think, Gao Yang?" War Tiger asked with narrowed eyes. After a bemused moment, Gao Yang shared his pessimistic guess. The woman was probably killed by monsters. Not one, but a group. She struggled, but still got dragged out of the train in the end. When the door closed, she tried to grab onto something, leaving a cut finger in the car as a result. War Tiger nodded non-committally. "What do we do?" White Rabbit asked War Tiger. "Go to the next car. We wait." War Tiger looked up out of the window. They all turned around to follow his gaze. Flickering light started breaking up the thick darkness outside, and the light sources began to take more concrete shapes. They were advertisement screens the train was rushing past. They were slowing to a halt. "We're finally getting to a station," Officer Huang said. He didn't sound too thrilled. "True. The train has been running for so long. I'd say 10 minutes at the least." White Rabbit made a rough estimation. "I thought it'd never stop." As if in response to that, the train stopped. Click. The door opened. There was a group of 20 to 30 people waiting to board the train. Most of them were wearing winter coats or down jackets with a scarf keeping their necks warm, and they didn't look up from their phones at all, their expression lifeless. The moment the door was fully open, they swarmed toward the train. Officer Huang had already unholstered his gun, and Qingling and Gao Yang held tightly onto their respective weapons. Standing at the very front, War Tiger stopped them with a low voice, "Don't move. Don't say anything." The air seemed to freeze. Gao Yang almost forgot to breathe. The first passenger to board the train was a middle-aged man dressed like a blue-collar worker. He saw the mess of blood in the car when he was just about to set foot on the train, and it gave him pause. For a fleeting moment, the numb look on his face turned into confusion, and his eyes lost focus. But then he turned back like nothing had happened and returned to the platform, waiting for the next train to come. Clearly, he was a wanderer, and he had just gone through the process of self-correction. The same thing happened to the other passengers who had planned to get onto the train, and they returned to the platform like it was the normal thing to do. Beep beep beep. The 30 seconds crawled by, and the door was going to close. Just when Gao Yang was going to let out a sigh of relief, however, someone boarded the train like nothing was wrong. He looked like a high school student. Shouldering a messenger bag, he walked in with his back slightly hunched and a pair of large white headphones covering his ears, bobbing his head to the tune he was singing along to. "All are brave. The wound on your forehead. Your difference and the mistake you made. 1. Naturally, he also saw the blood stains covering the entire car, as well as the 5 people who were armed to the teeth and clearly on high alert. "Whoa." The boy jumped and shouted dramatically. "What the hell, dude?" The 5 of them didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds, Gao Yang said with a smile, "We're shooting a commercial." He found it ridiculous the moment the lie left his mouth, but he couldn't come up with a better one under such short notice. "Right, a commercial," Officer Huang chimed in with an awkward smile. "For a thriller. Holy shit." The boy pressed a hand to his chest and said with lingering shock, "I almost had a heart attack. Why don't you catch the next train?" White Rabbit added, and she supported her words with a sweet smile. "We've reserved the whole train." "Oh, of course. Yeah." The boy turned around immediately. Gao Yang's heart was in his throat. He muttered to himself, "Don't turn back. Don't turn back. Please don't." But then the boy stopped before walking out of the train and turned back, pulling off his headphones and giving them a bright smile. 5 awakeners. This must be my lucky. Before he could finish, War Tiger thrust his short sword toward the boy's throat. The boy dodged it with an agile sidestep and quickly retreated to the other end of the car. All the while, his body was going through a rapid transformation. His muscles bulged, his veins thickened, and his eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty crimson. The hair on his skin grew in density and hardiness until it became a greenish-gray pelt, and his face changed dramatically into that of a wolf. He opened his maw of red fangs and howled with his head tipped back. Awua! The 5 of them had to cover their ears. The howl assaulted their eardrums like blades. Gao Yang's heart sank. It was a wrath monster, a summoner to be exact. In response to the piercing howl, the wanderers outside the train fell to the floor, transforming into all manners of monsters in the blink of an eye after violent trembles and spasms. Without pause, they made a mad dash for the train. "Leave their leader to me. You take care of the rest." War Tiger immediately rushed toward the summoner. Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang made the shots. The three monsters leading the charge collapsed to the ground after their heads blew up, splattering brain matters everywhere. Yet the other monsters continued to swarm in without delay or hesitation. One of them resembled a dog and dodged all of the shots by leaping from side to side with unusual agility. It then lunged at Officer Huang and bit at his neck. Thankfully, White Rabbit kicked it away at the last moment, sending it flying. It slammed into the ceiling of the train and then landed heavily on the floor. Before it could get up and fight back, Qingling cut off its head with her Tangdao, leaving a trail of splattered blood on the bench. Fire. Meanwhile, Gao Yang raised both hands and shot two torrents of fire out of the door, the flames devouring the three monsters about to charge in. They squirmed and whined and struggled, their bodies stuck between the closing train door. Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang dual-wielded two guns and made a quick series of shots, deterring the other monsters from getting into the train. Then the train started. The monsters on the platform were left futilely running after it along the platform. Soon, the station was left behind, and the train rushed into the dark tunnel. White Rabbit kicked the three charred monsters out of the car. The automatic door shut properly this time. Done. White Rabbit dusted her hands and turned around. What she saw put a frown on her face. Gao Yang followed her gaze. At the end of the car, War Tiger was in a stalemate with the summoner. One lyrics of Eason Chan's Lonely Warrior, the Chinese theme song for the animated series Arcane.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.